well heart. If you enjoy this program, please like, subscribe, press the bell icon, and share. Michael is joining us from Juno Beach, Florida. Now I'll switch over to the internet video. Welcome, Michael. It is a true joy to have you with me on New Thinking Aloud today.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Thank you, Emmy.
In your new book, The Biodynamic Heart, you share many ways how people can have a physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually healthy, strong, and compassionate heart with various practices. You really seem to have devoted your life to this and came to this, from my understanding, from an experience with a terrorist bomb that subsequently caused PTSD for you.
That's a good starting point, because that really, ultimately is the starting point for my own personal journey on the road of compassion, and ending up here writing a book about compassion. And so it's an unusual way to start, a life journey with compassion, of being in a terrorist bombing attack in the military. But really, that's what it was for me. And of course, I've had many years of therapy, and I've done a lot of work, with the different aspects of getting a 100% service-related PTSD disability rating with the VA. And I get a lot of help with the VA, and I'm really happy that our government does take care of our veterans. They've taken care of me, and they take care of so many other people. And I have to say that as a result of that experience, I kind of made a U-turn into my future. I come from a family of attorneys, and I was supposed to go back to law school when I got out. And I ended up going to massage school, basically, when I got out. And it was because in the event, I realized that my future was not my future, that I had to reinvent who I was. I had to reinvent, the direction in my life. And of course, it was not easy at the time because of all the expectations from family and so forth. And I got a lot of pushback when I went to massage school instead of law school, if you can imagine. But the process being that I knew I needed help, and I knew that I had a passion for learning about myself and that I could help others. And it just came natural at the time. So the path of compassion for me really started with knowing I needed help. So I had to get some self-care and self-compassion and really take care of myself, take care of my body, take care of my mind. And I was fortunate that I had a group of one family member who directed me towards the alternative, towards yoga, towards meditation, and towards massage therapy. So it was kind of like a package deal at the time. And I'm really grateful. In this era that we live in, I'm grateful for that experience, because it led me to being able to write a book like this 40 or 50 years later and offer it to the public. It's been a beautiful journey for me.
As a result from that terrorist bomb experience, you actually had a near-death experience. Could you share what that was like for you? Also, you helped many people out of the building, if I recall correctly.
That's correct. And, it's interesting having a lifetime of study of compassion and to realize that compassion is really innate. I actually parked my car next to the bomb, and I was very fortunate that I was able to, get out of the car and turn into the building, which was basically an old World War II reinforced concrete bunker type of a building, which really saved me in a way, but not the person in back of me that died. But what I realized in being knocked to the ground and being knocked unconscious, in having that experience that we hear about so frequently, that I saw the light and I started moving towards the light. And I can't tell you how many clients I've had and actually working with people with death and dying now for the last 10 years, that how important that light is. And that within that light, there's almost a sentient being or message. And my message was, now is not your time. You've got to go back. And it was at that moment where my eyes opened and I saw the level of destruction and fear and panic that had come across all the people in the building. And I just innately stayed. I just innately knew that people needed help. I had no training in triage or medical or anything like that. I just began to help. And what I have found in my life is that is the most natural response that most human beings would have, that we innately have a compassionate heart for wanting to help the pain and suffering of other people. Very much so.
I imagine it's been a journey for you that has informed you with ways to help others. How is your PTSD now?
Well, it kind of waxes and wanes. First of all, let's just look at what PTSD is. When I got out of the service in 1973, PTSD was not even on the map. It was not on the radar. It was only 10 years later, around the mid-'80s, that PTSD was recognized, that our government began to have meetings about what was happening with soldiers, and the whole education around PTSD changed. And at the same time, I got involved with trauma resolution therapies. But the point being, for the first 10 to 15 years post-experience, there was nothing. And I was just literally flying by the seat of my pants. But it was interesting because, as I mentioned, my sister got me involved in massage therapy. She got me involved in yoga and also in meditation. And I really threw myself at it because I knew this would be of a help. And from there, I got involved with the human potential movement. I got involved with Gestalt therapy. I got involved with other human potential type of therapies just out of the clear blue. I mean, the guy that owned the house in back of me was having a workshop in Gestalt therapy, and he invites me. And I'm like, okay. And here I am learning about my emotions and having my first, deep crying experience of letting go emotionally for the first time in my life. So all of this was happening before PTSD was even recognized. And it was very, very interesting. And that led me to, the path of what is compassion and studying what is compassion and how do I follow that path.
So you started as a massage therapist as a profession, and then you moved into Rolfing and then craniosacral therapy. Is that right?
Right, that's you've got the bridge, the links there. Yeah, what's interesting, and I have to say, because I've been involved in the alternative therapy community since the beginning, basically, since the early 70s, when alternative therapy was mentioned within the medical community. So I started because massage therapy, you only had 13 massage schools in the United States of America in the mid-'70s, and one of them was in Miami, an hour and a half from where my mom and dad lived. So when I got out of the service, I went and I stayed with my mom and dad, and I went to massage school with a few side trips here and there. So the thing with massage therapy is interesting. There was no continuing education at all in the United States for the manual therapeutic arts. That's what they're called now. And they derive a lot from the field of osteopathy in the United States and in other professions coming in from Europe and so forth. And that's actually where massage therapy came in from Swedish massage. I was trained as a Swedish masseur because massage therapy was not even on the map until several years after I got my license. But the point is, there was only 3 schools of continuing education in the United States in the late 70s. And one of them was the Rolf Institute. And I knew I wanted more training and to get specialized with the hands-on work. So I went to the Rolf Institute and I got my Rolf training and I set up a practice there in Boulder, Colorado. And here's the interesting transition to craniosacral therapy, which is now my first love. And that is that I got a disability because I blew a disc in my neck. When I was living in Colorado, there was a car accident and so forth. And I lost my ability to lift my left arm. And I ended up going back to graduate school and got a degree in Buddhist and Western psychology at Naropa University in Colorado. Because I thought, since I couldn't do manual therapy anymore, that I could actually become a psychotherapist. But I regained function because I was getting a lot of therapy. at Naropa. And I went back and I realized that craniosacral therapy is a light touch therapy. It had just come on the block and I could certainly do light touch. And so I became a specialist in light touch. That's the kind of the transition. You're getting my life story, I mean, but thank you for that.
Yeah. I think you are a vital example of how we can turn our own suffering into self-compassion and compassion for others, and you've devoted your life to serving others. At the same time, you describe in your book about how you loved your guns, and that even part of your healing from post-traumatic stress disorder was metaphorically or symbolically, energetically removing a gun from your heart.
Yeah, thank you for that, because that's a beautiful story. I mean, we hear, in the United States, and it's the gun culture and all that. And it's something I grew up with. My father was a hunter, and, he had all sorts of guns around. And as a child, I'm playing with guns and bullets and then he finally took me out as a teenager, and I learned how to shoot and things like that. And I think that's very important. But I was trained as a military officer. I mean, so, when you get trained as a military officer, the basic training is you have to learn how to take 44 people out into a war zone and kill other people. I mean, that's basically, and I'm a college kid, and, it's like you're learning this, but it didn't compute. It's just like, that's what I did when I was 18 and 19 years old. And I didn't realize that in the training, because I had a lot of training in the military, especially in ordnance, which are bombs and plastic explosives. And as an officer, I had to learn every single weapon system. So that's a lot of learning. And basically, I was standing, we were learning how to use this machine gun called the M60, very popular killing machine. And I stood at the end of the line, because if you stand at the end of the line, you got to shoot up all the remaining ammunition. And the reason I'm saying this is that I went out to I had an opportunity in my doctoral work to study Native American shamanism and Native American healing, and the way in which they do healing in that tradition. And it was very fortunate that I was able to apprentice. My wife and I were able to apprentice with a Navajo shaman out in the state of Arizona. And as a result of that, learning how to do ceremonies to heal the deeper wounds that a person carries in their body. And it turned out that the wound that I carried was in my heart. And I got to tell you this, because it brings chills to my skin right now, where we're in a healing ceremony, and he goes into a trance, the shamanic trance, and he then, his hand is shaking, and it's going all over my body, and it's kind of centering around my heart. And then from there, Spirit directs his hand to start doing a sand painting. And he drew a machine gun. And he said, when it was done, he said, "What is that?" And I said, "It looks like a gun." He said, "It is a gun." And he said, "There was a gun in your heart, and we had to remove that." So the gun culture, for, I don't know about women, but for a man in this culture, it got to that level of depth where I had to actually have help shamanically getting the gun out of my heart. And it was then that I knew I had to get the guns out of my house and everything else. I was done with that culture, and it wasn't necessary anymore in my life. And that was a part of the self-compassion and self-healing with this whole process.
Is that what led you to focus much more on the human, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual heart for helping others as well?
Well, that's my path as a manual therapist and as a massage therapist, because, I've seen, probably 10 or 15, 20,000 clients, let's say, in my lifetime. But starting a therapeutic practice where I'm working with people's bodies for an hour and a half all day long. In the 1970s, it was stress reduction. In the 1980s, it was stress reduction and a little bit of orthopedic problems were starting to float in. And then in the 90s, it was neurological problems. It's like, wow, a lot of people with neurological problems. And so, what I saw in every decade of my practice is that the human body in our culture was undergoing a transformation into deeper levels of pathology. Now, when you get to the last 20 years, and especially the era of COVID, you see that there's a huge breakdown in the immune systems of the client. And at the same time, with that breakdown in the immune system, you see a breakdown in the cardiovascular system, where the prevalence of the pandemic of inflammatory conditions in the body is actually carried by the cardiovascular system and the heart. So I began to switch, with the help of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and being a student of his, switching into understanding the heart at the physical level, at the metabolic level, and at the pathological level.
Can you share a little bit about what you mean about the heart and the metabolic level? Because I think that's maybe new for me and for people who may be listening. We tend to maybe think of metabolism happening maybe in the digestion or other parts of the body.
Metabolism basically means exchange of substances. Exchange of substances means that there's billions and billions of molecular interactions happening in our body every second. But if we could give a context for that, in manual therapy and in the therapeutic arts in general, and in a lot of the trauma resolution therapies, there's a focus on anatomy and physiology. So I became a specialist and learned a lot about physiology and how things move. What are the mechanisms that cause things to move or get blocked in the human body? But what was happening in the last, let's say 2 decades, because it really started 2 decades ago, is that there was a shift where my typical, let's say, techniques that I was using with a client, they weren't working so well. It's like, well, what's the problem here? Well, it was because they have metabolic problems. And so we have the beginning of what's called metabolic syndrome. And metabolic syndrome is the disruption that we have within our metabolism that's known by cholesterol, lipoproteins, LDL, waist circumference, these type of measurements that are telling us that we have metabolic problems. And so when you have a metabolic problem, you have a genetic problem because it's disrupting the gene transcription in the cells themselves. And this means it may take several lifetimes to work through that. And that's why you have a big rise in the pharmaceutical industry with drugs that are treating, let's say, just obesity, Ozempic and drugs like that. So we're trying now in our culture to reduce the metabolic problems. But the reality is, Emmy, that these metabolic problems are coming from the food we're eating. This is food trauma. This is well known and well documented right now. And the food trauma from processed food creates an inflammatory process. And that inflammatory process travels throughout the cardiovascular system. And depending on what, let's say, I was obese when I got out of the military because the family issue that I had was obesity. So, but if somebody has in the family a cancer or dementia, then that inflammation is going to weaken their immune system and their genetic structure to manifest that. And that's what's happening now, that we have a tremendous manifestation of metabolic problems, and they're not easy to treat. I used to treat people with orthopedic problems. Now my clients are almost all cancer patients.
Can you share a little bit about what are some of the common symptoms or diagnoses that people you are treating have? Now, I know you mentioned an evolution of the types of conditions people have throughout your practice, but just to get a little flavor of how somebody with your background can assist somebody and in what ways you actually help them heal or improve or have more of a sense of well-being, whether they have the presence or absence of disease in their body, minds, or spirits.
Well, it's interesting because as a massage therapist, I kind of have to, as they say, stay in my lane, in terms of what I can recommend and in scope of practice issues. But within a scope of practice issue, it's certainly okay to recommend people, get some dietary input. And I don't have to make that level of recommendation or suggestion. But my wife does because we work as a team. And she does the nutritional counseling, component within the clinic that we work. And we also work through a medical clinic in Switzerland, a very high level, sophisticated medical clinic that uses alternative methods and so forth. So in terms of that, it's very important that you have a general sense that it's not just your body, but it's also your mind. So we are working with a unit of function here, where the mind and the body and the spirit are one single unit of function. So I like to teach meditation because that's just one of my heart, desires is to teach meditation and to teach people how to turn inward. When you get a terminal diagnosis, Emmy, and you see clients come in and they are terrified. They're incredibly fearful. And so the first thing we have to do is, well, I might be able to work on their body, but I also have to help them with their fear. And because I've had a background in psychotherapy, in what's called contemplative psychotherapy, I'm able to talk to people. I don't have a license as a psychotherapist, but I'm allowed to talk to people about what I think and what I feel and make recommendations based on meditation and yoga and what are called, and as you know, lifestyle changes, because it's the lifestyle changes that really need to happen. And they're so difficult. It's so hard to give a client and just ask them to go to a yoga class, and they can't do it. They can't find the time. So people are really suffering. And I think it's important then not only to be concerned about the body and as well as their psychotherapy, their mind, so to speak, but also their spiritual development. And so I have a big focus on that right now because I believe even when you have a terminal diagnosis that all of this, we can work through this through a spiritual component, through a spiritual focus in our life. And that means something different to everyone. And that makes it a little bit complicated working.
What is the relationship between the physical, emotional, some would say mental, energetic, and spiritual heart?
Well, back on the theme of metabolism, we have to ask the question: how is our metabolism, organized? And basically, if our physiology is related to our anatomy, then our metabolism is going to be related to our instincts. Now, we have three basic instincts. If we look in the literature, we have three basic instincts, and we all know the instinct for self-preservation and survival. We're claiming that our culture is on fire because it's in survival mode, part of which is true, and part of which is not true. But we also have the instinct for self-healing. So in any therapeutic art, whether it's giving a medicine or laying on of hands, we're trying to wake up the basic capacity for the body to heal itself because it can heal itself. But here we have a situation where if the metabolism has gone too far and it can't reverse itself per se at the level of metabolism, then we have to rely on the instinct for self-transcendence. Now, the instinct for self-transcendence is the spiritual component, but it's the way in which our instinct for prayer, our instinct for meditation, our instinct for the internal resolution of our suffering, the instinct for compassion, all of which is innate, has to wake up. And that waking up has the capacity to take any cancer into remission. I've seen it over and over again. So these skills of meditation, of prayer, of laying on of hands and seeing light, because I work with light now periodically. The clients that I had yesterday, I had an emergency client yesterday, and I was just doing a typical cranial session, but I was adding in visualization to wake up that capacity for self-transcendence. And I actually got a wonderful text from the client in the evening about how helpful that was. But that's the connection, Emmy, is those three instincts, especially we are in the domain right now, the spiritual domain of waking up the instinct for self-transcendence, because ultimately it's about helping to heal right now, but it's also preparing to die. We have to realize that at every moment in our life, we've got trillions of cells dying and they're being recycled. And ultimately, that's going to be what happens to us. We're going to lose our body. And so the instinct for self-transcendence and the spiritual component of our lives really needs to be a big focus right now to balance this imbalance metabolically and survival-wise.
Before we go any further, could you just share a little bit about how craniosacral therapy can help people? Because I imagine those listening might understand that a massage therapist can help loosen up tension in the body, help with relaxation. It's more than a spa treatment, although those can be lovely too. There's also sports, deep tissue massage, and so forth. But I imagine that people might not be as familiar as how craniosacral therapy can assist people.
Within craniosacral therapy, one of the big focuses is that it's the perceptual process of how I'm organizing my internal thoughts, feelings, emotions, and so forth, and then how I can connect with the client at that level. So the value system here within craniosacral therapy is the perception of slowness and the perception of stillness. So when I can perceive that within myself, then it's also, there's a lot of literature on this. It's been shown that through what is called interpersonal neurobiology, that the client will actually feel my stillness and silence. Now, it also turns out, and I find this to be fascinating, there's 6 or 7 levels of biological stillness. Let's take the example of the inflammation that I talked about that's going through the cardiovascular system. And not to be too technical, but we have an inner lining in our blood vessels and in the whole vascular tree called the endothelium. And it's kind of the gatekeeper. It's what allows the good molecules and the nutrition and everything to get through from the blood through the endothelium. Those endothelial cells are called quiescent cells. That's a form of biological stillness. They function best when they're dynamically still, and that allows the right size molecules to move through. When there's inflammation, they get hyper. One of the points I'm making here is that the craniosacral therapist goes into a self-induced state of stillness and slowness because it is that dynamic that helps them function best metabolically and restore metabolic function at that level, along with other lifestyle changes. So stillness and silence at the biological level are exceedingly important. Every single molecule I'm going to say this, and it's important. Every single molecule in the human body is scaled exactly through the entire universe in terms of what we know right now cosmologically. Every single molecule has to go through a still point before it can transform into its next evolution. So that's why in craniosacral therapy, the still point became almost a mystical component and why so many people get really good results from craniosacral therapy, because we can induce a still point. We know how to relate to that in ourselves and become still with our mind and our body through our breath and so forth, but also what that feels like in the client and how to bring the client into a relationship with that level of stillness metabolically and physiologically. And it works beautifully. It's an international phenomenon, and I'm happy to be in this profession from the beginning.
I've experienced that still point and continue to cultivate ways to induce it, if you will. And I think some common ways to maybe describe that might be a sense of inner peace or calm, not only for the mind, but also for the body. Is that right?
Right. And I think that's why, meditation becomes important, because we really need to learn how to calm the mind. You can't stop the mind from all the thoughts that we think. And I find it interesting that somebody said in the research we think 186,000 thoughts a day. It's like, that's staggering, 180. But then the science went on to say that 66% of those thoughts are negative, which means that most people are spending a lot of time thinking about the past that leads to depression, or they're thinking about the future that can lead to anxiety. So it's very important then that we have this ability to turn inward and just recognize that, and that we have a skill that we can relate so that we can be more in the present moment of stillness and silence. And so primarily that's a focus on becoming still with your posture if you're a meditator, or if you're doing hatha yoga and holding a posture. But it also means that we want to be able to focus on our breathing. It turns out that the breath and breathing in general is going to be the major, that's the game changer in terms of how we're going to calm ourselves down. And I would have to say that's probably the first thing I teach a lot of my clients, is basically they're not breathing correctly in terms of normal anatomical biological breathing. So first we have to get to that, and then we have to learn how to place our attention on our breath away from the mind that's going a little wacky. So this is very important in terms of being able to shift our inner attention away from an upset towards a stabilizing point or force in the body. And if you can't find it in the body, then you need to find it outside with a walk in nature, or sky gazing, or any of the outside external meditation techniques that are available.
Now, you have a PhD in somatic psychology, and can you share a little bit about what somatic means for those who may not be familiar with that term, and how it relates to the mind-body connection? Because what you're talking about is really demonstrating how we can cultivate an inner state of awareness that can not only strengthen our mind and emotions and spirituality, but also the physical body and the physical heart.
Right. Yeah, somatic psychology, what a field. So soma, basically, in terms of when that terminology started, probably the late 50s or 60s maybe. I think it was the 60s. But soma just means the whole organism, the human organism in general. So kind of everything we've been talking about since the beginning of our chat here, Emmy, has been about the soma. The totality of the organism itself. The psychology component of it, I don't want to get too, intellectual about it, but the psychological component within that field, it started in the 1940s with the field of psychosomatic medicine, but that field, really went out the window in the late 50s and 60s. But there was a thing called constitutional psychology. And there was also a form of somatic psychology called Reichian therapy, started by Wilhelm Reich in the 1930s. So the grandfather of somatic psychology was actually wasn't Freudian, but he was a colleague of Freud. But he changed the paradigm, and he turned the chair around in the psychotherapeutic or psychiatric experience, and he watched the client, and he noticed the client's breathing. And so he made an intervention, a physical intervention in the client's breath. So the essence of somatic psychology is a lot of what we're chatting about here, which is great, because it's known that by interfacing with the client's breathing, by interfacing with their posture, that you can change their psychology. That's the essence of it. But then it became very codified in very lots of levels and lots of ways of looking at the body and diagnosing the body through posture and through walking and through movement. And so those are some of the components of somatic psychology. I don't use those anymore because they come from a time in the 30s and 40s and 50s when human bodies were very different. And so there were descriptions of what the body is and what it looks like, and then how to change that. So there were manual techniques that were used. I learned them because they were still around in the 1980s. We haven't seen them that much anymore, but it was to kind of break through what was called armoring and the way we were holding our body. But that's from World War II, and these therapies were really about World War II and post World War II. And we are into a whole new human body right now. We are into an evolution of embodiment, and if we want to call it somatic psychology, but it would be somatic spirituality as well. It's very important because we need to look at the metabolism. We need to look at lifestyle factors and civilization and cultural factors as well impacting our body.
For somebody who may be listening, who maybe does have a heart condition, maybe they live with some type of cardiovascular disease, maybe they've even had a history of a heart attack, but they're functioning okay, or maybe they even need to use oxygen, or somebody who maybe knows that they have a genetic predisposition from their family lineage toward a heart condition physically. What sort of practices do you suggest to help people? Because my understanding of these practices, which I use personally and professionally, some of these as well, that they can not only help calm a person's mind and body, but they can also strengthen the physical heart and cardiovascular system as well. Of course, there's many ways to do that, but you're an expert on these topics we're talking about today.
I want to be clear on the question so I don't get out of my scope of practice and give people medical advice. But basically, in my world, and from what the medical doctors I study with, every patient is a vascular patient now. I mean, everybody has something going on with their heart. Let's take a for example here. We'll just do a for example, because when somebody is so locked into the medical system, for good, but also there can be a lot of side effects and so forth. But when somebody has significant serious heart disease and they're really locked into the medical system, and they're usually on 3 or 4 medications, beta blockers, statins, all this kind of stuff, it's very difficult to move, into an alternative possibility here. So, but one of the things I always recommend is you've got to get dietary advice. And so there's really good dietary advice out there. You have to reduce the inflammatory foods because all heart conditions are going to have a couple of common denominators, but one of the most common denominators or biggest common denominator is going to be inflammatory foods. So I can make that recommendation, and I think it would be very valuable. Unfortunately, most medical doctors don't know about an anti-inflammatory diet. So you could get, advice from a medical doctor saying, oh, don't pay attention to that, just keep taking your beta blockers and your statins and so forth. But I think people, if there's one thing, because it's been a focus in my career, in my life, because I came out of the military with obesity and was headed towards beta blockers and statins, is you've got to get a handle and control of your diet, so that's number one. And there are a lot of different ways in which that can be approached. And what I have found out is that the kitchen, I call that the new ER. And the bathroom is the new ICU. Most people in our country don't know how to cook. I'm blown away at the percentage of people that actually go through a drive-in window at a junk food drive-in and that's how they eat every day, through a drive-through. So part of the problem is people aren't reading labels. People don't know how to cook. People are eating too much corporate food. It's destroying their microbiome. And I want to focus on this for this moment because this is really the key right here. The medical doctor, Dr. Thomas Rao, Biomedicine International, that's the clinic that my wife and I work at. And that's where we get our medical treatment when we need it for our metabolic problems that we're dealing with. And he's very clear, and the medical community he works with, which is large in Europe, says that all of these disease processes, all metabolic disease starts in the small intestine. So that's what I could say a lot of things about cardiovascular disease, but that's the main thing. You've got to start looking at what you're eating. My wife actually has classes where she teaches people how to read the labels. You need to know how to read the labels on the food you're buying. This is a huge education in order to repair our heart. So that's one of the main things that I want to say about that. The controversy around, I just got into that last week, this controversy around statins, and it would be unethical for me to sit here and say, oh, you have to make sure that you really need the statins, because the research now is not so good on statins. But nonetheless, that is really a formal practice within the medical community. So people start doing your homework and start really looking at other options and alternatives, because they are there, but clean up your diet. The processed food is killing us. And sugar. Sugar.
Yeah, definitely. My mind goes to Dr. Dean Ornish, who has done a lot of research in this area as well and has written several books on this and is an advocate of diet and social connections and stress management. He has a whole program on that, and I believe the Mediterranean diet is a gold standard for helping people with anti-inflammatory, although I'm sure it needs to be customized for each individual person. And I know we're not giving specific recommendations here, but giving people general ideas to consider and to look at the literature and the research and what's out there as well, which I know in the often or formerly known in certain realms complementary alternative medicine field, it often precedes what comes out into the clinical journals about how it can help people. And of course, now we know that many, what has formerly been known complementary alternative medicine approaches, many of them do have a lot of efficacy-based research supporting it, and many of those are now known as complementary and integrative health. So there's more legitimacy, or when they're used combined with Western medicine, it's integrative health. I just want to offer that in my own practice helping people, I also refer people out to nutritionists and dietitian people who are more holistic, because that's not an area that I focus on. However, I have noticed, have you noticed this as well, that when people are stressed, having maybe not experienced the still point, for example, or the relaxation response or increased heart rate variability, however you want to term it, that they have a more difficult time actually making those dietary changes. And that by maybe moving toward some of these contemplative practices, that maybe they can get their stress levels down to also make those changes?
Yeah, I think you need to choose a fulcrum, a point, of orientation for sure. What I tell my patients and what I like to say is that when you're under stress, the last thing you want to eat is a green salad with olive oil and lemon juice on it. You want comfort food. So this is the problem with.
You want a fudge brownie or something.
You're right. I want my chocolate chip cookie, and I do keep those handy in case I need one in an emergency. But no, it's very true. I think since people's timelines are so compressed in their lives, and it's so difficult to make changes for people, that in systems theory, you really want what's the smallest change I could make right now? Where could I just find my way into this situation right now? I'm a big person in advocating fasting and intermittent fasting, time-restricted eating. I've become very, very good at that. I did a 40-day water fast, a 60-day water fast in my 20s. I've done extensive juice fasting, and I've looked at the literature on intermittent fasting. And so I like to challenge my clients and just say, look, if you can go 12 hours between the last meal you ate at dinner and the first thing you put in your mouth in the morning, you're going to do yourself a great service. So I try to make it like a contest for people. If you can do 12 hours and then maybe 14 and then maybe once a week 16, but 12 is kind of the research gold standard for intermittent fasting where you can reset your metabolism. So if you have your chocolate chip cookie at 7 o'clock at night, wait till 9 o'clock in the morning, and give your system a time to get through all of the sugar and the carbohydrate and all that in the cookie and so forth. So that's one of the fulcrums that I would use. And there are many such fulcrums like that, that people can just enter into. Emmy, it's about getting to know our body. And the reality is here, I'm the bus driver. I'm the driver of my body. I'm tired of letting other people, other medical community, other psychologists and all that. I want sovereignty and control of my body. And that's what the essence of somatic psychology is. It's time to take control of our body and quit giving it away. And that's the central message I have for my clients. And then trying to help them find out what's the first step to taking back control of my body. Is it going to be a meditation class? Is it going to be yoga? Whatever that might be. Reading a label at the grocery store before we buy that item. So whatever that might be, take control. You are the driver. You are the host of your experience, and quit being a guest and being driven by other people telling you what your body needs.
Yes, and once people do listen to certain professionals and their own intuition and listen to conversations like this, do their own research, they can make more informed decisions. And once people start making those small changes and notice that they're feeling better, I know from personal experience and witnessing this with other people that people are motivated to do more because, hey, this actually feels really good and I'm starting to see results. I can walk further. I feel stronger. I have a calmer mind. I didn't snap at my spouse or friend or sibling when normally they would trigger me or what have you.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I think also, I don't want to minimize that some people are struggling with some very, very big problems. Not only metabolically through a disease process like cancer, but they're dealing with huge emotional problems, addiction problems, many people. There's relational problems. There's really, marriage and partner situations that are really unhealthy. So there are major, problems. And I think that also we need to hold people within that domain as compassionately as possible, because the reality is I don't know what the other person needs per se. I don't know the depth of how they're relating to their own suffering internally. I can see some of it on the outside, but I really don't know. And so it's kind of guesswork. It's kind of like a puzzle. And I just try to help move the pieces around to have it be more stable and to offer a chance for transformation to occur so that maybe these small changes can then help the bigger change that might need to happen with the addiction process or whatever major piece is being held by that client. Very difficult situations out there right now, as you know.
Can you share a little bit about the relationship between the heart and compassion and how contemplative practices can help a person have a stronger physical and mental, emotional, spiritual heart and body?
Thank you for that. One of my favorite topics to feel in my own body and to talk about. But I'm also an academic embryologist, and that's the next book that I'm writing on biodynamic embryology. And so as an embryologist and teaching embryology within this context, that I've also specialized in teaching the embryology of the heart. The heart is interesting because it grows upside down. It's the only organ that starts with the atria on the bottom and the ventricles on the top, and it has to go through a process of turning upside down. And I like to say that if you haven't gone through having your heart turned upside down emotionally in your life yet, then come see me, because it's almost everyone has their heart turned upside down emotionally, both in a positive way and also frequently in a negative way through betrayal and so forth. But the thing to remember also about the heart is it's natural to turn upside down. And so we have to get into a sense of acceptance that It's natural. The heart knows how to handle being turned upside down.
And you're talking metaphorically turned upside down.
Well, turned upside down, yeah, when we fall in love, our heart just gets turned upside down. But the field that it's happening in is called a dilation field. The heart has the capacity to expand, so it has the capacity to turn upside down, which gives us the capacity to accept everything that life comes our way. But it also has the capacity, there's no ribs when the heart develops, so it keeps expanding. And what this means embryonically is that the heart has an infinite capacity to expand. If it has that capacity at the beginning, it will retain that capacity psychologically and spiritually throughout life. This is what the European embryologists are saying, and this is, and I believe this because I have felt this, and I know this to be true. And that's what I teach, is that we have this infinite capacity to expand and to hold all things that come our way. But man, oh man, do we have a bunch of junk covering that capacity up. So in the East, the very central part of the heart, even though this might be, let's say, an empty space, there nonetheless is a space where the spiritual essence lives. And we can see this in embryology because you can actually see how a fifth chamber develops of an empty space within the context of this growth and development. So it's all right there as an embryo. We have all this capacity, and we've got to work towards uncovering this capacity because the most innate capacity we have is for compassion. We have the capacity to take in the bad and to transform it within our heart because we have to do that with our own life. We all have negative experience. We've all gone through a process of transforming that. But we also have the capacity, if we have a family, if we have kids, that we can take in their negativity and we can transform that and we can grow with that and help them grow with that because that's the natural way in which our body takes on the pain and suffering of another person and can transform it. And there's a lot of ways in which we have learned to block that capacity. And so meditation and these internal arts that we're talking about are ways in which we start cleaning house, cleaning out the closets in the heart, and really setting up a space for that spiritual essence to live and for that spiritual essence, which is basically compassion, the essence of compassion, to live and to manifest in its innate wisdom in our heart. I've experienced that. I see that. I know that. I offer that to everyone.
I like how you share that it's innate to who we are and that we have a light in our heart, that we have a sacred heart, and that other things can cover it up. So it isn't necessarily sort of a misnomer sometimes by talking about developing compassion because you're suggesting it's there. We just need to uncover it. Is that right?
Well, absolutely. But I mean, if you're walking down the street and you see a child fall down or you see an accident, we're immediately drawn to wanting to help. I mean, these things are very innate within us, the capacity to help another person. So we know it's natural. I pulled the book out this morning just to make sure I had it on my bookshelf, but the Oxford Handbook of Compassion Science, there's an enormous amount of science on compassion out there in what's known. So that's kind of what we're talking about here. And it's innate, but it has to be a value system. And you see, some people don't have a value system of helping other people. They've so buried it, and that's okay. That's where we cannot judge another person by saying, oh, they have no compassion. They don't have that value. So that's where we have to be careful with compassion. I believe it's innate. You believe it's innate. Many of our listeners likely believe it's innate because I've seen it in action, and I know that to be true for me. I don't know it to be true for other people because I've seen it absent in other people, and I cannot judge them. I will not judge them because that is their value. I have to stay in my value system.
How would you define or suggest what compassion is?
I was laying in bed this morning and I'm going, what if she asked me to define compassion? What would I say? You know what I did, Amy? I did a whole life review. How did this start for me? And so it's really, what is the starting point for each of us? What is the starting point for how do I learn to let go of my own projection and my own anger I have towards another person or towards a situation? And that's going to be different for people. Now, I was in a terrorist bombing attack, so that really left a big impression on me. There's a lot of help that needs to happen. And a bomb is a major wake-up call, literally. And I got that wake-up call. And it's also my own instinctive nature that when I got to Boulder, and I realized I was living within a Buddhist community, and I'd had just enough therapy, and I was working just enough within the manual therapy community that I wasn't doing it just to pay the rent, that I was actually seeing that I was capable of helping other people. That didn't come immediately. I was doing it to pay the rent because I didn't know anything else at the time. But I got exposed to the spiritual community, the Buddhist community. So that was, and within that community in Buddhism, you have what's called the Bodhisattva vow. And the minute I heard about the Bodhisattva vow, which is a vow of compassion, and not only that within that vow at that time, if you took the vow, which I did in 1981, that you receive the empowerment of what's called Tonglen, Tonglen, Tonglen meditation, which is compassion meditation. And it was given by Pema Chodron. And Pema Chodron has written so many books, and this was before Pema was Pema. And I'm reading a book by Pema right now, and I'm glad to be reading her again. It's what a beautiful soul. But I received the empowerment of Tonglen. Well, what is that? I just heard about it, and I wanted to learn how to work with compassion and how to wake up my heart. And I think this is a good starting point because I taught it for many years, and it's still valuable. You generate a feeling of sadness about an event that happened in your life. So compassion then gets linked almost immediately to sadness. You don't have to think of the big sad event, but some small sad event that if you thought about it, for me, it's the death of my mother. And so when I think about the death of my mother, I can bring up a felt sense of sadness. And then from there, I begin working through my loved ones, my family, and so forth, and the world, and I actually connect with the breathing. So I visualize the suffering of the world individually, and then I inhale. I breathe in that suffering, and I visualize it in my heart, and I visualize my heart transforming it to a brilliant white light or a brilliant blue light. And then as I exhale that blue light, and I cover that person, or I cover that client, or whoever it is, or that situation in the world. I can take a whole situation. And then the way this meditation is finished, Emmy, is beautiful. And that is, you breathe in all the suffering of the entire planet, all known suffering of all human beings. And you visualize it as a dark color coming into your heart. And this takes a couple of breaths. You can't do this like you're hyperventilating, but within a cycle of maybe 4 or 5 breaths, just bringing it in, transforming it into the color I like to use, which is the color of the medicine Buddha, which is a brilliant diamond blue light. And that diamond blue light, then I start exhaling, and I fill the entire globe. I visualize the whole planet Earth covered with this brilliant blue light, transforming the pain and suffering of all people. That's the way I started in 1981. And I think it's a great way to start to waken up the human heart and to start expanding the heart, because what I naturally ran into is fear. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, I can't take in that cancer. No, I'm not going to take in that. People think they're going to get infected by the cancer that they're working with from another person. It's staggering when you think about the fear that we have of relating to others' pain and suffering. Gradually, my understanding is that I then went through a phase of relating to my own pain and suffering. It's like, oh my goodness, I better do this for myself. I am really suffering. I went through 2 divorces. I went through a couple of accidents and got, a disability from a car accident and so forth. Oh my goodness, I am really suffering here. So I then took time for self-compassion, because really that has to be an essence within the practice. But I didn't learn that at the beginning. Self-compassion became a step in my own process. And it might be different when people take that level on with self-compassion. And now I just instantaneously have the blue light, and I just radiate the world. Whenever I feel it necessary, whenever I see suffering, I don't look at TV anymore. But if I see it on the street, or even if I read about it, or when I'm at the military hospital, I am radiating blue light everywhere I go in that hospital when I'm out there. So it's a developmental set of stages that each person goes through. And I do recommend starting with Tonglen in Pema Chodron's first book, The Wisdom of No Escape.
It sounds like compassion may be a form of care, kindness, love, and a sincere intention to want to alleviate yourself or others' suffering.
That's the essence of it, is that it's the innate desire to really relieve pain and suffering. And in its essence, that is its essence, and that becomes its ultimate essence in Tantric Buddhism and so forth. But I have to say, for the audience, that the other thing that I've learned is there's a spark, there's another way to ignite compassion that's exceedingly important, and that is the essence of empathy. Empathy is the starting point, really, that nurtures compassion. Empathy in the science is developed by listening to one's heartbeat. So, as a meditation, I have times during my day where I periodically just stop and I just listen to my heartbeat. For instance, I mentioned earlier that I saw an emergency client yesterday. I spent 10 minutes meditating before he came in, just listening to my heartbeat, feeling my heartbeat, building that capacity for empathy, which is feeling what the other person is feeling. That is the way in which we nurture and ignite compassion. And it's so simple. I mean, we just have to feel our heartbeat. And if you can't feel your heartbeat, take your pulse at your radial artery, or your neck. Or do it in the middle of the night. When you get up to use the bathroom, you lay back down, you can usually feel your heartbeat because your body physiologically is calm, but your heartbeat can be felt. That's when I recommend feeling the heartbeat and even reciting non-verbally a poem or a prayer to the cadence of your heartbeat. That will really ignite empathy even more.
Beautiful. Or even just placing your hand over your heart.
Yes. Yes.
For somebody listening who may be thinking, oh, my heart has been broken, smashed, run over, it's just pain and sadness, suffering every day, where would you suggest they begin? Because Tonglen might be a step too far for them initially. And also, on that note, you mentioned your book how sorrow is different than sadness and can lead to compassion.
Well, first of all, we are the trauma species. Betrayal at some point in our lives is part of the deal. That doesn't make it okay, but that makes it that it is something that, if it's natural, then we have mechanisms both spiritually and physiologically and metabolically to manage and to deal with it. But how do we support that, and how do we nurture that? And I think that the hardest thing with someone that has gone through a very strong betrayal and so forth, again, if they get into addiction and these extreme states, then that's going to require a specific type of help that Tonglen isn't going to work with. You need professional help at that level to begin stabilizing. And that's really the key. And also that sometimes that betrayal is related to a physical trauma and to an emotional trauma. And again, that may require professional help. Now, I am an expert in trauma resolution, and really for me, the key is with any of this, the first thing that I would recommend, find someone that knows how to listen to you, who can tell your story and know that it's being held. Doesn't have to be a psychotherapist. It could be a friend, but it has to be someone that knows how to sit and just listen and be reflective. Judith Lewis Herman's work at Harvard University was very clear. Someone has to listen to the story, and that's one of the ways I healed my own trauma is through prolonged exposure therapy at the VA. I told my story 1,000 times. So telling the story is going to be very important for that. And I also think that we all go through our day as a human being where we have upsets, we have irritation, we have anger. We have to also learn that that's natural, that part of what's happening to us is not unnatural. It's not inhuman. But we also have to learn how to forgive ourselves. And that's not easy. And I think there's a difference here between learning to forgive someone, but we're not condoning what happened to us. We also, and I have to say this to everyone, we have done a lot to harm ourselves by ourselves. And so if that's in the mix of how your heart has hardened because of reactions that happened externally, then you need to go through a process of forgiving yourself. And I think basically self-compassion here is the most important thing. I think it's important that we be able to feel our hurt, that we be able to feel our sorrow, that we be able to feel our sadness, because that is also what ignites compassion. And I'm perfectly fine feeling sad. I'm perfectly fine feeling sorrow. I think it's a very, very important component that keeps us igniting. It keeps the embers burning of compassion. And I'm completely fine with that unless it goes to depression, unless it goes to anxiety. Then it's gone out of bounds and we need help.
Yes, getting attention for our own hurts, sorrow, betrayals, as you say, emotions, so that we can honor how we feel and then also engage in these compassion practices or contemplative practices as well.
Right.
How is the human heart the center of the universe?
I'm a multi-faith chaplain, so my basic spiritual practice is Buddhism, but I have spiritual practices within Christianity and within the Muslim tradition and so forth. But within the highest levels of Buddhist Yoga Tantra, and these are the practices the personal practices that I'm doing right now. Okay, so we mentioned earlier that the spiritual essence, in the Eastern traditions, Buddhist, Taoist, Hindu traditions, so forth, that it actually lives within the heart, and that we mentioned it has to be cleared out. So within that, then there are many meditations, and so there's a meditation in which the very essence of the beginning of the universe resides in our heart. So from an embryological perspective, we're now into taking what is called a cosmological perspective. How did the universe begin? Now, we have different ways of explaining that. I'm not going to get into astrogeophysics right now. I'm just into astrogeospirituality right now, which is the way I work with my life at my age. And that is that the spiritual essence, the light, we'll just call it the light. In Christianity, it would be called the breath of life. In Buddhism, it's called clear light, or the clear light mind. That clear light, the essence of beginning, of all beginning, and beginninglessness, actually takes residence in the human heart. At conception, it's felt in Tibetan medicine that the heart chakra is what the zygote actually is, that the heart chakra is what gets conceived first. And that's what I'm teaching in my classes right now. So it means that if the spiritual essence that began the entire universe lives in my heart, what am I looking at out here? Okay. What I'm looking at in all appearance, in color and form, is that this spiritual essence in our subtle body is actually projecting the universe through our eyes out, and that the entire universe that we're looking at is a projection of what's actually living inside our human heart.
Yeah.
That took 40 years of practice, meditation practice, to begin understanding and seeing that, and it's based on the visualizations that are done within Tantric Buddhism and Tantric Hinduism, and it's also based on the capacity to visualize light and to visualize the 5 primary colors as they are radiating from the heart, with each of the atria and the ventricle and the 5th chamber where the spiritual essence lives as a different color. So we're actually radiating a rainbow from our heart chakra, but that which we see through our eyes is actually coming directly from the heart, through our eyes, and from the heart and the eyes, the entire radiance of the universe is what we're looking at, and it's being generated from right inside of our heart. I love that. That's what I live, and that's what I teach. But it also means that I've had 40 years of meditation practice, and I also have to deal with my humanity and my craziness on a day-to-day basis. But I am able to drop into that space. I am able to drop into that space several times a day, and I like to be able to drop into that space whenever I can, in any moment, because the spiritual essence is, how do we live in the present moment, in this reality that we inside, in the spiritual essence, is creating who we are and what the universe is.
That is so beautiful, Michael. Is there anything else you want to share today about a strong heart with compassion?
You got to have fun. My wife is a Christian minister, and she's amazing, and she loves to give this sermon on that the first miracle that Jesus performed was keeping the party going by changing the water into wine. And it reminds me, because I'm Irish in my heritage, and I have a wicked sense of humor, as most of my family does, that humor and this light that we just talked about that's coming from our heart also means humor. We have to appreciate the paradox that we see and this incredible polarization that we see in the world right now. And rather than taking it seriously, yes, we do need to take it seriously depending on a number of factors, in our own life, but that which we cannot control. But we also have to take it lightheartedly. We have to become lighthearted. We have to find ways of letting go of our judgment and our interpretation about the way the world operates, because it operates at the deepest level from the spiritual essence. And one of the ways to do that is through humor. And I wrote that book, and every 30 minutes I would take a break. While I was writing it, I would go on Instagram and I would start looking at comedy reels. And I wouldn't stop looking until I was crying, laughing. That's the way I wrote that book, because I had a lot of sorrow and sadness that I had to work through and with. But I also balanced that with humor and lightheartedness. We have to learn how to let go. That's the main message. Let go now, let go at death.
Dr. Michael Shea, thank you so much for all that you've shared with us today. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I really appreciate this deeply, I would say, enlightening and heartful conversation. Thank you so much for being with me today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amy. It's a pleasure, absolute pleasure. Thank you.
My pleasure as well. And for those of you watching or listening, thank you for being with us, because you are the reason that we are here.
You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
For early access to our videos and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Every single
Materialism is the philosophy. I mean, that's the truth, is materialism to them. So what they're doing is they're wrapping all their arguments and thoughts around the idea that they have to support materialism. There is no gray area. There is no ambiguity for them. So they don't see this as a process of discovery. They see this as defending a particular point of view. And that's something I think Sheldrake has pointed out really, really well in his book, The Science Delusion.
Keep watching to learn more. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today we will be exploring science and pseudoscience on the internet. My guest is Craig Weiler. He is a parapsychological journalist and the author of The Weiler Psi, which is a blog on the internet. He is also author of Psi Wars, TED, Wikipedia, and the Battle for the Internet. This is an internet interview, and I'll switch over now to the internet video. Hello, Craig. It's a pleasure to connect with you. I think you've written a very important book about the controversies that have been raging on the internet. I have run into them, and just about everybody I know in the field of parapsychology has had to deal with this army of skeptical Boy Scout types of people who try to delete important information regarding the findings of parapsychology. I thought the best way to focus on our conversation would be to dig into the issue of distinguishing between science and pseudoscience. Can we start there? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, in terms of the difference between science and pseudoscience, this is actually kind of clear-cut. With science, what we have is you do an experiment, it gets peer-reviewed, it gets published, bam, science. And with pseudoscience, that's a little bit more murky, because what are we talking about when it comes to pseudoscience? I've never been completely clear on that one. For example, astrology isn't really a science, so it isn't really, pseudoscience, because it never claimed to be science in the first place. It claims knowledge from a different source. They don't do peer-reviewed scientific papers. And then you have stuff like tobacco health studies, which are definitely pseudoscience. And the reason you know this is because you have other science that backs up the fact that these people have lied about their findings. That's probably a more clear-cut view of pseudoscience. It's a vague title, and I have a lot of problems with using it, and I don't normally throw that term out myself because I'm not comfortable with how that's used.
The term typically is used by people who feel that they are scientific and they have to defend themselves against pseudoscience, which I suppose is really the source of a lot of what you write about.
people claiming science on their side, I've had a chance to talk to probably hundreds of them over the years. I mean, I've been doing this since 2008. And my experience is that their idea of science isn't really what science is. They tend to be into their talking points as opposed to getting down in the weeds. And with skeptics, there's no arguing with that kind of stuff. I mean, if you're talking about a scientific argument, you're talking about taking facts and interpreting the meaning of them, not having an argument about whether something's a fact or not. This is something I encounter a lot of.
I know one of the big areas that people who consider themselves scientific are very upset with is what they call medical quackery. And that could range from hypnosis to chiropractic to various rivalries, one might say, amongst different professions in the healthcare field.
I've seen a lot of that. And in fact, if you go onto Wikipedia and you look up pseudosciences, you'll find a lot of holistic health practices there, including chiropractic care. I have no idea why they seem to be on a roll against chiropractic care. You can find a chiropractor on every corner. That insurance pays for them. They have schools. They're medically sound. I don't know what their problem is there. But if I had to guess, I'd say that when you're talking about homeopathy and chiropractic care and naturopathy and this whole string of holistic medicines, the key is the holistic part. That's something that they don't appear to be able to wrap their heads around. I have had discussions with them and it just goes round and round and round. I don't have any credibility as far as they're concerned, so we don't really have a discussion. But it's really clear that when it comes to practices that require seeing things as a whole, this seems to be where skeptics fall short. And that includes psychic ability.
One of the areas where it seems that there's a raging controversy that you focus on is anything having to do with the nature of consciousness itself. It's, in science and academia, consciousness is acknowledged as one of the biggest mysteries. And yet you have a sense on the internet that there are some people who have very set ideas about consciousness, and if anybody challenges their point of view, that person is considered unscientific.
I've seen a lot of that. I've had discussions about consciousness on the internet myself, and that's been my experience as well. I think the key here is to look at how they're looking at the argument, what they're seeing. And the thing that always jumps out at me is that they see this in very black and white terms. In other words, materialism is the philosophy. I mean, that's the truth, is materialism to them. So what they're doing is they're wrapping all their arguments and thoughts around the idea that they have to support materialism. There is no gray area. There is no ambiguity for them. So they don't see this as a process of discovery. They see this as defending a particular point of view. And that's something I think Sheldrake has pointed out really, really well in his book, The Science Delusion. That you have these people that are not listening. They're not comprehending that there might be another way of looking at it. And you can't communicate that to them at all.
Since you brought up Rupert Sheldrake, a person who I've had the privilege of interviewing several times in the original Thinking Aloud series, going back more than 20 years ago, he really got himself embroiled in a major controversy I think 7 or 8 years ago, maybe longer, when he gave a TED Talk about the nature of science itself. It caused a huge uproar that you've written about.
Yeah, that was in 2013. I know it seems like a lot longer, but it was 2013. I had the good fortune to be in on that whole discussion when it first began and to follow it all the way to its conclusion, which was a year later. And to a certain extent, it was hilarious to watch, because the TED began with the assumption that psychic ability is a pseudoscience, there's nothing to it, the skeptics are right, and that there's really no evidence to support the kind of things that Sheldrake does. So they listened to these skeptics, and this would be like on a Reddit thread or different skeptics that they paid attention to, P.Z. Myers and a few others. And so they had this one idea about how things were. And they thought they could open this all up to discussion, kill all the dissent with superior arguments and call it a day and take the videos offline. Well, it didn't work out that way. As soon as they got into it, they were absolutely overwhelmed with comments supporting Sheldrake. And some of these were from quite the intellectuals. Brian Josephson, Nobel Prize winner. Eisenstein, I can't remember his first name. And a few others, just really high-level intellectuals jumped in on the argument. And when you looked at the comment sections and the threads and how they were going, the skeptics were getting absolutely destroyed and were really resorting to personal attacks and anger and other things out of frustration. TED didn't know what to do about this, so they kept the discussion going, perhaps hoping for a Hail Mary from a skeptic that would help them. They hired a science panel to look into the videos and to provide a critique of them. That critique turned out to be terrible. Sheldrake and Hancock both shot that thing down almost the moment it was up, and Ted had to cross it out. Then Ted decided to double down, and they took out one of their TEDx programs down in Hollywood, which created more uproar. And the upshot of all of this was that a relatively minor video by Sheldrake, which had garnered maybe 35,000 views, vaulted to 5 million. I mean, it was completely the opposite effect of what Ted wanted. And the result of it was that they basically have bad publicity that they're stuck with forever. That's basically how that played out.
You also mentioned Graham Hancock, who was involved in this controversy. Hancock is a popular journalist concerning various mysteries in the field of archaeology. His work is somewhat controversial, but I gather that he got the same treatment as Rupert Sheldrake, which is that he gave a presentation at a TED Talk, and the video was put online like Sheldrake's and then taken down again.
Yeah, that's right. It was the treatment was nearly identical to Rupert Sheldrake's. So Graham Hancock is controversial because he is providing evidence that civilization is much, much older than the current theories hold. And he's provided some evidence for this, and for his troubles and for his careful research, he's been branded a pseudo-archaeologist. It's not really a field I follow, so I don't have any way to vet him or say either way what his work is like. But my guess is that, like Sheldrake, he's exploring the edges, and he should be complimented on taking a path that few people are looking at and exploring.
In the case of both Rupert Sheldrake and Graham Hancock, if I understand correctly from your book, when they gave these TED Talks, they weren't really trying to promote some of their more controversial ideas. They were instead talking about the process by which science itself is conducted. Isn't that correct?
Graham Hancock, I'm trying to remember the name of his speech. I'm drawing a blank at this moment, but this was basically on the nature of consciousness, and it had to do with the way it's perceived in establishment terms. That when you're talking about psychedelic drugs, these are considered verboten, even though some of them have health benefits. He talked about his own experiences with marijuana and how that had been damaging to him. And somehow that talk became terribly controversial as well. if you saw how if you looked at the TED criticisms of these talks, they bore no relation to the talks themselves. It was as if these people were pulling criticisms out of thin air. So I don't really know what the people at TED thought they were seeing, but what I was seeing looked pretty ordinary and non-controversial.
In other words, the suggestion seems to be that because in other forums, these particular individuals, Sheldrake and Graham Hancock, were espousing ideas based on various empirical findings, as a matter of fact, that were not yet accepted by the scientific mainstream. There was a group of skeptics, including some university professors and people with credentials, who felt that they should be eliminated from the TED forum, that their very presence in a video sponsored by this organization, TED, about which I know very little actually, would be a disgrace to the organization itself. And they put pressure on the organization to remove the videos, and then that had the opposite effect. The videos, having been removed, got reposted somewhere else and became far more popular, and the reputation of TED was besmirched because of this, because of the apparent censorship.
Well, yeah, TED is supposedly about exploring new ideas. And in fact, that's part of the whole thing. And so the idea of exploring new ideas and then squashing new ideas, those two things don't jive very well, as you can well imagine. I really got the impression, as you alluded to here, that Sheldrake and Hancock weren't being condemned for their presentations so much as for what they stood for. And who they were, and the whole controversy around them. And yes, when you're talking about the skeptics that are trying to defend science, that is totally a thing. It's part of their, I don't want to say religious beliefs, because that's kind of an insult to all these atheists, but it's definitely a zealot type thing for them. Of they are defending science from irrationality and irrational people, and protecting science against the creep of pseudoscience and quackery. This is their thing. This is their mission statement, and this is what they go for. And you can see that in the background of the TED controversy.
Now, another figure who has gotten caught up in all of this is my good friend Russell Targ, who did very important research and remote viewing funded by the United States government, done at SRI International, a major military industrial think tank, published in scientific journals. He also did a TED Talk about his research, and his TED Talk was removed and subsequently has been viewed millions of times on the internet.
I haven't seen the banned TED Talk from him, but I was down in LA for the TEDx Hollywood one, because after TED took away the license for TEDx Hollywood, the promoter, Suzanne, put it on anyway at her own expense, and he was one of the speakers. And Russell Targ gave an absolutely phenomenal speech there. In person, he's a really serious guy, and he has a very academic tone, and he got up on stage and he just shined. The guy does an incredible job of presenting, and he's got a wealth of information. His ideas were really clear, and he's a joy to watch. So I'm not surprised that his video's done really well.
Well, you mentioned Suzanne Taylor, who is a person I know, and apparently she had the franchise to operate TEDx talks in West Hollywood. And because she has leanings that displeased other people, they took her franchise away from her. And you write about that as well.
Yes, she'd spent a great deal of time getting her license from TED and getting all of her speakers vetted. But when the controversy occurred, they just threw her right smack under that bus and took away the license right as she was getting ready to put this conference on. We're talking like maybe a month out. I don't think it was a very good idea on Ted's part. First of all, she had the conference anyway, and it was advertised as TEDx, another banned conference, another bunch of banned speeches, which do relatively well on the internet. And just in general, it was kind of a dick move. I hate to get into profanities here, but sometimes when you're dealing with skeptics, they can be a bit frustrating that way. They could have, as a private company, just kind of let everything go and back down the minute they had controversy. I mean, if I was in charge, this is something that I would have done. Just back down, let the controversy go away, give everybody what they wanted, except for the skeptics, and take up the mantle of being against pseudoscience later on, more quietly, when you don't have a great big controversy to deal with. I mean, that would have been the sensible thing from a business standpoint, but with the skeptics behind them making a lot of noise, and with them trusting the skeptics, they just kept going and going and going and going. So this whole thing dragged out for about a month and a half, with the TEDx Hollywood thing sort of being the big thing that blew it all up into something even bigger. I mean, it's like they were trying for negative publicity. If they had actively sought out that negative publicity, they could not have done a better job of it.
Now, you've used the word skeptics quite a bit, and I think I've used it myself, but I think the particular people that we're referring to who want to ban certain speakers from TED and remove material from Wikipedia, while they call themselves skeptics, they don't seem to be behaving according to the normal principles of philosophical skepticism, and I think you're right about that as well.
Absolutely. This is something that I've observed myself, and I was helped by a 2013 study from the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, if I remember correctly. They've identified several different types of skeptics, atheists. Now, an important thing to know about skeptics is that when you're talking about skeptics, atheists, skeptics, atheists, same thing. Skeptics are always atheists. So when you know that part, then you can move on to what kind of atheist they are. And they are an anti-theist. They comprise about 15% of atheists. And anti-theists are, of course, the Richard Dawkins of the world. These are the people that are bashing religion and consider it infantile and make references to the Sky Daddy and all this other insulting stuff. I personally think that skeptics are a subcategory of anti-theists, and they represent the fundamentalists of atheism, because boy do they act like it. And you particularly see this on Wikipedia, which is the one place where skeptics don't have to worry about any repercussions for how they act. So you see some of the most terrible skeptical behavior, including retribution, on Wikipedia. So, yes, these are zealots. There isn't much difference between them and religious zealots. And when you look at other fundamentalist areas, like when you're talking about the super conservatives, or the people who are like totally off the deep end on the liberals, same thing. The behavior is nearly identical.
Well, let's talk about Wikipedia, and why is it the case that these anti-theists, as you characterize them, can operate on Wikipedia without any concern for repercussions?
Well, Wikipedia started out as a very open and welcoming platform when it first began. And then slowly, over time, Wikipedia went from being inclusionist to exclusionist. And what that means is that instead of saying, yeah, why not another article, they started picking and choosing about which articles they would accept and being far more picky about it. And this was really the introduction of authoritarian, zealot personality types slowly starting to take it over. They are aggressive, they're insulting, they are intolerant, and when you start getting more and more of these people, you begin to develop a culture that favors their point of view. Now, in the case of Wikipedia, when we're talking about subjects like parapsychology or any of these medical practices that we've been referring to, this is an area where the zealots have completely taken charge. And when they're not just the editors, but also the moderators and the administrators, then they're basically controlling every aspect of that portion of Wikipedia. And at that point, nothing gets past them. Literally nothing. If you try to edit in these areas, what you'll be faced with is opposition, and it does not matter at all whether you have any sort of grounding, whether you can provide citations, anything like that, because it's just simply about power, and they have a lot more of it than you do. So whatever they feel needs to be on that Wikipedia page is what goes there. And when I ran into that, it was like, oh God, these guys, holy smokes. Nope, not doing this. And I backed off and I stopped trying to do that and just reported on the sidelines when I watched the several people actually try to help improve Rupert Sheldrake's page. That was a complete disaster. Everybody got banned in the end.
Well, I've had my own issues with Wikipedia, as I referred to earlier. Many years ago, somebody posted an article about me and mentioned that I happened to have a doctoral diploma in parapsychology. And some editor took it upon themselves to say, no, that's impossible. He's lying about his doctoral diploma. So they took the article about me down. It has never reappeared. But I don't consider Wikipedia, to be the final authority on anything. Right now, the Society for Psychical Research in England has their own Psi Encyclopedia that's online, which they control. So I think it's fair-minded, and there's plenty of outlets where this material gets into the internet, such as the New Thinking Aloud channel that you are on right at this moment. So to me, it's not a serious problem. But for people who consider Wikipedia to be as authoritative as, let us say, the Encyclopedia Britannica, then it is a problem.
You have to realize that a lot of Wikipedia's respectability comes from search engines. This is the main problem you have with when you're dealing with misinformation on Wikipedia, is it gets everywhere. So when you're doing a quick search on something and this little Google pop-up thing shows up that has a brief explanation, it's probably from Wikipedia. And if you ask Alexa, the answer is probably coming from Wikipedia. And you have all these other sources that are relying on this completely junky source of information for a wide variety of topics because it's free. And it doesn't cost them anything. If they were trying to use Encyclopedia Britannica, that would cost them money. And you can't, I don't think it's realistic to expect search engines to go look for a better source, because why? That would cost them money.
Well, as I recall, Craig, the skeptics, or I'll call them pseudo-skeptics, actually, to me, a true skeptic is first and foremost skeptical of themselves. But in any case, they have what I believe it's called the Rational Wiki, which is a separate Wikipedia, just espousing their point of view. And if I recall correctly from our previous conversation, they've targeted you.
Oh, yeah. If you look up my name on a Google search engine, on the first page somewhere you will find a Rational Wiki entry on me. And according to them, I'm a conspiracy theorist, your basic wackadoodle type that peddles pseudoscience. The usual thing that skeptics feel about people they disagree with. I haven't engaged that page at all. The only way to work with that sort of situation is to just not do anything. The more you engage, the worse they'll make that page. There was another person who worked on Wikipedia. His name was Rome Viharo. And if you look at his Rational Wikipedia biography, what you'll see is that it just got bigger. It just got more and more lies about the guy until finally it was like almost 2 pages of information about him that was, basically what is going on here with this article? If you look at it, that would be your question. It's like, what? And because mine is short and relatively slanderous, it's not as bad. People look at this and they go, what? And then they move on to something else. The shorter, the better.
You brought up the issue of conspiracy theories, and it strikes me that on the New Thinking Aloud channel, I see a number of viewers who post comments indicating that they subscribe to different conspiracy theories, and I think a number of people feel that because there's so much scientific evidence and personal experience, 2/3 of the population, I believe, report having had the kinds of experiences that parapsychologists study, that people are distrustful of mainstream media sources of all kinds, because I think they figure if they're suppressing this field, who knows what else they're suppressing. And so a lot of areas that don't have the same kind of rigorous and lengthy history that parapsychology has get lumped together as fringe areas that deserve credibility. How do you evaluate them? How does one distinguish between work in parapsychology and claims of a wide variety of other theories?
Well, first of all, to deal with the media part, this is actually an area of great interest to me because I've studied the skeptics so much. I've also seen the reactions to the skeptics, and when you take the skeptic point of view of things, and one of them is we can't possibly have any information that does not support our point of view, so we're going to leave out everything that supports the other point of view. That is what will generate conspiracy theories and cause people to go nuts online, because they compare a different source to what they see in the mainstream media, and they see that these are different because the mainstream media is afraid to advocate for something that they're afraid is wrong. So they're leaving out this information. Other people pick up this information. They decide it's all a big conspiracy, and off they run. I've seen this with a number of things. I'm fairly convinced that the way that we've handled the anti-vax movement has made it bigger. But that's just one of them. There are other areas where I've seen the conspiracy theories grow as a result of having something to push against because of how skeptics deal with controversy.
In other words, by trying to shut these things down, anything that has the appearance of being suppressed is going to attract people to it for that very reason.
I think so, yeah. I mean, when you're talking about parapsychology, this is an entirely different animal, as you said, because people are having their own experiences, and then they're comparing that with what they see online. So just to let you know, I'm on Quora, which is a question and answer site, and I get a chance to see the views of a lot of people from various backgrounds, so I'm getting a better look at the general public. And what I see is that when people have these paranormal experiences, and then they read online or they see in the news that there is no evidence for it, their conclusion is, oh, this is beyond science. That's their conclusion. This is beyond science. It's a mystery that science can't solve. It's a mystery that it's a mystery where science fails. It's wrong, but that's the conclusion that they draw because they're not getting the correct information. So they end up instead of embracing science, because science isn't matching what they actually experience, so they embrace something else that matches their experience. The skeptics are getting exactly the opposite effect of what they're trying to achieve.
Do you think that there are certain views that ought not to be given any credibility at all, that ought to be suppressed? For example, racist views or views regarding certain religious groups, or views that there is a secret elite who are controlling everything, or that Bill Gates wants to implant computer chips in everybody through some sort of vaccine he's promoting. Aren't there some views that are just beyond the pale, that because, let's say, parapsychology is unfairly suppressed, people are giving these views more credence than they ought to?
That's a good question. I don't know if parapsychology has anything to do with these other views, but and this is just my personal opinion, when we're talking about the stuff that's actually very, very harmful to people, like developing racist organizations and basically making race relations worse, that sort of thing. I think it depends on the forum. If you're giving these people a forum for talking where they don't have opposing viewpoints, they are very dangerous. But if they are forced to compete with other views, then I think you have a much more healthy situation. For example, what I see on Quora is that you have these wackadoodle views on the one hand, and then you have several views that people can see all at once. They see all the views together, so that your average person has a chance to compare. And these people pushing those views have to converse or interact with people they disagree with all the time. And I think that produces a healthy situation. It's only when you have a forum where they don't have to deal with any criticism or any backlash from their views that you end up with a situation where they start getting on a roll, because unless you have opposing facts, people really can't balance it out.
I think that's a very healthy attitude. I'm kind of inclined to agree with you. I know the philosopher Karl Popper once said that if we believe in tolerance, then we must be intolerant of those who are intolerant. And it struck me that there's got to be a gray area there. It does seem to me that really virulent anti-Semitism or virulent racism, there can be no tolerance for that, but there are other forms of it, sort of soft forms of racism and anti-Semitism, where to try and suppress it is only going to make things worse, and that probably the better course is, as you say, let's have an open discussion.
Yeah, I mean, if it were me, what's more effective, in my opinion, a situation where we simply remove all the racism, or a situation where we show the racism and then we show the response to it, and the response includes an explanation about why this racism doesn't work, and where all of the points that the racists are bringing up are challenged. And constantly being challenged is the way that people develop critical thinking skills. When you have all of the different points of view that you to work with, and you have to make a decision based on an ambiguous situation, not simply having the facts spoon-fed to you. This is, I think, a fault of mainstream media, is spoon-feeding. If you shut out all of this racism and don't put it in context, and just say racism is bad, you're kind of giving them a space to push. You're kind of giving them something to push against, which I don't think is helpful.
Well, of course, racism raises enormous controversies because of its societal implications and because of the damage historically that it has caused. But let's take something maybe somewhat more neutral. I know there are active proponents of the flat earth theory on the internet. And a lot of people feel, I think for good reason, but one might argue that that theory has no credibility whatsoever and doesn't deserve to be on a forum like the TED Talks or Wikipedia that purports to be presenting the truth. How do you view the flat earth?
Personally, I review the flat earth theory as so completely ridiculous that it performs a service for science by simply being out there. It's the same issue. Let people have their arguments for flat earth. Let's hear them out and let's see the arguments against it and allow people to figure out that flat earth is completely ridiculous. One of the best things I've seen online is showing what the flat earth would look like as the earth passes by the moon, which it would look like a pizza going by, which of course we never see. We don't see a pizza going by the moon. We see a sphere. And there are all kinds of other examples that you can use to show how ridiculous flat earth is. But unless people see the flat earth ideas next to the reasons why they're ridiculous, again, you're not using your thinking skills. You're not getting people to use their critical thinking skills. You're just telling them this is what you should believe, which I don't think that's effective.
Craig Weiler, this has been a stimulating conversation. I very much appreciate your perspective. You have given me some food for thought because I occasionally do delete comments on the New Thinking Aloud channel when people post various conspiracy theories, and maybe I've been a little too aggressive about that. I do it because sometimes I think they're irrelevant to the point at hand, or they strike me as somebody's trying to proselytize almost for their religion. But I think I'm going to be a little more liberal in my policies about comments on the New Thinking Aloud channel as a result of having had this conversation with you. So thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you, Jeff. It's been a pleasure.
And for those of you viewing, thank you for being with us. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website.
Materialism.
I don't expect the war to stop from my personal opinion, and I think next is World War III.
I just spent about 2 weeks in Ukraine, managing to talk to quite a lot of people, asking quite a lot of questions about quite a lot of things. I wanted to know how things were really going on the ground for those fighting. I wanted to see the destruction of everything firsthand and get a very real sense of what I was missing out on just from reading Telegram feeds and YouTube videos. My goal was to answer a relatively simple question. How has the war changed over the last year, over the last 6 months? What new tactics are being formed? How has technology evolved? And how is the war itself playing out? And bottom line up front, the war is not going well. Russia's consolidation of its drone forces has proved to be highly effective on the ground. Ukraine is facing massive shortages in every metric from soldiers, ammo, supplies, and equipment. While Ukrainian troops are inflicting casualties on Russia in numbers that are hard to comprehend, Russia does not care in the slightest and continues to march people into the meat grinder against well-fortified defensive positions. I do have a disclaimer that I want to provide, but that's going to be at the end of the video, so stay tuned for that to answer any random burning questions you probably have. First, I entered the country via train from Warsaw, making my way to Kyiv. The only way into the country is bus or train because the airspaces are shut down. In Kyiv, I met my translator, Roman, and driver, Sergey. Roman himself was a producer prior to the start of the war before joining as a volunteer fighter after the full-scale invasion in 2022. Sergey, my driver, outside of being a literal mountain of a man, and probably the most genuinely nice people I've ever met in my life, was a lifelong resident of the Donbas region, where the majority of the fighting has been happening over the last several years. My first night there was also my first lesson about the war. There is no front line. There was not a time or a place the entire duration I was there that my immediate vicinity wasn't targeted by some kind of Russian attack. Bombs and drones in any population center were literally a multi-day occurrence from the second that I crossed over the border. Air raid sirens were so persistent that everyone, with a handful of exceptions, just ignored them. I went into a shelter when I first heard one, but after the first one, like everyone else there, I just didn't bother. I don't say that trying to sound cool and tough. The reality is that if you took shelter every single time an air raid siren went off, you would literally be spending 24/7 underground. But my first stop, the gun range. I had a chance to do some short-range marksmanship training with Ukrainian Special Operations Forces, and they gave me a full rundown of the gear and weapons they were actively using in their fight. I teamed up with United 24 Media on this trip, and met up with Nikita, a war correspondent that's been covering the front in some of the most dangerous areas possible, and who's seen how it's shifted from maneuver warfare to trench warfare and now drones.
Hey, what's up? This is Nikita Ilchenko from United 24 Media. I have been working as a war reporter, aka producer, since the start of full-scale invasion. Now we are sort of driving to show Justin a specific but very interesting unit of Special Operation Forces. Covered a lot of topics, a lot of directions of fighting. From my favorite reports, I would highlight the latest one I did in the so-called Enchanted Forest. Those are the forests of Luhansk region in the east of Ukraine.
What's been the hardest part about this job for you?
Hardest part about it, probably seeing it all unfold on my home.
Ukrainian Special Operations Forces have been a critical linchpin of the country's defense. Over the last year, they have been spending a good bit of time in the newest front in the war, Sumy, where Russia began a large-scale incursion in February of 2025. There is debate on why this was done strategically, but it has two big impacts. First is that it creates a buffer zone where Ukraine cannot launch missile and drone attacks into Russian territory. It's pushing those assets further south, reducing their range. And second, it forces Ukraine to disperse their already thin defensive forces. Most of Russia's dedicated drone forces are in the east and south, with the north being closer to a conventional style fight, at least compared to the robotic battlefield in other parts of the country. This kind of environment is the perfect deployment for these guys, but perfect does not mean easy. Drones are still persistent in the north, and movement can only be done during the daytime. At night, the Russians switch over to thermal-equipped drones, meaning that once the sun goes down, which in Ukraine at this time of the year is before 4 p.m., they just have to hide. It takes days to move just a handful of kilometers. The risk of aggressive maneuvers is just too high. There is no practical way to get casualties evacuated and treated, and one operator wounded is a total mission failure. The margin for error on their operations is zero. Because each mission is an all-or-nothing affair, small arms training is paramount. Nothing I saw there was revolutionary. It was Daniel Defense M4s and HK416s. Rifles that, regardless if you think they're overpriced, will absolutely go bang when you need them to go bang. At any time, they were being tasked with every kind of mission imaginable, from raids, recon, setting up ambushes, sabotage, and a host of other things that they were not allowed to tell me. This meant that each mission weapon setup was different. Sometimes suppressors were used, sometimes they weren't. Sometimes SMGs were brought along, and sometimes sniper rifles were the primary, or an M249. They all had to be trained in it, and they all had to be experts. I had a chance to interview a handful of them, as most of them spoke English, and it would be one of the only times I would hear English other than my translator for the rest of the trip. Our time was cut short though, as many of them had to literally leave from there straight into mission prep in Sumy. The fact that they took the time to be literally hours before going out into enemy fire just to talk to me was mind-boggling. I'll be turning the time I spent with their SOF into a separate video, so be on the lookout for that. But for now, we need to move on. The next day, we started the real journey by heading to Kharkiv, a major city to the northeast, just 12 to 18 miles from the Russian border. The region surrounding the city was one of the first to fall during the full-scale invasion in February of 2022. However, Russian occupation forces were pushed back out of the area by September of the same year. It took us all day to get there, and we ended up sleeping in a borrowed apartment from a famous Ukrainian artist, who at the time was in the UK selling pieces from his collection in order to help support the war effort.
So this is the workshop. You might hear an air raid siren just went off. But like he does like art, obviously, but like drone art, and like there's military boxes over here. I'll show you more in a sec. This is very cool. This is where I'm staying. It's got all these books, like ammo cans. This is American, I'm pretty sure. Fuses. 1.4 means, yeah, American stuff. Got some Chinese stuff right here. I don't know what this is. Very cool. I don't know what these black squares are. This is where I'm sleeping tonight. Apparently this says love. And these are ashtrays made out of, you said a shell? A shell of what? I don't know. Just got in here. In case you're wondering, they have they duct tape X's on windows so that if there's a blast, it stops shrapnel from just going into the room. Doesn't protect the window, but protects you a little bit more than if it was just plain.
There are two stark things you would notice if you went to Kharkiv today. First is that the city is under a constant state of GNSS jamming. Most Russian long-range munitions use a mixture of American GPS, Russian GLONASS, and Chinese Beidou satellite P&T systems, or position, navigation, and timing. It's the same thing you use on your phone to get directions to go from A to B. But with all that jammed, navigating the city became a struggle, and even traveling short distances grew into significant headaches. But that problem is worth the trade-off. Probably comes to no surprise, but there weren't exactly a lot of outside people visiting, and most people already knew their way around, so forcing Russian loitering munitions to use a less accurate targeting method was only a small sacrifice. Our first step was a TCCC class, or Tactical Combat Casualty Care. It's a fairly common standard training that most members of any military will have exposure to. The purpose of it is to stabilize a patient, typically right at or very close to where they were actually wounded, and then package them up for evacuation so that dedicated medical personnel with actual medical equipment can start to care for them. The class itself, though, had no soldiers. Instead, it was a mixture of very young civilian volunteers, some of them just teenagers, a handful of paramedics, some firefighters, and older civilians. The purpose was to be a basic course on stabilizing civilians in the city when Russian ordnance landed. The constant attacks, combined with civilian targets always getting hit, have forced tens of thousands into the role of emergency medic. The stark reality is that if your neighbor gets injured with shrapnel, an ambulance will probably not make it there in time before they bleed out, and that's going to be on you. Drones have made it so that blast injuries are the overwhelming majority mechanism of injury. They're also probably the worst kind of injury you can sustain, maybe second to burns. They cause concussive brain damage, internal bleeding, and instead of putting a hole in your leg like a bullet would, they blow your leg half off. The nature of shrapnel and the massive wounds that blasts cause also has the nasty hidden secondary effect of incredibly dangerous infections later on. Even if you do manage to stop and stabilize a bleed, there's a good chance the bacteria they were exposed to will cause permanent damage, amputations, or even death later on. The class went on for hours, going through various scenarios, and was specifically tuned for helping civilians help other civilians. One thing I did find interesting were some of these small differences in what I was used to. I had sat through probably close to 100 TCCC classes in my time in the military, but the differences were notable. One in particular had to do with this. This is a Combat Application Tourniquet, or CAT. On it, you will find a spot to write the time that it was applied. Tourniquets, when properly applied, cut off blood flow entirely to an extremity, and how long an arm or leg has gone without blood is something that doctors and medical staff need to know. The instructor noted that for many situations, though, don't bother writing the time on this thing. It's worth saving a few seconds trying to load up a casualty faster, because odds are everyone knows what time the blast happened, because it's reported everywhere on Telegram anyway. We later joined up with a local group of soldiers, conducting training close to the gray zone just north of us. In loose terms, Ukrainian territory is split into 3 categories. Green indicating that it was territory firmly in Ukrainian control, gray indicating the territory was contested and probably incredibly dangerous, and red being fully under Russian control. Maps like Deep State are good illustrations of this. However, it's important to not think of these as super clear-cut and easily defined lines. It's closer to a gradient, and the actual line of control changes by the hour. The training being conducted was so quintessential to this conflict that it could not have been better timing. First was a team from an infantry unit, conducting trench clearing operations with grenades. One soldier would provide covering fire until the second was close enough to toss in the explosive, and then both took cover. One thing that interested me was the sheer variety of grenades used. While in theory, the US has a whole list of grenades we quote officially use, 99% of the time it's a smoke grenade that we've been using since the 40s, or the M67 frag we've been using since 1968. The variety of grenades they were using is naturally a byproduct of them having to source supplies from literally anyone willing to sell or donate to them. But there was a heavy leaning towards offensive-style thermobaric grenades. These put more emphasis on the explosion aspect of the weapon rather than the fragmentation of it. Because if you're around a corner in the trench, shrapnel's not going to hit you, but a blast absolutely will. After the grenades were all thrown and my hearing was effectively reduced to nothing but a high-pitched ringing sound, another group arrived. These were drone pilots, but they weren't there to fly. They were there to shoot. Their weapons weren't anything fancy. Most were cranks, along with a shotgun. The exception to that was the firearms instructor, who had definitely put some time and effort into customizing his rifle. I did think it was funny that here in the United States, the AKS-74U, or Crank, is a rare and highly sought-after weapon system because we just think it's cool. However, everyone over there absolutely hates them, and their nickname for it translates to the bitch. But they weren't practicing to shoot at Russian soldiers. They were there to practice shooting down drones. For short-range FPV pilots, their job is to be sent forward to ad hoc bunkers hidden along the front, where they conduct operations. Naturally, those are one of the main targets Russia wants to hit with their own drones. And for the time being, the best method the world has come up with dealing with these things is shooting it with small arms. You're not going to see any crazy high-speed cool guy drills, no competition shooting timers beeping to practice how fast you can fire a single shot, reload, and fire again. It was a flat range, but without the flat range antics. Simple focuses on the fundamentals and building confidence with a rifle or shotgun. I did ask what kind of ammo they were using for the shotgun. There has been a lot of debate on that, and while there are specialized kinds they've been using that combine different kinds of loads into one shell, for the vast majority it's just standard bird and buckshot that you would take hunting. Ukraine has begun producing its own semi-auto shotguns specifically for this role. However, everyone I talked to just preferred simple pump-action ones because they have a much higher reliability. Remedial action has a much higher pucker factor when it's clearing a mag-fed shotgun and there's a flying bomb coming at you at 80 miles an hour. But that night also happened to be my 30th birthday, so we went to an underground bar and I spoke to a few reporters we'd met earlier in the day. It's also worth mentioning that I had food poisoning the entire time, so I decided to head back by myself a little early, but ended up getting lost and, with no GPS, turned what should have been a 10-minute walk home into a 30-minute one. The next day, we took the time to see some of the city.
So the building behind me used to be where they did all the radio and TV stations in the Soviet Union, and now it's just like a Ukrainian media hub. But apparently this is the largest state square in all of Europe, which I think is insane. You wouldn't expect it to be here, but it is, and I can tell you it's absolutely breathtaking. It's been so insane to see this city and how beautiful and built up it is, and old, but in the coolest way. I mean, these buildings are absolutely gorgeous, and yet we're just right on the front line, essentially. You know, air raids were going all last night. Everything's in bunkers now, but the city is just astoundingly beautiful. Like, words don't do it justice. If you didn't know where you were right now, you'd have no idea war was really going on.
Later, we met up with others coordinating our meetings with other military units, at one point stopping in an old Soviet broadcasting station that after the invasions and getting bombed, had been converted into a media coordination hub. Afterwards, my translator Roman wanted to show me a bombed-out school, one that served as a symbolically important event in the first days of the war.
The fight was like 3 days here. Special Sov of Russians didn't want to surrender. They had a couple propositions to surrender, and they fight until the last fighter and
that used to fight in this school.
Собаки, пришедшие на нашу землю. Суки нахуй. Угольки. Вот так горят русские собаки.
totally smashed. Now you can see that it was a school before. It was classes here. Kids were study here, and now you can see what's happened when Russians are entering the school. This is the Russian world in their perfect condition.
I wasn't kidding. Leftover Russian brass. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's an air raid siren, which I think is appropriate, very fitting for right now. This is just completely destroyed. I probably should not be walking on the staircase, but I didn't come all over this way to back down.
Bombed out schools and apartment buildings were all too common a sight, even 4 years later. The fires have been put out, but that was the extent of it. The bullet holes, scorch marks, and rubble were all still there. Later that night, we moved forward again closer to the front, to a hidden command and control station for the K2 unit, also known as the 20th Unmanned Systems Brigade. The unit began in 2017 as a small informal recon group, only consisting of about a dozen soldiers. By the time of the full-scale invasion, though, they had grown into an entire battalion due to their effectiveness. Now, in 2026, it's an entire brigade. Over the last year, they made a major switchover to ground drones and now operate as an entirely robotic force. I had the chance to talk to some of their soldiers inside their operation centers as we watched ongoing missions that were occurring that night. I managed to get about 3 sentences in before bolting out of the room to throw up because, again, I had food poisoning. Naturally, when a foreigner wanders into your secret underground command post while actual missions are being conducted and he has a camera, and now he quickly sprints out of the room, you will not be pleased with him. I got a very stern talking to after that, but it was very much deserved, admittedly. I interviewed the commander, Alexander. He himself was quite the character, having garnered a sizable social media presence during his time as a tank commander, using both Ukrainian T-Series tanks and German Leopards. You can find his videos all over the internet due to just how insane tank warfare looks in the 21st century, and he is absolutely not afraid to let his gunner shoot at anything that moves with the main gun. We both lamented that it was sad to see the vehicles we both spent more time in than our actual homes being turned into scrap on the battlefield, but knew that the way forward was with drones. His brigade had recently joined the Unmanned Systems Forces, a newly stood-up branch in the Ukrainian military that consolidated the major drone commands and units into one. The goal there was to streamline logistics and innovation, and so far has proven to be very effective. His unit, and many like it, were the true backbone to Ukraine's entire war effort, running hundreds of missions a day, doing everything from evacuating casualties, conducting recon, kinetic strikes, and testing out new lethal ways to put drones into use. He referred to this as the robot war. Now, that rapid integration of new tech, new platforms, and new ideas is absolutely critical to keeping up with the pace of the fight. But it doesn't just magically happen, it takes a lot of work. After talking to Alexander, I was taken into a truck deep along forest roads in complete darkness to see where that work was taking place. The long drives along mud paths really brought the question to my mind, what the hell am I doing here right now, and how did I end up in this situation? Anytime I've done anything in a military context where someone loaded me into a military vehicle to go somewhere, that thought always came back to me. And in a weird way, it was comforting to return to a feeling I was very familiar with but hadn't felt in a couple years. Even if you remember the fact that I was in a different hemisphere at the time. We ended up at a secluded drone workshop after about half an hour of driving. Here they were repairing broken drones and modifying new ones. That night, they were swapping parts on a pair of logistics ground drones. These are, in essence, a remote-controlled box with wheels on them. Though hardened against some threats like shrapnel, they're still incredibly vulnerable to other drones hitting them. Despite the fact that the UGVs are purpose-built for the war, all have been modified after delivery before they're sent forward. The primary things change being batteries and comms. Factory-shipped drones lack the range needed with the batteries they arrive with, and can't communicate with things like Starlink nodes. This workshop also contained a CATS, which I very much enjoyed. Part of the reason for this discrepancy between what is needed and what is actually built in a large-scale factory is that large-scale production can't ship hardware builds as fast as necessary to keep up with changes and threats. They also, at the end of the day, are a business, not a charity, while trying to keep up orders at a complete breakneck pace. Ultimately, it's easier to just let individual units figure it out and modify it themselves, though that does create operational delays and increases the per unit cost overall for the individual operators. It was Ukraine's goal to deploy at least 15,000 of these types of drones by the end of 2025. No official reports have come out if that goal was indeed met, but all numbers point to them having been on track to reach that number. The particular one I was looking at was called the Snake and was configured for resupplies. However, I saw others that were specifically for casualty evacuations as well.
Here we've got a UGV. See on the inside. Mostly for supplies and casualty evacuation. We only have a limited amount of time of this because it's got to go to Petrovsk, which I don't know what the status of that's going to be by the time this video gets out, but right now it's not good. See, it's got the camo nets on it, giant off-road wheels.
Snakes cost anywhere between $15,000 and $20,000 each, depending on configuration and modifications put into them. That's not cheap, and it hurts when they get destroyed, but it's still cheaper and incurs less harm than losing a truck full of soldiers. These are built by a firm called Rovertech, a domestic company in Ukraine. Snakes were designed specifically and only for the war, and unlike other smaller drone platforms like FPVs, are actually standardized across the board, and were done under NATO STANAG requirements. And this was done in the hope of getting more Western purchases, which would also help with economies of scale. Other companies like DevDroid have partnered with Rovertech in order to create combat-oriented variants. While Rovertech's version was primarily done for logistics and support, DevDroid was working to place machine guns on top or mine-laying equipment inside. As infantry forces continue to dwindle, many agree that armed UGVs with heavy firepower are going to be the next evolution of the fighting. Each can carry up to 500 kilograms of cargo, a bit over 1,000 pounds each, and travel about 20 kilometers. While that range is pretty decent for what this is, that's still too close to the kill zones. The standard practice now is for troops to load up the drones onto trailers, drive like a bat out of hell to the edge of the UGV's range, and then speed back, repeating the process again and again. The UGVs are controlled remotely at command stations. This is a slow, tedious, and unglamorous job, but one that is absolutely critical for keeping logistics going. One of the biggest problems with UGVs is keeping them connected to the controller. Typical radio signals are too short-ranged, are easily jammed, and don't perform well due to the vehicle being on the ground and blocked by everything, as opposed to one in the sky where line-of-sight communication is easier. For flying drones, the answer to that has largely been the use of fiber optic cables. Those are, however, an imperfect solution. Even in best-case scenarios, they get tangled, they snap, and they reduce the maneuverability of platforms. If used on a dedicated ground platform, they become essentially useless, because anything and everything can disrupt the connection. The ground is a much harder place to figure out navigation than the sky is. And that's why they rely heavily on Starlink. The reason that this form of network is so persistent is because it's incredibly hard to jam, while also being fairly reliable and easy to set up. Starlink uses thousands of small satellites in low Earth orbit, as opposed to single geostationary ones, or small networks of them like GPS. Each node in space only briefly communicates with a ground terminal before handing it off to the next. This means that the link constantly changes frequency, polarization, and source direction. If you wanted to jam this, you would have to blanket a massive chunk of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is not practical and would also disrupt your own communications. Because both sides are using Starlink, it's almost like an unofficial, begrudged handshake between the warring countries. What really surprised me that night was how all of this was being coordinated, how all these missions and communications was being handled. When I saw computer screens open, I didn't see some bespoke system more akin to what I was used to using in the US Army. I saw Discord calls and Microsoft Team meetings. I saw Google Earth and WhatsApp text messages pulled up on everyone's phone. There were no encrypted data links, no dedicated satellite dishes. The war was being fought on iPhones and civilian laptops, all connected through a single Starlink Wi-Fi signal. Text messages were reporting battle damage assessments. Zoom chat meetings were coordinating artillery strikes. Probably the most shocking thing that I saw was that in order to call for drone support, the infantry in the foxholes at the front would go to a dedicated website on their cell phone and send an email to the command station that they needed help. So the same method that you and I would report that our Amazon package was delivered to the wrong address is how soldiers are calling in for medevacs to save their buddies' lives. I say that this is shocking, but I don't mean that in a negative or derogatory way. If you are someone with even a little military experience, you probably understand why this was blowing my mind. Most well-funded militaries, regardless of country, use dedicated communication networks, all built specifically for them. These are encrypted to high heaven, run on expensive purpose-built equipment, and are so unbelievably complicated that I never have any hope of understanding how all that works. And that's all just to send a simple radio call or a digital message. If I had suggested even coordinating a food drop-off in training with my cell phone while I was an officer, I would have been fired. But not a single bit of that was found anywhere that I was at in Ukraine. I asked about this just in broad terms why that was the case, but the reality is it's what they had. It was the fastest, simplest, and cheapest way to communicate in the war zone. The war is being fought on WhatsApp, as one of them told me. And Russia was no different, and they also relied on Starlink for network connectivity. I also asked about that because sanctions should have made that impossible, keyword should. Turns out Russia buys them in droves via third parties in the Middle East. But this kind of gave me the feeling that everyone was holding on by a thread. All it would take would be one bad day at the Telegram or WhatsApp office, and hundreds of people could be killed. One Microsoft Team meetings drop, and a village is either captured or not captured. That's not to say that American bespoke systems were necessarily more reliable. My networks were often down more times than they were working. But we could at least point a finger at the guy who fucked it up. That feeling of both sides hanging on by a thread was only reinforced by the hundreds of repurposed civilian vehicles I saw driving around, filling up at civilian gas stations, and videos of Russia doing the same. It seems that the only things making it to the front, other than guys on foot, are drones, motorbikes, and horses now, and only if they're lucky. Most infantry soldiers are forced to be in position for months on end without relief, sitting in their foxholes, basically just waiting to get hit with FPVs and then attacked by Russian assault forces. But the more I thought on this topic, the more I realized I was just automatically assuming that our way, the West's way of doing things versus their way of doing things, was just inherently better because it was more expensive and needed specialized personnel to perform it. Really, Ukraine was using what they had. It was proving to be effective. While my first instinct was to criticize the idea of sending a text message for literal mission-critical communications in an active battle, I then remembered the frustration I felt during my time in the military trying to do something similar and thinking to myself how much easier it would be to just send a text and be done with it. It made me wonder how much my innate thinking on war and strategy was just outdated or overly conservative. There were certain risks I was trained just not to take, and using WhatsApp to call for artillery or get a casualty out of a battle was one of them. The sheer reality is that improved and hardened communication systems would do absolutely nothing to make a real and tangible difference on the battlefield over there. Sure, it might be safer, but if something doesn't directly lead to increasing lethality against the Russians, they're not super interested in it. What they're doing works plenty well for what they're needing to use it for, and if anything, I think the West needs to learn a lesson here on this kind of thing, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. The next day, we headed directly south to the city of Kramatorsk in the Donetsk Oblast. Here was the real war. Miles and miles of anti-drone nets, more military cars than civilian. Smoke from recent bombings and constant air raid sirens. Along the route were miles and miles of dug-in defenses, triple layers of wire, tank traps, mounds, and ditches going as far as the eye can see with the singular goal of slowing down in advance. This was the direction that Russia was making its primary effort, and where, at the time, the battle to control Pokrovsk was being held. Pokrovsk was and is a military and symbolically important town that for months sat right on the edge of Russian control. Its centralized location to Ukrainian highways made it an important logistics hub and symbolized a stronghold of Ukraine's resistance. However, by the time I got there, it had largely been surrounded. Conflicting reports from the front ranged from there being small openings and active fighting to the battle being completely lost already. But either way, it wasn't good, and both sides were throwing everything they had at it.
So we just stopped real quick because my fixer Roman needed to pee and smoke a cigarette, and I was advised not to go too far because this area is pretty mined still, because this is where the first counteroffensive took place. But I want to show you these nets real quick. So I don't know how well you can see it on camera, but, and I know I showed the whole way, but these are the anti-drone nets. As you can see, they're really just, bits of plastic, almost like thinner than what you'd see on like a soccer goalpost or something. But they're secured by this metal wire and zip tied, and some explosions just went off in the distance. But these have just been going on for kilometers and kilometers and kilometers, and there's no end in sight, and they're building more, as you saw earlier. So this is a newer thing that they've been doing. I want to ask them how effective these actually are, but I kind of don't want to know the answer, and I want to assume that they do. So I'm going to leave it at that.
We only briefly stayed in Kramatorsk, but took the time to interview a pair of Ukrainian drone pilots. They were both in their mid-20s, which is young for a soldier on either side of this war. It was fairly apparent that, frankly, they did not want to talk to me, or really care about my questions. And I do not blame them at all. Being granted a brief moment of recovery from the fighting, only to have to spend it sitting in a bombed-out factory in the cold, and then talking to a foreigner that doesn't speak your language, does not sound like an enjoyable experience. Though my questions were largely about the war itself, their answers kept returning to their family, wanting to see their wives again, lamenting that they were missing their very young children growing up. And one can only imagine the heaviness of that. Each and every single fighter is trapped in a desperate fight inside of their own country that is not going well, and every day they're worried that when they wake up, today might be the day they get killed. Being away from your family in war is incredibly emotionally taxing, but now imagine that you're also worried that your own wife and children are in the firing line. Every Russian drone sent into cities kills families. There is no safe space for anyone to go, only less dangerous places to go. Some families leave the country while the man stays and fights, but it's prohibitively expensive for many, and the life of a refugee is not an easy one regardless of circumstance. After we continued south, bouncing along different locations outside of Pokrovsk, which I will not be showing for security reasons. Here we watched ongoing drone operations, primarily from these, Vampires. Vampire drones are the heavy bombers of UASs. These style of drones were originally built for agricultural and survey purposes, but ended up performing rather well in combat due to their ability to carry heavy payloads. Vampires and their cousin, the Baba Yaga, were total game changers for Ukraine, and at the heart of some of their most decisive wins. However, Russia has become increasingly more proficient in their ability to down large bomber-style drones, which was one of the few advantages that Ukraine had going into 2025. These are able to carry a little over 30 pounds for about half an hour. As they become more vulnerable to being shot down at the front, they've begun taking on duties like supply drops and mining operations, where traditional assets aren't able to reach. This shift keeps them less exposed to intercept, and nowadays they're largely used as reactive fire support to Russian assaults near Ukrainian positions, rather than offensive weapons hitting behind enemy lines. Much like the Snake UGV, these are modified before being placed into action, and while theoretically could be used with fiber optic controls, I only saw them with wireless network uplinks. I met with a company commander for a Vampire unit inside of an abandoned gypsy home that she had repurposed as her personal HQ at the front. To see a company commander with bright dreadlocks surrounded by gaudy decorations in what was essentially just a large room of a house was interesting. My first thought was that grumpy Cold War vets who never saw combat would be the first to criticize her appearance, despite the fact that her company alone had a over 4-digit kill count. Much like the 2 drone pilots I interviewed in the bombed-out factory, she was exhausted, worried, and on edge. She informed me that her unit of about 100 drone operators and enablers conducted somewhere between 200 and 400 missions per day. One mission being a single sortie, a takeoff, bomb something, and come back thing. But that could include hitting multiple targets in one mission. Then you remember that she's just a company, one tiny slice of the 1,000-kilometer front line. You probably heard countless times that accurate casualty numbers in this war are nearly impossible to come by. When you read headlines about over 1 million casualties after 4 years, it starts to make more sense when you hear statistics like that. I asked how on earth they were able to keep up with that many missions per day, non-stop. A question that I asked everyone, and she said the same thing that everyone else did. There's no choice. Rests and rotations aren't dictated by optimal human performance. They're dictated on the fact that the attacks never stop. But just as soon as we got there, it was time to move on. We traveled to a nearby testing and training area where here new types of ammunition for the Vampire were being developed. Specifically, really big ones. The goal that day was to test the feasibility and accuracy of larger bomber canisters, rather than individual grenade-style ones. New parts were being tested out, seeing which ones were more accurate or incurred less misfires, of which there was a few and EOD techs had to take care of. This also gave me a much better appreciation of how much these explosions hurt. Even small impacts near us were enough to move controllers around and make your teeth rattle.
Oh, yeah.
Even the smaller detonations were enough to kick dirt on our heads over 100 meters away. But it wasn't until that night that I gained a harsher appreciation of Russian drone hits. Shortly after the sun went down, the Russians leveled the area. Bombs were dropped on houses, while loitering munitions targeted any vehicles. Areas like these have only been partially evacuated. Those that stay are either too poor or too old to go somewhere else. Many homes that are evacuated are rented out for cheap by Ukrainian forces, as there is nowhere else to stay. Russia, knowing this, hits everything that they can, and the destruction was apparent, hitting homes, schools, anything they could. But after 2 weeks of talking to people and trying to sponge up as much information as I could, we began our journey to my train station late that night. The fog was incredibly dense, making driving in the dark sketchy to say the least. Russia had been using the fog to move troops and supplies to the front because it made drone operations difficult, and any chance to gain an advantage had to be taken. I said goodbye to my translator and driver as they helped me board the train, and then they left to begin preparing civilian evacuations near the front. An overnight train ride to Kyiv later, and I had an evening to myself in my hotel room, and naturally, I passed out almost immediately. That was until about 1 in the morning. That night, Russia launched hundreds of drones and missiles into the capital. The entire night was nothing but listening to machine gun fire outside of my hotel as troops attempted to shoot down incoming munitions. And the sound that followed would be the inevitable blast. Shooting down a drone doesn't make it inert, it just makes it miss. The gunfire and explosions didn't stop until 9 in the morning, right as everyone had to start their day. Luckily, civilian casualties that night were shockingly low for the high amount of ordnance that hit the city, but the entire capital was exhausted after a sleepless night, having spent it hoping that the next explosion wasn't for you. By this point, I was very ready to be home. I was exhausted, I was only just then recovering from being sick, and my body had been running on pretty much just adrenaline and stress for the previous 14 days. But I was lucky. That day I got on a bus and started my journey back to the United States. But not a single person I talked to, met, passed by, or saw was. They were still there. They are still there. And they're going to be there every single day until the war is over. So let's address the question I set out to answer. How has the war changed in the last year? Well, first, the front line is less of a front line and more just a massive kill zone that getting in and out of is essentially suicide. And all of that is due to the propagation of cheap drones that have taken over every corner and aspect of the war. Drones are the primary causes and effects of everything now. And while I knew that going into the war, I don't think the scale of it really hit me until I was there. Ukraine's tactic of a drone wall defense has been working, but when you have 10 bullets and the Russians send 11 troops, there's only so much you can do. Russia has managed to keep troop replacement rates high despite massive casualties, and there are no real indications that they will be slowing down. Putin has stated numerous times that he doesn't intend to stop until they seize the territory they want. Gains on the Russian advance are slow, but they are gains nonetheless. Ukraine lacks the industrial, economic, and population factors to keep pace with Russia. They're conceding territory where they have to in order to prevent further casualties. But while they do that, they're making it as painful as humanly possible for Russia to take said territory. There don't seem to be any grand plans in place, no overarching strategy on either side. Russia is trying to take every inch that they can, and Ukraine is trying to kill as many Russians as they can. Neither have the ability to further escalate the war, and are throwing everything they possibly can into this conflict. The result is a simple war of attrition. Victory is determined by numbers. Logistics on both sides are wildly strained. If you watch the endless stream of FPV videos on the internet, you'll notice that they almost always target the vehicle if they can, because those are used to transport supplies to the front. The overall feeling I got was that most Ukrainians view this war today as their one shot of retaining control of their own country. Any politically negotiated peace would just give Russia time to reorganize and attack again. The only permanent peace option, in their eyes, is a military defeat of Russia. Ukraine doesn't have to win, but Russia has to lose. The loss doesn't have to be decisive, but it has to be definitive. But there are ways you can help. I've put donation links below in the description for all the units I worked with. None of these links were people I didn't meet personally, and every little bit helps. And alright, disclaimer time. A good portion of my intent in going to Ukraine in the first place was to try to bring light to people's stories for the express purpose of helping them. So please, if you can, send something to the donation links down in the description. Those donations will be going directly to the Ukrainian units that I was at in the front. There are no middlemen, no third-party organizations. They are literally the people on the front right now. I also got absolutely nothing for this production. This video will also very likely be demonetized. For me, I spent thousands of my own money in total for this video to happen, between flights, trains, buses, gas, food, and paying for my translator and driver. I received zero money or any morsel compensation from anyone. I'm also being very intentional not to sensationalize anything I did or I saw. I think the propaganda jokes that we all make are funny too, but if you think me showing up blown up schools, burning homes, and exhausted soldiers is somehow shilling for one group or another, I don't know what to tell you. Go take a media literacy class or something. My goal with this was to just report what I saw, and it's only the first of probably several videos I will make on this. There are countless hours of interviews and topics that I want to hit, so stay tuned for that. And on that note, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Please subscribe, and I will see you in the next one.
I'm the commander of the 3rd Separate
Materialism
You have to trust in yourself, trust your intuition, go with it. And, this idea of the experience then gives you more of a belief, and the belief allows more experience. So you get further and further into it. But every once in a while, I know we're going to talk about the academic angle here, you have to stop and question yourself. Is this really happening? Because naturally, I don't live in this spirit world, quantum world, alien world all the time. I mean, that's just for my spirit walk. And the rest of the day, I turn it off and I do what everybody does.
Keep watching to learn more. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Our topic today is testing the boundaries of reality. My guest, Professor Bruce Olav Solheim, is a professor of history at Citrus College in Southern California, a specialist on the Vietnam War and America's other wars. He is also the teacher of a course on paranormal personal history and the author of 3 books about his own paranormal personal history, Timeless Deja Vu, and Timeless Trinity. He has also authored a new comic book series called Snark about an alien visitor to Earth, and our topic today will deal with ostensible alien abductions and even human-alien hybrids. Once again, this is an internet video, and so now I'll switch over to the internet channel. Welcome, Bruce. It's a pleasure once again to be with you.
Well, thank you, Jeff. It's great to be back on the airwaves here.
Yeah. We had a very interesting conversation last time we spoke about your contact with Anzar and your experiences with Yvonne getting involved in hypnotic regression. But I had the feeling after our last conversation that we were just scratching the surface, that there's a lot more to the story. So I thought it'd be a nice idea to come back and revisit it once again. And I'm also interested in exploring with you as an academic professor of history, how you view these stories when you put on your academic lens.
Right. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I think that's a good tack to take here.
Maybe I'll just jump right into it by bringing up the fact that during one of your, I believe it was one of your spirit walks when you're conversing with your guides, the notion came up that you yourself were a hybrid.
Right. Yeah, that's an interesting one, which still kind of perplexes me. I get this information, and I know that the information that I get it's somehow, it's not always as clear as as you and I are talking now. It's more symbolic language, and that's why I have trouble sometimes remembering. That's why I have to record it, so I can try to remember what they were saying. But from what I understand, And what Gene told me, he told me that we are the aliens. So that gives me a clue that, well, we're all related. So maybe this idea of, being a hybrid doesn't necessarily mean like it's the first generation, or second generation, or what, you know what I'm saying? It's not like, my dad was an alien and my mom was a human or something, So I think it's more that sense is what I'm getting.
Now, since you brought up your friend Gene, Gene is a friend of yours who is deceased, with whom you're communicating. So because you have mediumistic capabilities, you're engaging in these conversations with both deceased people and with aliens, and they seem to know a little bit about each other.
Yeah, it's my theory is that, and there's others who I think this as well, that the alien world, the spirit world, the quantum world are really kind of all the same thing. So they seem to be able to navigate the same, from the same place, if there is such a place, not in the terms that we say place, but, space, I would say, is probably a better term than place. But, and I've had ongoing conversations with him, and I wanted to add, I can't remember if I said this last time, but Ginger said something very funny when, after our last conversation, she always grounds me, right? So she said, now, you're pretty smart. Are you sure that you're not just out there talking to yourself? That's what she told me. That's a good question. It made me laugh. It was very funny. And, I thought more about it, and I thought, well, no, I don't think so. But I think there is a part, and I think we talked about that in terms of consciousness, that there is a part of me that is part of Anzar anyway. Now, Gene, he was a separate, human being. So I don't think that I'm out there talking to myself in, some kind of delusion. Because Gene responds back to me, and I've shared that information with his sister, things that I wouldn't know. For instance, I'll give you an example. When I was talking to him, when I first started really communicating with him on these spirit walks, he told me, I asked for something that would be proof of life after life, because that's what the loved ones want. And he showed me these knots, like a ship's knots, in a heavy rope. So that's all he showed me. And so I said, he showed me knots. And his sister said, that is so interesting because they have their wedding rings were, Gene and his wife, were these knots, in the shape, sculpted that way. And they had a very special knot on their back fence, the gate to their fence, which I'd never seen their back gate to their fence. They live up in Seattle, or lived up in Seattle. So she said that's of great significance to them. So that you saying that shows me that he's communicating something that I wouldn't know. So that leads me to believe I'm not just talking to myself. Although it was a funny question that she asked, and it would be a natural question too, I think, especially a person who's imaginative, which I am. I'm a writer. So, she would naturally say, are you sure you're not talking to yourself? But I am sure. I am sure.
It's sort of an inner knowing, I guess, at some point that you have to trust your intuition.
Yeah, you have to trust in yourself, trust your intuition, go with it. And, this idea of the experience then gives you more of a belief, and the belief allows more experience. That's what Gene has always told me. And so you get further and further into it. But every once in a while, and I know we're going to talk about the academic angle here, you have to stop and question yourself. Is this really happening? Because naturally, I don't live in this spirit world, quantum world, alien world all the time. I mean, that's just for my spirit walk. And the rest of the day, I turn it off and I do what everybody does. And so when I do that, sometimes that arises, that idea arises, is this real? I mean, that's a natural thing, the question that she asked, that's why she made me laugh when she said it, is because I want to make sure it's real. And I'm convinced it is, but still, there's always those lingering doubts, especially when you get into the academic, pursuits that we're involved in and trying to deal with that world, and trying to explain this. They don't always mesh very nicely. Let's just say that.
As a historian, you're well aware of the human propensity for folly and error.
Yeah. In fact, I was going to be on a show. I got it's a typical Hollywood story here in LA. There was a show. I won't name the show, but anyway, there was a celebrity that was going to be the star of it, and then they had certain academics that had paranormal experiences that were going to be part of it, kind of explaining stuff. And I was going to give a historical background of how spiritualism started in America before the Civil War, and so it was a great experience because it caused me to do my historical research, but about something that I'm also very interested in a different sense. And so I was all prepared for it. I thought, this is going to be great, And then a week before shooting, I got the call, oh, you're out. We're going to bring in professional psychics and, people that are more photogenic or whatever, I don't know what, younger or whatever. And I said, that's fine, it's okay. I still got my day job, so it doesn't matter. But it did cause me to look, from a more historical perspective, this idea of spiritualism, which I'd always, heard about the Fox sisters and stuff. But I really wanted to, and Edgar Casey and all that, but I wanted to get more into it, which I did. So there was a nice meshing of the two worlds there.
I often wonder about the potential for creativity that, a small percentage of human beings write novels, science fiction novels, but it seems to me a much larger percentage of people might have the ability to write novels, only that it gets channeled in other ways. And so one hypothesis in your case, for example, would be that you're a frustrated science fiction writer, and this is how your creativity is expressing itself.
I think about that, especially when we talked last time. You mentioned very kindly mentioned my comic book Snart, which I bring. It is fictional, but behind the fictional, humor and the history and the odd twists and turns in the the comic book is something.
The heart of Orbis.
What to heck?
Some of my experiences that I'm having, that I've had in the last few years. So I weave that into it. And it often seems as, a friend of mine who's a novelist said, but behind the fictional, humor and the history and the odd twists and turns in
Instead, we create the conditions that allow natural healing to unfold. We now know the importance of sequence, which is equally crucial for gut repair. Just as we build regulation before processing trauma, we need to restore basic digestive function before addressing deeper dysfunctions. Each type of digestive dysfunction affects the others, like a complex web of interconnected patterns. By following the right sequence, we create sustainable change rather than temporary relief. Although we have a sequence and framework to guide us, our journey through each of the steps will be unique to us, some requiring more time than others. Digestive repair requires personalization. What works for one person may trigger symptoms in another. Self-attunement, a skill essential for attachment repair, becomes invaluable here. Digestion repair. Let's begin where digestion starts, with the breakdown of food. If you've ever felt like food just sits in your stomach, or you find yourself tired after meals instead of energized, you're experiencing what happens when digestive capacity is compromised. Stress and shutdown states suppress our digestive secretions, leading to a cascade of problems. Dana was surprised to learn that her acid reflux, which she'd treated with antacids for years, was actually a sign of too little stomach acid, not too much. I thought I was doing the right thing, she shared, but I was actually making my digestion worse with every antacid. Without adequate stomach acid, proteins can't be broken down properly. Without proper enzyme production, nutrients can't be absorbed effectively. And without sufficient bile flow, fats remain undigested, leading to that all too familiar feeling of foods sitting heavy in our stomach. The repair process begins with supporting acid. If we have too much, we will have problems in between meals and would support that with, for example, aloe vera juice. For Dana, we introduced a hydrochloric acid supplement and apple cider vinegar before meals to increase stomach acid. She also incorporated digestive bitters, which stimulate the release of digestive enzymes through bitter taste receptors on the tongue. She started taking zinc for the reflux. reflux, and B12 supplementation because of a deficiency that happens when stomach acid is low. Dysbiosis. When addressing dysbiosis, an imbalance of gut bacteria that many of us struggle with, killing off problematic organisms is not the first step. For those dealing with hidden infections like parasites or bacterial overgrowth, the sequence of repair becomes even more important. These infections often develop because of compromised digestion and barrier function, so addressing these foundations first makes antimicrobial protocols more effective and less likely to cause uncomfortable die-off reactions. The focus needs to be on creating an environment where beneficial bacteria can thrive, which starts with proper digestion of food with stomach acid and digestive enzymes. For Dana, prebiotic-rich foods were then gradually introduced, ensuring at least 2 bowel movements daily. Then, we were able to move to specific anti-candida agents to target their removal. Hidden infections and repair. The repair process for hidden infections requires a methodical, 3-phase approach. The first phase focuses on preparation, typically lasting 2 to 4 weeks. During this time, Dana focused on strengthening her digestive capacity, ensuring adequate stomach acid and enzyme production, supporting regular elimination, and introducing gentle liver support. It felt counterintuitive to wait, she admitted, but I came to understand that jumping straight into protocols without this foundation often leads to intense die-off reactions and temporary results. Think of this preparation phase like getting ready for a house cleaning. You need to ensure your disposal system, liver and elimination, is working well before stirring up toxins. Supporting blood sugar stability also becomes crucial during this time, as unstable blood sugar can stress an already challenged system. Dana found that eating regular meals with adequate protein and healthy fats helped maintain this stability. The second phase involves the removal of unwanted organisms, typically lasting 6 to 8 weeks. This is where targeted botanical antimicrobials or medications come into play, but the approach needs to be carefully tailored. Some people require stronger protocols, while others do better with gentler, more gradual approaches. The key is matching the protocol to your body's capacity for handling die-off reactions. During this phase, binding agents become crucial. These are like cleanup crews that help catch and remove toxins that are released as unwanted organisms die off. Dana discovered that timing these binders between meals and antimicrobial treatments made a significant difference in managing die-off symptoms. I learned to pay attention to my body's signals, she noted. When symptoms flared, I knew to either slow down or increase my binder support. The final restoration phase, lasting 4 to 6 weeks, is often overlooked but crucial for preventing recurrence. This is when we focus on rebuilding beneficial bacteria, supporting the repair of the gut's protective mucosa, and addressing any nutrient deficiencies that may have developed. Think of it like replanting and fertilizing a garden after weeding. The goal is to create an environment where beneficial organisms thrive and unwanted ones struggle to take hold. We are changing the internal environment that allowed infections and dysbiosis to develop in the first place. Barrier dysfunction. This repair process requires understanding how our intestinal barrier works. Each cell in our intestinal lining connects to its neighbors through sophisticated proteins called tight junctions. These connections determine what can pass through into our bloodstream. When compromised by stress, trauma, or inflammation, these junctions loosen, allowing particles through that shouldn't pass. This creates immune reactions and inflammation that send powerful signals of danger to our neuroception. Supporting barrier repair starts with removing what's causing damage. For Dana, this meant identifying her specific trigger foods while also addressing the emotional patterns that kept her system in protection mode. She began incorporating specific nutrients that support cellular repair. Glutamine became a cornerstone of her protocol, providing the primary fuel source her intestinal cells needed for repair. Zinc carnosine helped maintain the integrity of those crucial tight junctions, while collagen peptides provided building blocks for structural repair. The addition of marshmallow root and bone broth provided additional support, creating a protective coating that allowed healing to occur. Perhaps most significantly, Dana discovered how emotional safety affected her barrier function. The days she felt more regulated were the days her food sensitivities seemed less reactive, demonstrating the intimate connection between our nervous system state and gut barrier function. Motility disruption. Dana's constipation reflected a deeper pattern of holding, both emotionally and physically. Supporting healthy motility meant working with her body's natural rhythms rather than forcing movement through harsh interventions. This process began with establishing morning routines that supported her body's natural activation cycle. Light movement upon waking, drinking warm water with lemon, and gentle abdominal massage all helped signal to her system that it was safe to move. Throughout the day, she learned to support her motility through adequate hydration between meals and regular movement without overexertion. Magnesium supplementation proved particularly helpful, not just for its gentle support of gut mobility, but for its calming effect on her nervous system. Her evening routine became equally important, avoiding large late meals and including gentle walking after dinner to support natural digestive rhythms. Dana discovered that supporting her motility wasn't just about preventing constipation, it was about creating rhythm and regulation in her whole system. As her digestive movement patterns normalized, she noticed parallel changes in her emotional flexibility and capacity for connection. This revealed yet another way that our digestive system both reflects and influences our state of regulation. Having learned to support her digestive system through fundamental and specific repair tools, she was already changing her risk for many diseases. Yet she needed to prioritize one more underlying reason for the persistent trauma pattern of disease: oxidative stress. Repair of oxidative stress. Oxidative stress represents one of the most powerful ways that trauma gets translated into disease in our bodies. Oxidative damage occurs when our cells are exposed to more reactive molecules than they can neutralize. When our body gets stuck looping between stress and shutdown responses, it creates a constant stream of these damaging molecules that overwhelms our natural antioxidant defenses. Over time, this cellular damage becomes a major driver of inflammation, accelerated aging, and disease development. The connection between trauma and oxidative stress is both immediate and long-lasting. Each time we experience a trauma response, whether by pushing through exhaustion, suppressing emotions, or maintaining hypervigilance, our cells generate more of these damaging molecules. Without adequate recovery and repair, this damage accumulates silently over years or decades until it manifests as disease. Research has shown that this is one of the primary mechanisms linking adverse childhood experiences to increased risk of conditions like cancer, autoimmune disease, and chronic pain later in life. This was precisely what Dana discovered when she looked deeper into her health patterns. Her chronic pelvic pain, digestive issues, and the breast lump that had initially brought her to this healing journey weren't unrelated symptoms. They were all manifestations of tissues struggling under years of accumulated oxidative damage. "I thought I was being strong by pushing through," she shared, "but I was actually damaging my cells." Every time she had suppressed emotions to keep functioning, every period of pushing past exhaustion, her body had been accumulating cellular damage. The breast lump had been her wake-up call, but the signs of oxidative stress had been present much earlier in her fatigue, inflammation, and chronic pain patterns. The science of cellular damage. Understanding oxidative stress requires seeing our body as an interconnected system where cellular damage in one area creates ripple effects throughout the entire body. This damage occurs at multiple levels, from cell membranes and proteins to mitochondria and DNA. Most critically, when oxidative stress damages our DNA, it can trigger epigenetic changes that alter how our genes function, potentially driving the development of conditions like PTSD, autoimmune diseases, and cancer. three key systems form a triangle of interaction with oxidative stress: our brain, immune system, and digestive tract. When inflammation activates brain immune cells, microglia, it generates more oxidative stress, which in turn creates more inflammation. This same cycle plays out in our gut, where a compromised barrier allows bacterial toxins to trigger additional cellular damage. Meanwhile, our immune system, when caught in trauma response patterns, can maintain chronic inflammation that generates even more oxidative stress. This systemic nature of oxidative damage explains why trauma's effects show up throughout the body. It's not just about feeling tired or stressed. It's about cells throughout our bodies struggling to function under an increasing burden of damage. Without adequate cellular repair mechanisms, this damage accumulates over time, particularly when we're caught in cycles of stress and shutdown responses that prevent normal cellular cleanup and repair. Dana's journey illuminated these connections in stark detail. In medical school, she had learned about oxidative stress primarily in relation to I had created the perfect environment for disease, Dana realized. Not just through my behaviors, but through cellular damage from being caught in the loop between stress and shutdown. I couldn't see it, but it was building. This understanding transformed how she viewed her health journey, understanding that she could support her body in clearing. Oxidative stress with repair tools meant she could not only prevent trauma-associated diseases, but also increase her cellular capacity to process the trauma she had suppressed for so long. A practical approach to repair. The signs had been there all along, as they can be for us. Dana just hadn't known how to read them. Her premature gray hairs weren't just genetics, but evidence of oxidative damage to hair follicles. Her afternoon energy crashes, post-therapy exhaustion, and feeling exhausted with travel weren't just about getting older. They were evidence of cells needing help with oxidative balance. Dana started with just the fundamentals. Trying to clear years of accumulated oxidative stress too quickly could overwhelm her system. She began with 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C daily, selenium 200 micrograms daily, and NAC 2,000 milligrams daily to support her body's natural antioxidant production. She installed a red light therapy panel in her office, using it during documentation time to support mitochondrial health. Her morning walks moved outdoors into sunlight, understanding that natural light helped balance oxidative stress. Even her food choices shifted. She began eating more colorful fruits and vegetables rich in natural antioxidants. She prioritized sleep and created a completely dark, cool bedroom and used mouth tape to optimize nighttime breathing, allowing her brain to clear oxidative waste. It was surprising to her, but after a week, she noticed a difference in her ability to engage with more trauma work. It started slowly, but Dana discovered not only was her emotional resilience greater, so was her stress resilience. Her body adapted faster to new time zones when she traveled. Most importantly, Dana learned to pace herself, understanding that all stress, whether emotional, physical, or environmental, contributed to oxidative load helped her make conscious choices about her energy expenditure. She began scheduling recovery time after therapy sessions and learned to recognize early signs of overwhelm before she escalated to shutdown, preventing the accumulation of oxidative stress she was working hard to clear. As patterns shift, you might be wondering, what's next? The answer is in the next chapter on expansion, which is the true essence of the trauma healing journey. Finding our safety zone and building regulation are essential, But expansion is where we get to build on that foundation to reach new heights we never thought possible.
Summary. What?
This chapter explored how to support the body in its trauma pattern of disease. Began
as
survival, mechanisms, dissociation, immobilization, and energy conservation can become chronic patterns that increase our risk of disease through gut dysbiosis and inflammation and oxidative stress. Understanding these mechanisms brings hope. Whether through digestive repair that enhances our capacity for regulation or oxidative repair that allows innate resilience, we have specific repair tools to help our body shift from survival to healing strategies. These same innate healing strategies of the body help repair the trauma-disease connection and build our capacity for regulation to change our pre-existing state and form new ways of responding. OceanoFPDF.com.
Chapter 18.
From healing to living. Next steps from healing to living. Next steps.
Change.
But start slowly because direction is more important than speed. Paulo Coelho, The Alchemist.
I
couldn't believe it. I was crying watching a racehorse win. I remember the first time I watched the movie Seabiscuit. I felt like I could relate to this horse, and because he won against all odds, maybe I could, too. The movie is based on a true story. Seabiscuit was not built like a champion. Large, sleek, and without an imperfection. He was small, ate a lot, and slept even more. In his early years, they had raced him head-to-head against the champion racing horses, only to pull back and force him to lose to build the confidence of the larger horses. When they raced him, he did exactly what they had trained him to do. He lost. He had grown bitter and angry. The owners bought him because of the look in his eyes, a life force still burning inside. I was riveted as, throughout the movie, lessons felt like personal messages for me. Things like, you don't throw a whole life away just because it's a little banged up, and he's so beat up, it's hard to tell what he's really like inside. He's forgotten what he was born to do. He just needs to learn how to be a horse again. The story goes that they did give Seabiscuit a second chance at winning, or rather, learning that he could win. His jockey, angry, bitter, and just as banged up from his childhood, was the perfect partner for Seabiscuit. Together, they started winning races, going all the way to race the fastest horse on the East Coast and win. That was when I cried. If Seabiscuit could. Open his heart back up to life, remember who he was, and let his authentic and powerful self shine and win. Maybe I could, too. Seabiscuit's story is a great illustration of the effects of trauma on our life, the misconceptions we can have, and what is actually possible with a healing journey. The turning point for Seabiscuit came when someone showed they cared. He didn't feel alone anymore. It wasn't an immediate turnaround. He needed more than just time and care to overcome his early programming of distrust and self-doubt. It took hard work, practice, and training, and not just the physical training, though that was rigorous. He would also need to come to know he wasn't a failure and destined to always lose. The message in the movie is true for us as well. We can become even more than we thought possible when we have what we need to be free of the past. There are incredible possibilities ahead of us, yet there are a lot of myths and misconceptions about what it takes to heal our past, and this holds a lot of people back. Even with good intentions, misunderstandings will leave us lacking the sequence and tools that could result in our best life. One where we are not just alive, but living life to its fullest. Like Seabiscuit, we can be trained to lose and do exactly what we are trained to do, even when it comes to our healing journey. While some who read this book may remain stuck, I'll explain why in this chapter. I want to bring things all together for you so you can have the whole path laid out in front of you. The path that, like with Seabiscuit, can get you back in the race, help you remember who you are, and let your authentic, beautiful, and powerful self shine. The trauma healing journey, more than just healing. Many think we want to recover what was lost or return to who we were before an experience. Yet, like Seabiscuit's story, the trauma healing journey is about discovering who we can become when we're no longer held back by the past. While trauma initially disrupts our natural state of growth and connection, the healing journey can lead us to a fuller life than we knew was possible. Peter A. Levine, PhD, captured this idea in his book Trauma Through a Child's Eyes. The paradox of trauma is that it is both the power to destroy and the power to transform and resurrect. I have come to the conclusion that human beings are born with an innate capacity to triumph over trauma. I believe not only that trauma is curable, but that the healing process can be a catalyst for profound awakening, a portal opening to emotional and genuine spiritual transformation. While establishing safety and regulation are crucial first steps, they are not our final destination. The ultimate goal isn't just to heal, it's to live our life in fullness. It's to create a life we want to live and are excited to get up for every day. In my roles as a parent, physician, and educator, I've witnessed these profound changes and transformations in those I work with and train. It's awe-inspiring, like watching a flower grow and bud, opening up to life. This is the journey from the contraction that overwhelm creates back to our natural state of openness, growth, and expansion. From contraction to expansion. Before trauma, our natural state is one of growth and expansion. We don't have to be taught how to grow, crawl, and then walk. We will naturally form relationships, pursue goals, and engage with life's challenges as opportunities for growth. Our biology is one of connection, aliveness, and health. A trauma response, experiencing utter powerlessness and shutting down, disrupts this natural movement. Peter Levine describes it this way: trauma happens when any experience hits like a bolt out of the blue. It overwhelms us, leaving us altered and disconnected. Our aliveness is replaced with survival mechanisms. Instead of growing, our singular purpose becomes to survive. Our natural expansion is replaced with contraction. Without the repair completion, we stay in that place of contraction. Survival mechanisms become our default navigation through life. Rather than reaching out, we withdraw or sabotage connection. Instead of taking healthy risks, we don't risk at all. Where we once might have seen an opportunity, our nervous system now perceives a threat. Even our biology gets stuck in contraction, hindering our energy and capacity to move through life. Many believe that time alone will heal these patterns, that eventually we'll naturally bounce back to our previous abilities to connect and grow. But as we discovered in Chapter 88, time without repair actually compounds the damage. Every time we cross our critical line of overwhelm, we reinforce these survival patterns. The body trauma loop becomes more deeply ingrained, and our biology becomes more dysregulated and compromised, creating its own feedback loop. What if we want to no longer just survive, but fully live and open ourselves back up to life, growth, and possibilities again? This contraction. Safety provides stabilization. Support repairs the damage. Expansion is where we finally restore our natural movement toward growth, but in a way that's even more conscious, intentional, and empowered than before. Expansion becomes not just our destination, but the journey itself when we understand how to navigate this next and last step. Those who choose the trauma healing journey do not wait for the future. They create the new experiences they need to expand into the future they want, becoming authentic, whole, and healthy. But what exactly is expansion, and how do we navigate this phase? Understanding true expansion. Remember the analogy of expansion as the duckling emerging from its egg? The magic of an emerging life lies not in external force breaking the shell, but in the duckling's internal growth creating the right pressure from within. This analogy mirrors the magic of how we can emerge from trauma with new life, freedom, and authenticity. When we try to expand our capacity through force, the growth we want gets crushed by overwhelm. If we follow the essential sequence, using our foundation of safety and support for our expansion, new life emerges. In many ways, true expansion is like stepping onto a spiral staircase. While each step takes us higher to new levels, it also takes us deeper to new layers. We might think we know the pain, fear, and overwhelm we carry, but each step in the expansion process takes us higher and deeper into layers we may have thought we'd already healed or repaired. We will be more successful in climbing the spiral staircase if we take each step carefully, ensuring that the step is safe and supported from below. This is how we stay within our capacity while growing it, and how we build on our foundation of safety and support to reach new heights. Thus, at each step, we come into deeper awareness of ourselves, building our capacity and getting a better view of what might be possible for us in the future. An important shift in our perspective happens as we climb this spiral staircase. At first, our focus is naturally still on healing, and we are constantly asking the question, what else in me needs fixing? As we expand, the focus shifts to living, and we start asking the question, how can I be more alive? As we identify what is holding us back from being more alive in the ways we want, we discover the next level of the spiral staircase in front of us. There is one more truth about expansion that the spiral staircase reveals. It has no end. We can go as far and as high as we want. It is a journey where triggers no longer need to be enemies, but instead helpful information we learn about ourselves, things we can choose to reprogram. With time, we can step into areas that have been uncomfortable and out of bounds for us because they would previously trigger us. Laura may have started working through the essential sequence because of her hyper-startle response, but when she got to expansion, she stopped asking, how do I not be so jumpy? And instead started asking, how much emotional intimacy do I want to have with my husband? Claire stopped asking, how do I make this fatigue go away? And started asking, how can I serve a greater purpose with all that I've learned? By the time Sarah reached expansion, her question was changing from, what do I do with this uncomfortable anger? To, how can I feel my best every day? In the expansion step, we are looking for subtle but profound changes along the way rather than expecting big and immediate changes. We might find ourselves naturally reaching out to a friend for a walk rather than reaching for food or alcohol. We might discover we can stay present with uncomfortable emotions that previously sent us into shutdown. Biology shows us when we're expanding by offering us better sleep, more stable energy, and clearer thinking. Our relationship with ourselves transforms. We become curious rather than critical. Think of expansion like learning to play a new musical instrument. At first, it seems like it requires tremendous conscious effort to do the fundamentals, like learning where to put our fingers and how to read notes at the same time. But with practice, these fundamentals become automatic, allowing us to explore more complex pieces and eventually compose our own song, the music of our soul. Reasons why some may not be successful. Not everyone will successfully move through the steps of the healing journey as they apply the knowledge and tools from this book. Most times, this choice isn't conscious. There may be some, like I was before I became desperate for solutions, who are skeptical and won't engage in practices that seem too simple to be helpful. Or perhaps they only go halfway and don't give an intervention a real chance. Yet, I find the majority of reasons why individuals are not successful can be the result of unconscious programming. We can recognize these patterns of self-limitation in our thoughts. These might surface as disconnected observations like, "I can't feel my body," or resigned statements such as, "This is just how I am." We often create perfectly logical explanations for why change isn't possible. "It runs in my family," or "I've tried everything." While these narratives about why healing isn't possible may seem convincing, they often mask a deeper belief. I don't deserve to have better. This unconscious programming often manifests as learned helplessness. Martin Seligman, a prominent psychologist, conducted studies in the 1960s that showed how exposure to uncontrollable negative events can lead to a sense of helplessness and a loss of agency in the face of future negative events. To perform the study, 2 groups of dogs were placed in a container that had 2 sides separated by a low barrier. One group was tied to the wall with their leashes, and the other group was free. Next, the dogs were exposed to a shock from the floor of the container. All the dogs tried to escape the shock, of course, but the ones who were restrained were left watching their companions jump over the barrier. They continued to be exposed to the shock, and they were powerless. They couldn't escape, and they couldn't stop the shocks. This should sound familiar from the wall in the instinctual trauma response, where we experience powerlessness and then the freeze and shutdown result. Later, the same dogs were placed in the same container with the same shock system and the same barrier. Except this time, all of the dogs were free. None of them were restrained. The researchers again applied the shock. The dogs who had jumped before quickly jumped over the barrier again to the safe side. The dogs who had previously been restrained did not. Even as their companions were jumping, in essence showing them how to escape, they did not even try. They lay down on the shock pad and whimpered as they continued to get shocked. The groundbreaking insight from this research revealed that experience programmed learned helplessness into the restrained dogs. This was like Seabiscuit, trained to lose until he forgot he could win and stopped trying. We can have the same deep unconscious programming that we can't do hard things, so why try? We might show up to life, work, or relationships expecting less, willing to settle for crumbs. The pattern becomes so ingrained that even when opportunities for change appear, something inside holds us back, but we don't know why or may not even recognize it. After experiencing enough times of powerlessness in our own lives, we have parts of ourselves that believe we can't accomplish something. Our brain's default state assumes we aren't capable. Each time we experience a moment when nothing we do changes the outcome, our brain reinforces this programming of learned helplessness. I want to tell you the rest of the story about dogs because it gives us a lot of hope and again, like Seabiscuit, shows us not only what is possible, but how to access the reprogramming. The restrained dogs with learned helplessness were restored back to their state of agency. It wasn't with force, coercion, or even treats, though the researchers tried those. What resulted in the successful reprogramming of their learned helplessness was receiving the physical guidance by humans of how to jump again.
Like
Seabiscuit, forgetting how to be a horse and running with his whole heart. The dogs had forgotten how to be dogs and jump over barriers. As the canines were repeatedly exposed to shocks, the lab technicians would literally move their legs for them in the jumping motion to help the dogs jump. Eventually, the dogs learned to jump to safety on their own. Let me emphasize, the dogs learned they could jump to safety on their own. Since this rehabilitation was not part of the discovery of learned helplessness, it did not receive as much attention as it deserves. It helps show us the different levels at which a trauma response affects us, and the levels at which repair is needed for us to regain a sense of agency on the healing journey. A trauma memory gets stored in our mind in the form of our self-beliefs, and in our body as the somatic self-defense movements that were blocked. We know the biology piece is affected and needs repair as well, but that was not measured in the study, and rehabilitation happened before the biological changes had time to develop into disease states. What makes this programming particularly challenging is how it operates below conscious awareness. You might intellectually know change is possible, yet find yourself not following through with basic practices from this book that could help. You might desire better health, but not engage in the assessments, testing, and biology repair that would accomplish that. Understanding this programming isn't about blame. It's about recognizing that this internal programming will hold us back, as if we, too, were leashed to a wall of our past. We, too, can go through the motions, gently but persistently, to challenge some of our deeply held beliefs about our abilities, agency, and worthiness that will open us back up to successfully jumping over barriers in our life. The fundamentals, where to start and next steps. The essential sequence and the biology of trauma framework may feel daunting to look at as a whole. Where do we even start? Which repair tools do we need, and in what order? Wherever you are on your healing journey, there are fundamentals we can apply right now to help your body get unstuck. These fundamentals form the foundation of healing. Without them, everything else we try will eventually crumble. Just as we can't outrun poor nutrition or a lack of sleep, we can't out-therapy these basic building blocks of recovery. Let's start with what our body needs most: rhythm and routine. Our nervous system thrives on predictability, which is why establishing daily schedules and routines is simple yet powerful. A consistent sleep, eating, and exercise schedule creates the predictability our body thrives on. Creating a morning routine of hydration, movement, and natural sunlight helps reset our body's natural cycles, allowing hormones like cortisol and melatonin to work optimally. When we follow these schedules daily, regardless of weekdays or weekends, our sleep quality improves. Better quality sleep means our nervous system starts each day regulated and resourced. Establishing a bedtime routine and avoiding food for at least 3 hours before sleep provides essential support for our nervous system. Dietary changes are another foundational piece. There are some nutrition fundamentals that increase our inner regulation and safety. Focus on whole foods over processed ones, eliminating harmful additives like high fructose corn syrup and processed sugars and fats that cause inflammation and drain our energy. The specific diet that helps you feel most emotionally stable and healthy is often a good rule of thumb. Whether for you that is carnivore, keto, vegetarian, or vegan, the quality of ingredients and consistent meal timing will be a major support for your healing journey. Diet can be tricky, and on the resource website for this book, biologyoftrauma.com/book, you'll find trained health coaches available to help you navigate your body's unique needs. biologyoftrauma.com/book. Hydrate with water first thing in the morning before reaching for caffeine, so you don't put the additional stress of dehydration on your body. We may find we want to avoid caffeine on an empty stomach, as it triggers higher adrenaline release. While the energy surge can help us feel focused and productive for a time, it can put us in an activation state that our body can't maintain if it is struggling with mitochondrial compromise and energy depletion. It may be promoting our fatigue, freeze, and shut down later in the day. Another foundational daily practice is matching your activity level to your stress level so you use up all the adrenaline you make. The amount of adrenaline you release each day, whether from caffeine, watching the news, or a full-on stress response, needs to equal your physical movement to prevent excess. Adrenaline that accumulates in our system will eventually become too much activation and push us over our critical line of overwhelm. It is often the consistent, regular activity that proves to be more effective than sporadic, intense workouts. Throughout your day, take time to pause for body awareness and somatic self-practices. Create moments of felt safety and support. Notice when a part of you needs something and is trying to get your attention through your thoughts, body sensations, or emotions. These frequent pauses are how we rebuild the connection with ourselves and establish trust and communication with our own body. Complete any startle and stress responses that your body initiates. For a startle, this means looking around at what startled you, even touching it if safe, and letting out a sigh if that helps your body settle back down, signaling you are safe and can reset. Full stress responses take longer and are different, such as an acute stress like a near accident or a stress response stretching over a day or more. Completing a stress response requires a pause, giving your body the time to gather all the information it needs to truly know the danger is over. Sometimes, when completing one of these responses, our bodies will move involuntarily, such as trembling or shaking. When we allow that instead of blocking the reaction, the body will often complete its response without our direct control. An example to illustrate this is when we have a near-miss accident on the road. Most people continue driving, but this prevents their body from completing the stress response, causing it to persist and creating background stress over the course of the day. If this happens to you, instead, pull over safely and turn off the car. Let your body completely relax, taking your hands off the steering wheel and your foot off the brake. As we take in information by orienting ourselves to everything around us, feeling our body or parts of our car that tell us we are now safe, we will again notice our body settle back down with a deep sigh. We have just completed the stress response and can get back on the road, knowing our body has had the reset back to safety it needs. Also, start shifting how you talk about yourself. Stop saying you're broken, even in jest. Replace statements like, "I am this way," or "This is just what I do," with past tense language. "I have been this way," or "This is what I have done." Even adding "up until now" before these statements creates space for change. When you notice judgmental thoughts, use parts. Language, i.e., "There's a part of me that feels I can't take breaks until everything is perfect," rather than identifying fully with these beliefs. Most importantly, we want to notice and stop ourselves when we start telling dramatic stories, whether of present drama or past events. Practice staying in the present moment with yourself and others. Ask, what do I need right now to create an inner felt sense of safety and support? This simple question can help you break free from old patterns of reaction and create new experiences of regulation. For additional support on your journey, you'll find free guides and resources at biologyoftrauma.com/book that expand on the science and applications we've explored in this book. These resources can help you deepen your understanding and practice of these concepts. Supporting your biology. While testing is helpful to be intentional about supplements you take, there are some fundamentals that are a safe place to start for most people. Let's begin with the basics. Magnesium, particularly in its glycinate form, acts as a natural support for our nervous system when we're stuck cycling. Between stress and shutdown, magnesium helps calm hyperexcitability while supporting cellular energy production. Many people find starting with 200 to 400 milligrams daily helps their nervous system find and maintain regulation more easily. Vitamin C is another crucial antioxidant protectant, also helpful for reactions needed to generate a stress response. Many find 1,000 milligrams daily is enough to help support the immune and nervous system. For those experiencing brain fog or persistent anxiety, 2 additional supports can be particularly helpful. N-acetylcysteine, helps calm brain inflammation that keeps us perceiving danger, while magnesium L-threonate is the form best known to specifically access and help neurons. Many also benefit from gut-brain support through zinc carnosine and luteamine, as our digestive system becomes a major source of danger signals when compromised by chronic stress. However, remember to introduce supplements gradually, spacing them out by several days and paying attention to your body's response. The journey ahead. As we conclude this exploration of how our body experiences, holds, and heals trauma, remember that you're not alone on this journey. You may have related to the different people you've met in these pages: Elena, Claire, Sarah, Dana, Alex, and Laura, and recognized yourself in their stories. They, too, had to lay their foundation of regulation, work through unconscious programming, and create the different experiences that would allow a better tomorrow. The path forward isn't about forcing change or pushing through barriers. It's about creating new experiences that show your nervous system another way is possible. Whether you choose to focus on just the foundational practices or dive deeper into repair and expansion, know that each small step creates momentum for change. Your body has been trying to protect you all along. Now you have the knowledge and tools to work with your body rather than against it.
Summary.
Understanding expansion as the final step of the essential sequence means recognizing it as a spiral staircase where each step takes us both higher and deeper. We shift from asking, "What in me needs fixing?" to "How can I be more alive?" and begin experiencing subtle but profound changes in our daily choices, emotional responses, and physical well-being. In this chapter, we explored why some people might not successfully complete their healing journey, often due to unconscious programming like learned helplessness, and how to recognize these patterns. The chapter provided practical fundamentals to begin or continue healing, establishing rhythm and routine, making dietary changes, matching activity to stress levels, practicing body awareness, completing stress responses, shifting our language about ourselves, and supporting our biology with specific nutrients. The journey ahead isn't about forcing change, but creating new experiences that show our nervous system another way is possible. I hope you'll visit the online resource website to ask me questions, download the art narrative guide and video, and get resources that will help you create the life you want to expand into. It is possible, and you can do it. oceanofpdf.com. Epilogue.
A.
As a physician, I've had a unique experience of the field of trauma recovery, first as a skeptical outsider, then a desperate parent, a stuck client, and now as a committed contributor through my research and programs. Over this time, I've witnessed the field evolve. Particularly since my journey began seeking answers for Miguel, I've seen encouraging progress. We've never had more research or clinical tools. Some of the biggest shifts have come from a deeper inclusion of the body in the recovery process, so that there is more awareness of both brain and body interventions. Even our understanding of the trauma-disease connection has expanded through all the subsequent research since the initial adverse childhood experiences study published in 1992. It is an exciting time to be part of the growth of knowledge. Yet a gap has remained that has left many discouraged who spend years and thousands of dollars in therapy and health interventions. This gap has left many to settle for good enough on their trauma recovery, leaving them short of what could be. I might have done this myself if I hadn't first made a commitment to Miguel. Initially, the experts I sought out told me that Miguel didn't have a chance at a good life. The best I could expect was for him to have a criminal record by his teenage years and likely live a life of drug addiction and broken relationships. With these odds against me, I continued my search for all the pieces for Miguel until the last piece that he needed came together for him 5 years after we started. Knowing what was possible, I approached my own trauma recovery in the same way when it all came to the surface in 2014. It was discouraging to get different answers from different practitioners, and if I hadn't gotten stuck, I would never have pursued trauma therapy training as a medical physician. I was that desperate to find all the pieces I needed to have the life I wanted. I never intended to create programs with that training nor train other practitioners. At the time, it was just to put together my own puzzle from all the scattered pieces. My medical training and curiosity helped me find the missing piece. I discovered I had nearly every biology block I've shared in this book. No wonder I had gotten stuck. It wasn't the failure of the therapy, it had been my own biology. With that discovery, I was inspired. Even though I was still finding ways in which my biology was holding me back and changing my trauma patterns, I started sharing what I had learned with others. Patients started specifically asking for help with their trauma biology, and they were experiencing the same dramatic shifts I had. I asked my therapist colleagues if they were experiencing clients who were stuck like I had been. The answer was unanimous: yes. I offered to do biological assessments, and as we found the underlying reasons and applied the biology repair tools, their progress in therapy resumed. Practitioners started asking how they could know how to recognize and integrate the biology piece. That was when I decided I wanted to share this missing piece with more people and practitioners. I wrote this book with the desire to prevent more from struggling like I did. While trauma recovery requires an integration of modalities, and I've outlined the different pieces to integrate through the essential sequence, I've chosen to focus primarily on the biology pillar. Not because it's superior to other approaches, but because others have already brought those valuable pieces to the healing puzzle. What began as a mission to help others get unstuck on their healing journey has evolved into a vision for transforming how we approach trauma, its effects, and recovery. This book aims to revolutionize both therapy and medicine by bringing the biology of trauma into the standard of care. When therapists integrate this missing piece, their clients who have been stuck for years can finally move forward. When medical practitioners understand how stored trauma drives disease, they can address the true root cause rather than just managing symptoms. No longer is being informed about trauma, or even knowing mind-body approaches enough. We are entering the time in which practitioners need to be biology of trauma informed and know mind-body biology approaches. The biology of trauma extends far beyond the trauma and medical field alone. In classrooms, it helps teachers understand why some children can't focus or regulate. In corporate settings, it explains why stress management programs often fall short. In crisis centers and war zones, it provides practical tools for working with active trauma responses. This broader understanding has drawn professionals from diverse fields and locations, from nutritionists to foster care workers, from therapists to physicians, all seeking to learn all the puzzle pieces for whole-person care. There will be challenges to integrating this science into the standard of care. That is always a very slow process. And so I come back to where the real change happens at the individual level. It starts with individual practitioners who want to provide truly integrative care that addresses all levels of trauma's impact. These are the practitioners who recognize that their clients need more than just being heard, need more than just changing their thoughts or moving their bodies. These are the practitioners willing to learn how to assess and address the biology that keeps their clients stuck in trauma patterns. I watch as the practitioners arrive frustrated with stuck clients, experiencing vicarious trauma and questioning their effectiveness. As they learn to integrate all the pieces and walk those they help through the essential sequence, not only do they see better results, but they become happier, energized, and confident in providing mind-body biology. Approaches that create lasting change. There are now biology of trauma. Practitioners around the world, and I hope you will consider joining the community if you would like to be part of this shift to mind, body, and biology in trauma recovery and medicine. But the true magic happens with you, the individual reading this book. Whether you're seeking your own healing, or you're a parent, professional, teacher, or practitioner working to improve lives, you are the catalyst for change. It starts with you. I'm deeply grateful to all those who supported me in writing this book and those who started me on this journey. I think of Miguel, who gave me the privilege of being his adoptive mother for 6 years. If it weren't for my commitment to him, I might have settled for good enough in understanding trauma recovery. I think of my teachers and mentors, whose wisdom I've integrated into this holistic approach. I think of the individuals in my courses who continue to inspire me with their determination and bravery, trusting me as their guide. Watching their transformations, from slowly opening up to their own bodies, to embracing life, to creating experiences and connections they never thought possible, continues to be incredibly meaningful. Most meaningful to me are the practitioners who train with me, making this science their own and transforming even more lives than I could ever do by myself. I am especially grateful to those practitioners who were my very first students, who were patient with me as I learned how to teach, lead, and guide this knowledge and these tools in an effective way. You are all in my heart, and I am grateful to you, the reader. I hope to connect with you on the online resource website for this book, biologyoftrauma.com/book, where you will find guides, the exercises from biologyoftrauma.com/book chapters 1 and 2, resources, and a way to ask me questions. Please share there how this book has helped you learn about yourself and inspired or changed you in some way. I would love to hear from you. Point 2. To your best health and your best self. Amy. OceanoFPDF.com. Acknowledgements.
T.
His book emerges from a journey that I could never have traveled alone, and I want to acknowledge those who have been a part of this process. This book represents not just my voice, but the collective wisdom of my official and unofficial instructors and mentors along the way. To name just a few, Dr. Tion Dayton, whose insights into the adult children of alcoholics opened my eyes to a new definition of trauma in the body. Robin Carmorse, whose pioneering work on early trauma transformed my understanding of the impact of early life experiences on the body. Dr. Peter Levine, whose somatic experiencing modality revolutionized how I could work with stored memories of powerlessness in the body. Dr. Bruce Lipton, whose insights into cellular biology and epigenetics provided crucial scientific foundations. Dr. Dick Schwartz, whose internal family systems model opened up a way to have practical tools for fragmented parts of self. Dr. Stephen Porges, whose polyvagal theory forever changed how I understand the autonomic nervous system and its states, and Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, who popularized the concept that the body keeps the score, and whose unwavering commitment to trauma research created space for approaches like mine to exist. Your collective wisdom flows through these pages. A special, heartfelt thank you to Dr. Gabor Mate, whose validation of my work and generous contribution of the foreword for this book means more than words can express. Your courage in connecting trauma to physical illness helped pave the way for the conversations this book hopes to continue. To my literary agents, Mike and Adela Michalowicz, whose belief in this project and guidance through the publishing journey was invaluable. This book wouldn't exist without the publishing team at Ben Bella, led by Glenn Yeffeth, and I'm especially thankful for my editor, Claire Schultz. And to the countless clients, patients, and readers whose stories of suffering and resilience have been my greatest teachers. This book exists because of you and for you. Your courage to face and change your own biology of trauma continues to inspire my work every day. This book represents not just my voice, but the collective wisdom of a growing community dedicated to understanding trauma's physical imprint and charting pathways toward genuine healing. For that community, I am eternally grateful. oceanofpdf.com. Bibliography. Chapter 1. Gorka, Stephanie M., Lynn Lieberman, Stuart A. Schenkman, and K. Lwan Fan. Startle potentiation to uncertain threat as a psychophysiological indicator of fear-based psychopathology, an examination across multiple internalizing disorders. Journal of Abnormal Psychology 126, Number 1, 2017-8, 18 https://doid.org/10.1037/ABN000233 https://doid.org/10.1037/ABN000233. Levine, Peter A., Waking the Tiger. About the author. Amy Apigian, MD, MS, MPH, is a double board-certified physician in preventive and addiction medicine with master's degrees in biochemistry and public health. Beyond her foundational medical training, Dr. Amy did over 3 years of general surgery residency before changing career paths. Becoming a certified functional medicine physician, she pursued specialized training in neuroautoimmunity, nutrition, and genetics for addictions, mental health, mood, and behavioral disorders. Her extensive training in trauma therapies, including the instinctual trauma response model, somatic experiencing, neuroaffective touch, and sociometric relational trauma repair, have formed her knowledge, practice, and programs in trauma, attachment, and addiction medicine, focusing on addressing the impact of trauma at a cellular level. Her original inspiration came from Miguel, whom she adopted from the foster care system during medical school. oceanofpdf.com.
And in the comic book is some of my
November 1950, Kapyong Valley, North Korea.
Hytale's been out for a whopping 7 days, and the game is built around being moddable. So how many mods do you think there are already? 10? 50? 100? 500? Try 1.8 thousand mods. So today I'm gonna try to kill my computer and download as many of these mods as I possibly can. We're gonna slap them all into one world, and we're gonna see how horrible it is, because it's gonna be terrible. But first we need a baseline. Help me, my computer is on fire! This is Hytale's creative mode, and we are gonna use this as a baseline to see how horrible the game gets. Also, why is my render distance super low? There we go, good enough. So we go into the creative menu here. There's a ton of blocks, all of these. There's some furniture, all of these, whatever. All of the weapons and tools and armor and everything like that, as well as some creative stuff that, you know, honestly probably won't get changed that much. There's the machinima tool, which is pretty cool. But now we have to go over to CurseForge and just start downloading mods. I'm sure this is going to be great. In the Hytale launcher, you can click here and you can hit open directory. This is going to take you to the game's install. And over here is user data, then saves, and then right here is help me, my computer is on fire. Now in here, we can add the mods. First thing we're going to add is I Spy. And actually, just to test this, we're going to launch the game again and we're going to see if this works. Yeah, it works. It's that simple. Dandelion, Hytale. Advanced item info. Oh, that looks cool. Man's wonder weapons? I'm not signing in. That looks sick. Download. Violet's furnishings. Hell yeah, we download. Lucky mining. Get more ores from mining. The more you mine in a row, the more ores you get. Download. Simply Trash as a trash can to destroy items. Download. Immersive melodies. This is a port of a Minecraft mod. Download. Spanish translation. Yeah, I need that. This is gonna be awful. Blunderbuss and more. Okay, great. Yeah, why not infinite stamina? We're already doing it. Vanilla textures and a 16x resolution? Yeah, you know what? Sure. Elemental swords? Hell yeah. Ikea. 1 in 10,000 chance for withered foxy jump scare every second. Burger. Player poop. We're already in this deep. Okay, this is like the 6th Lucky Block mod I'm installing. Blue lobster. That's an essential mod. Egg gun. Unbearable is a challenge mod for experienced Hytale players. It's extremely hard, spawning a grizzly on you every second. I'm downloading this. Replaces the workbench with a pickle Rick variant. Really big corn dog. 1 in 5,000 chance for running skeleton to run across your screen. Shawarma. We're coming up on the last 2 pages here. I've seen a lot of these. I think CurseForge is breaking. This is page 102. I think we've gotten everything. There are 239 mods. Okay. I have no idea if all of these are going to work, but we're going to try. Help me. My computer is on fire. Oh, it's taking its time. It's taking its long time. Holy hell, it's taking a very long time. I've never seen the game load this slowly. Failed it. What? Why? I gotta figure out why it's not loading. Okay, this is kind of hell. I'm just going through like every single one. Delete. Nope, another crash. Restore all of these. Oh, I wonder if it's Hytale Spanish. No way. No way it was the Spanish, man. After all that, please tell me it wasn't the Spanish. No! Here we go. I'm ready. I'm so ready. This screen is going to show you tips and tricks to help with your adventure. I'm sure there's going to be so many tips for what to do in this abomination. I'm scared. I'm scared. What is this? Oh my god. Ow. Okay. No, oh my god. I think there might be a few too many categories. Legend of Zelda. Here's the Master Sword. Can I just kill the cat? Oh my god. Oh, I hear the sound effects. What's in this tab? Pizza. Sandwich. Holy crap. Oh my god, there's way too much stuff. Wand of Darkness. Why am I getting arrows? What is this? A spotted chicken? What was that? Lesser decorations bag. Oh, yeah, this is cool. You can just, like, put stuff in it. Like, obviously, decorations and not pizza. But, oh, the spyglass. I wanted to check this out. This is one of the earlier mods I found. Oh, that's cool. Little broken, but interesting. Oh, and these are the mining hammers. Oh, this would be so nice to have in the game. Oh, and these are the multi-tools. I saw this. This is pretty cool. But where's the fun stuff? Like a bagpipe. What is this animation? Oh my god. It's so loud. Half of this stuff is probably broken because there's so much going on. That's so cool. What about building? I know there's a bunch of different workstations. Oh my god, there's a lot. Okay, wait. We're gonna grab this. Can I make other workstations in here? Oh no, this is just an epic crafting table. What makes it so epic? I thought there was one that was supposed to be like a master's crafting.
My experiences that I've had in the last few years. So I weave that into it. And it often seems as, a friend of mine who's a novelist said that that fiction is actually more true than nonfiction. So he's often said that. David Wilson, who's a Vietnam vet and a very, very accomplished writer, kind of my writing mentor in many ways. And he told me that a long time ago.
Well, it's just a couple of days ago I interviewed Whitley Strieber. The man has written dozens of books about his both his alien abduction and his ongoing contact that he refers to as communion with alien beings. And, of course, he's a very talented writer of horror stories. So I can tell you right now, I take his assessments at face value of his experiences, and I take yours as well the same way. But I also feel like that doesn't excuse us from the responsibility to think critically about these things.
No, you're right. And I've read his new book. I think it's called A New World. It's called A New World, yeah. And I haven't read Communion, oddly enough, which is interesting because in a way I didn't want to go into more of the a lot of the canon. When I started writing about all this, because I didn't want to confabulate or whatever, kind of. So I wanted to make sure that it was just my stuff, and which can happen if you're not careful. So I will read it. But I did read his latest book. Actually, it was an audio book, so I did an audio book version of it, and it was great because he read it himself, which is more interesting. Which is what I did with Timeless Trinity. I read it myself rather than get a voice actor or whatever, and I think it adds a lot to it. But yes, I appreciate that. And yes, we do have an obligation as academics or just anybody to look at things and to question them. I mean, to ask, not to be a professional debunker, but to be slightly cynical, not slightly cynical, but just slightly apprehensive to just accept at face value what you hear. But if it starts to make sense and the person has credibility and they have a certain continuity, then I think it starts to jive together and you can say, okay, well, there is something here.
I mean, astrologically speaking, my rising sign is Libra. So I'm always weighing and balancing and looking at, it could be this, it could be that. I'm perfectly comfortable posing alternative hypotheses and saying, I can't yet decide amongst them. But in your case, now you're having these ongoing experiences. It's a lot different for you. I don't go on spirit walks on a regular basis as you do. So I think when you're having the experience, it's a little harder to sort of step outside of it. You're really engaged in this process.
Well, that's true. And lately, the last few couple months, we've been in this lockdown mode, so I've been going on spirit walks every day, which normally I would go maybe 3 or 4 times a week, which is still a lot. But I've been doing it very, religiously, but not, no pun intended there. But there's a certain pattern that develops from that, and I think that it becomes easier. It becomes easier to get into the right mindset, the right frame of mind. I like to when I ask my spirit guides to help me, I always ask them to help me rise to the highest level of consciousness or vibration or whatever you want to call it, so that I can communicate with those in the spirit world, the alien world, and the quantum world. That's the way I phrase it. So I have a certain thing that I say before I start, and of course I ask for protection. So it's become, I'm not going to say routine, because I don't think any of this could really be routine, but it is much more, it's much more regular. And it's maybe not as sensational as it was when it first started for me. It's like, okay, I talked to Anzar today, and, you know, if somebody was to hear me say it, well, who the heck is that? So it becomes, I don't know if it's the new normal, but it becomes more acceptable in daily life. But it is important to step away from it, which is nice when I have somebody like Ginger who is not into that world herself. So not that she discounts my experiences, but she doesn't like double down on it and reinforce it. Although she did have an interesting paranormal event happen a couple days ago, which kind of challenged her a little bit.
I know in your book you describe hoping that Ginger will get to see a UFO.
Yeah, I thought that would be very helpful, and I've asked Anzar if that to step away from it, which is nice when I have somebody like Ginger who is not into that world herself. So not that she discounts my experiences, but she doesn't like double down on it and reinforce it. Although she did have an interesting paranormal event happen a couple days ago, which kind of challenged her a little bit.
I know in your book you describe hoping that Ginger will get to see a UFO.
Yeah, I thought that would be very helpful, and I've asked Anzar if that would be possible, and he's always very coy about it. You know, if it's going to happen, it'll happen, or it might happen soon, or we'll see. You know, that type of a thing, kind of that Zen answer. We shall see. You know, but she did see an anomaly. It was a light anomaly in our bedroom. And I was asleep, and it was in a butterfly shape. And I asked her, I said, was it shadow or was it light? And she said, no, it was light, and it was moving. And it said it reminded her of a butterfly. And I said, well, how big was it? And she said, well, it was 6 to 8 inches across. So obviously it wasn't a butterfly, unless it was the biggest butterfly ever. And it was light, and it was dancing around in the corner of our bedroom, and then it settled back down and was gone. And I asked her why she didn't wake me up, and she said, because it was over so quickly. And she said, I had to process it. What, am I awake? Am I asleep? What, you know, but she was awake. So I think that was very helpful for her. She got a little glimpse of something. Now, I don't know what it was. I don't know what it represents. You know, it could represent one of my, my guardian angel, or it could be some other anomaly. I'm not sure, but she did experience it, which I think is helpful for her. So, and for me, because I think it connects us a little bit more, so she can see a little bit of what I'm experiencing, and I think that's good. And maybe it should just come a little bit at a time. Maybe you don't want the full thing right away. That would be too much.
Well, in your book, you describe your contact with your deceased friend Jean, your contact with Anzar, who you describe as an alien, and then there are two spirit guides, as I recall, Ozzy and forget the other name.
Theodora, yeah, male and female, yeah. Theodora is more like an angel-like character, and Ozzy is more. If I could describe him, he looks like an elder, like a Native American elder in profile, very strong profile, and he doesn't talk. He's kind of I call him the bouncer, because he kind of keeps, when I'm in these spirit walks, he keeps those entities away that are more of the energy draining type, or maybe even malevolent types, which when I first started doing these spirit walks, I wasn't careful enough. And I would get inundated like a bunch of people trying to brush through a door. That's kind of how it seemed like to me. And I would just be hearing all kinds of stuff and requests and demands. And I don't think they were all bad. I don't think these were all bad entities. But speaking to other psychics, they said, oh, you can't you can't just open yourself up like that. You got to have somebody to, kind of check people at the door. Kind of like the way Hollywood celebrities have the gatekeepers, They don't just let the public come at them every day. They have people you got to go through, agents or whatever. And that's kind of the role that he plays. And Theodora is more of she doesn't have that much, she's a protector as well, but not in that kind of respect, in different ways. So, but yeah, those are the people that I deal with. I also communicate with my parents and my sister, who passed away in 2014. Not as often with her, and then a couple of my cousins, one in particular, and people who if I'm asked by a friend or a colleague, can you contact this person? Like we had a colleague who just passed away, and I was able to get a hold of him. So that was nice for me, and it was nice for the person who asked me. Actually, there were two of them who asked, and I was able to make some kind of contact. So that always makes me feel good. And I never ask if I'm right. I think we talked about that last time. It's really important not to try to quiz them. Hey, did I get this right? Did they really tell you this? I just want to be helpful, and they always respond back to me, thank you very much. So whether I was totally correct or not, they felt better as a result. So, and because there's no money exchanging hands, I'm good with it.
Now, I thought one of the most interesting conversations you had to do with your friend Terry, the one who actually got you started thinking about UFOs and aliens and the possibility of abduction.
Yeah, we've had a lot of very interesting conversations, and he, like I said, when I first met him, I was on a radio show, and so I didn't meet him in person, just on the radio, and we kind of struck up a friendship, and he's spoken to my class a few times as a guest speaker. But our friendship developed at a distance, and his story was very hard at first to accept that. I mean, not that it wasn't hard to accept. It was just the boggle factor was high. So I had to really get into it, read his book, talk to him more. It's not that I ever doubted him. It's just I needed some reinforcement. And then as I started a conversation with Anzar about Terry, it became clear that part of my mission, and I call it a mission like I had in the military, is one of the things I'm supposed to be doing is helping him. Because he elevated very quickly in the UFO world. His book was a bestseller and so forth. And he had a lot of demands put on him. And I don't want to speak out of turn. I guess he should speak. But, a lot of people contacted him, not just fans, or UFO people, but also other people that are interested in his experience. Because his was in the military, and there was a military component to it, where the military intelligence and the Air Force debriefed him. And so it caught the interest of a number of people. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to spill the beans for him or whatever, but that led to some very interesting conversations between me and him, and just reinforced this idea that that the UFO community is not just the lunatic fringe. There might be some people that are out there for whatever reason, and I'm sure they're not doing any harm, but then there's people who I think have had very real experiences, and they need to be taken seriously and not just shuffled away as part of a crowd of loonies or something, which I don't think, I wouldn't want to say that. But there are people who kind of are on the edge too of that. And our conversations have been, he accepted Anzar right away, and he asked me to ask certain things. Like one of the things was he had in his mind this idea of something happening in February of this year, and it had been planted in his mind. And last year, almost a year ago, Anzar had told me, he didn't tell me there was going to be a virus or whatever, he didn't tell me that. But he told me that there was going to be a series of calamities, and they would be, pretty big. And but he didn't give me any dates because Anzar always said there's too many variables. And part of it, I think, is because maybe I can't handle it. I don't know. But what he always says is there's too many variables involved. And he said predictions are often wrong, but preparations are never wrong. So I took that to heart. So I gave that advice to Terry, and he very much appreciated that. And so I made preparations, and actually Ginger almost instinctively made preparations too. So in the past 6 months or so, which is kind of interesting. So I'm not saying I can predict the future, and far from it. I just think there is some kind of signal line that was coming through, not just with me, but with Terry and a number of other people, that indicated that preparations are in order. And so I don't think that's ever a bad idea. But, if you say the world is going to end tomorrow, that kind of stuff's been going on for a long time. I think it's been made fun of, and, people have been, the people with the signs, or whatever, classic that, you see. But I just think that I really appreciate the friendship I have with him, and it was a very deep friendship that happened right away. We had a shared experience in 1977. That's one of the experiences we talked about the last time we spoke. We both had that experience in 1977, which is kind of interesting. I don't think coincidental.
In your book, you talk about Terry, where he lives. There are lots of helicopters overhead above his house, and you question your guides about what's going on there.
Yeah, I did, and then Terry asked me to identify some of them because I was a helicopter pilot in the Army, and of course Ginger she doesn't fly right now, but she's a professional helicopter pilot, non-military. So we identified a number of the helicopters, so he knew what model and type they were, so he could check more into it, where they were coming from. But I did ask about it, and I think there was an element. I think some of them might have just been, coincidentally helicopters flying overhead, and I think some others might have been some type of surveillance. I think so. I don't discount that, because he, like I said, without telling you, I feel like I can't say everything what he's told me, but there are a number of people interested in him, and I don't discount the fact that this surveillance could be not necessarily alien surveillance, but somebody else. So without getting into a big conspiratorial thing, I think there could be an element of that to it. So that's what I asked about, and that's kind of the answers I was getting, is that people are very interested in him. And I said, well, my question for Anzar was, why are they, if it's surveillance, if they just want to know what he's doing or whatever, they obviously have the ability to hide their actions. Why be so, kind of non-transparent about it? And they said, well, it's also intimidation. It's not just surveillance; it's intimidation too. So there's both from various groups. So that's kind of the answer I got, and Terry appreciated that, because that's kind of what he was suspecting.
Well, now Terry has been very public about his experiences, and now you are as well. So if the purpose of the intimidation is to keep him quiet or to keep you quiet, that didn't work.
It didn't work. It's not working, and that's the message I'm getting from Anzar, is that the phrase that I was given was stay in the light and be the light. And so the idea that can mean many things. One of the things about it is, if you're out there talking about these things, if there is somebody that's interested and maybe has some not good plans for you or whatever, staying in the limelight will help. That you document it, you put it in a book, you're out there talking about this. It becomes harder to for something to happen, or for people to, not necessarily like, like an assassination or something. I'm not saying that, but like, discrediting somebody, that kind of a thing, which is the more likely what people do with these kind of conspiracy things. So I think staying in the light is very important, and that's the message I'm getting. And so it's certainly not stopping him. It's not stopping me. I feel like I have protection and a lot of good people who are interested. So
Let me ask you about the abductions. We talked about the one experience that you had with your friend who you call Ernie in 1977 when you were out sleeping overnight in the woods in a car. But you, as I recall, you said there were 4 instances, and one of them in your book you describe as almost a classical abduction experience.
Yeah. The experience that I had in 1973, well, I had 4. One was in 1964, which was not necessarily a classic abduction experience, but it was a very helpful experience, actually, it turned out to be. 1973 would be more of a classic abduction experience, and that was put together with the help of Yvonne, and also a combination of my own memories, conscious memories, and the hypnosis with Yvonne. And then 1978 was a very interesting one because it was I call it a rescue operation. So all of them are a little bit different in character, but if I was to talk about the one in 1973, that was at Christmas time in my home in Seattle, and my aunt and uncle were visiting from Norway. And my aunt she's a whole other story. We could do a whole show just on my aunt. She was a Nazi collaborator in World War II. She was actually a member of the Gestapo, and she was responsible for the death of 9 members of the Norwegian Underground. Her job was kind of to lure them in. She was a very attractive young lady, and she would lure these members of the resistance in, and then the Gestapo would come in and capture them and, of course, torture them and kill them. So she did that and was living pretty high on the hog there in Oslo, in the capital city. And after the war, she was prosecuted as a war criminal and sentenced to death. Well, I don't want to go into the whole story, but anyway, a very interesting story. She didn't get put to death. She actually got out after 9 years. So we had kind of this skeleton in our closet. I was never supposed to talk about my Nazi aunt. That's what my parents said, to keep it in the family, right? So, but they came to visit, her and her husband, and my conscious memory is that she came to my room in the middle of the night after the whole Christmas celebration was over, and I remember waking up and she was in the doorway, and I thought, what is my aunt doing in the doorway? She shouldn't be here, I'm a 15-year-old boy, why is she in my room? She's supposed to be staying upstairs. So in my mind, I was thinking, my conscious memory was, well, she must have, been, thinking of, maybe molesting me or something nefarious was going on. But I do have recollections of their faint recollections that there were these things around her, these entities around her, but I wasn't quite sure. It was very fuzzy. I did know that my cat freaked out. I do remember that. My cat freaked out and jumped off the bed. So I approached Yvonne with those memories, both fuzzy and actually, clear memories. And she said, I think there's something there. So in the hypnotic regression, I got a lot more information, and I was able to find out that those entities around her were some kind of alien entities. And it might not have even been my aunt to begin with. Because the first question that Yvonne asked, you've had a lot of contact with your aunt over the years in Norway and in Seattle. Yeah, I said, I've seen her a lot. Have you ever known her to do this before? Has she shown up in your room? And I said, no. Well, that seems kind of odd, and she kind of started with that premise. And then we went into the regression, and I said, well, yeah, these entities, they don't seem human. And then even my aunt didn't seem human. There's kind of this, as I was remembering, her face was kind of morphing into like this alien face, kind of a reptilian kind of look, a very scary look. And the next thing I know, I'm stood up, kind of levitated up in bed. My cat's already jumped off the bed and freaked out, and I'm taken up through the ceiling, through the house, as if it didn't even exist, like I was just particles.
This is your hypnotic memory.
Yes, the hypnotic regression. The next thing I know, I'm in on the classic setting, on a table, and there are the little entities around me, And then there's not a reptilian, but an insectoid type alien. And he's the doctor. I called him Dr. Bug, which is interesting because Terry and I have a lot of interesting experiences with Dr. Bug. I don't know if it's the same guy, but it sounds very much like the same kind of thing. And he wasn't torturing me. He actually called it special processing. That's what he said. It was special processing. And he actually got mad at the little alien entities because they had some kind of clamp on my head and it was hurting me. And he told them they're clumsy, take it off. He doesn't need that. And there was some kind of an instrument that was levitating. They weren't holding the instrument. It was kind of being manipulated with their minds, moved. And it looked like one of those lawn darts that are illegal now, but in the 70s, they're very dangerous lawn darts. It kind of looked like that. I actually drew a picture of it later, and of the insectoid Dr. Bug. But he told me that, it was special processing, and I kept asking questions, and it was all telepathic. And he said, well, you don't need to know any more than that. That's pretty much it. And at a certain point, I just kind of lost consciousness. And then the next thing I know, I'm back in my bed, kind of settled into the bed. And so it's a very classic kind of abduction story in that case. And interestingly enough, when I was telling this story after my regression with Yvonne, I was telling my cousin in San Diego, her name is Brita, and she told me that she's had a lot of experiences too, so she's a fellow experiencer, I guess is what you'd call it. And I was talking about this Dr. Bug, and as I was talking to her about Dr. Bug in this restaurant in San Diego, this conduit on this post behind her started to shake wildly back and forth. I mean, just unbelievable how it was moving. And I said, do you see that? Look at when I, turned around. She saw it, and it was moving, and then it stopped. So I said, I got to investigate. There's something strange here. So I went and checked it out, and I thought, well, maybe it was somebody had went by, but nobody came by. Maybe it's really loose or something, or maybe somebody in the top was messing with it. But no, it was not easy to move. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't anything else. There was some kind of connection because I think both of us have had experiences, and because I was talking about this guy, it started. And then not long after that, he came into my thoughts as I was preparing to go to sleep. And because I continued telling the story, right? And he said, oh, so now you think you understand what's going on. And it was kind of in an intimidating tone, kind of in a mocking tone. Now you think you understand. So you think you understand now. So I didn't get the sense that he was a bad entity, that he was doing a job, and he was just kind of annoyed with the people working with him, kind of like in a bad mood. And that's the feeling I got. And I shared that with Terry, and he said he got the exact same feeling, that the guy wasn't evil or whatever. He was just doing a job, and maybe he didn't have good bedside manner, obviously. But maybe you can't when you're a giant insect or whatever. Maybe it's not possible. But that was that experience in 1973. I call it special processing. And so when I had this experience in 77, I had already gone through something that my friend Ernie had not. So that, I guess I was facilitating it. And I don't know if you want me to share the experience in 78, but that was actually a very helpful experience. I don't necessarily think of these things as bad. I mean, they're scary when you think about it, but the one in 78 is clearly not a bad experience. I call it a rescue operation. And I was at a very low point in my life, and I knew I was. I had consciously, I remembered, and I shared this with Yvonne. I remember sleeping in my brother's garage, and all of a sudden there was this column of fire. And I think we discussed it maybe in our first video we did together. And that was my impression, that it was kind of a demonic experience, this column of fire. It was very clear in my mind what I remember. And Yvonne said, I think there's more to that story. Maybe we should explore that. And sure enough, as I got more into it and went into the subconscious state, that kind of column of fire became kind of a particle beam where I was in not a tube of fire, but in a, like I was particles, and the beam, I was being carried up in this beam, and I was brought into a ship again, and I don't have as clear memories of being on a table or anything. I just remember being taken out of that situation and then delivered back. And I remember I became the field of stars, and I was able to go through that and settle into it. I remember the smells, from the smell of the garage to this kind of antiseptic smell within this craft or whatever. And but what was really shocking is what came back to me at the end of this regression was what I was about to do before the column of fire appeared in my conscious memory. And that's that I was suicidal. I was suicidal, and that was a tough thing to recall. It's a tough thing to talk about now. It's a tough thing, obviously, at the time, but I was at such a low point in my life. I had disappointed my father, my girlfriend, my brother. I didn't have a job. I just considered myself a complete loser, and I dropped out of college, and it just all these terrible things. And I remember I had a knife in my hands, and I was preparing to do something with it. I was just trying to decide how I was going to do it, and it was at that point that the fire or the particle appeared. So that's why I call it a rescue operation. So I don't think necessarily these abductions are a bad thing. I think that it was actually an attempt to, or it was a rescue of somebody who has, I think I have a mission, and obviously I needed to continue, and they intervened. I think it was an intervention. But it's interesting that the screen memory of it was this kind of, actually Ansar doesn't call it a screen memory. He calls it, I can't remember what he calls it, but he has another name for it. I'll try to remember. But was this kind of demonic thing. And I guess that's the first thing a person who grew up in a very traditional home in the Lutheran church would think of it, anything like that would be demonic. It wouldn't be, you wouldn't jump to alien, you'd jump to demonic, because that's what you're taught. Anything out, like that. So that was a very, very enlightening experience, and it was tough to write about. It's tough to talk about now to have said that, but then when I think about it, we had depression in our family. My mother's father had committed suicide in northern Norway and left 8 children behind. So, those are things that a tendency for people to be depressed and maybe have that those thoughts, But luckily, since then, I've been fine. I mean, I've had struggles, but not to that point. That was at a very low point. So, anyway, that's what happened in 1978.
Now, the experience you had even earlier when you were a young child was also kind of a rescue operation, as I recall, where there were bad people in the neighborhood.
Yes, the house above us, I always knew there was something strange about them. Man and a woman, they were also Norwegian. Or the sons and daughters of Norwegian immigrants. My parents were actually Norwegian immigrants. But anyway, they were younger than my parents, and they would babysit me occasionally. And I always thought there was something strange because when I was like, I guess 6 years old, and I remember going up there and the lady would leave. She was a business lady, and the man would stay there and kind of watch us, and it was his kids. I think they had 3 kids. I think 2 boys and a girl, or 2 girls and a boy, and then other neighborhood kids would come in, and he would act like a child, and he was a grown man, and I thought there's something weird about that, and why he's acting like a child. And he would give us these little Dixie cups that he said was Kool-Aid, but it didn't smell like Kool-Aid. Now I know it was alcohol, but at the time I thought he said it was. I wouldn't drink it. And then he had this game where he would go hide in a dark closet, and we were supposed to go into the closet with him and close the door. I would never do it. Other kids did it, and I just wouldn't do it. And so I have these conscious memories of that, and that I didn't want to go there. And at a certain point, I just said, I'm not going to go there anymore. And my mom said, okay, you don't have to go to their house anymore. At the same time, while all this is going on, I had, and we've talked about it before, these two playmates that I had. People would call them invisible playmates. They were real to me, you know. John and Johnny. Johnny was a little kid like me, and John was an adult, which is a weird thing that I would have an adult playmate and a child playmate together that would show up together, but we would play in the backyard. And I forgot the word you used. It wasn't imaginary, but imaginal, right? Imaginal playmate, yes. That's a great word, imaginal. So this was going on at the same time, and I thought, why do I have this adult as a playmate? You know, it doesn't make any sense, because he didn't play with us. He just kind of stood there like this, you know, and kind of watched us. And my first thought was that I wonder if it's some kind of because I called him not only John, I called him Big Bad John. And of course there was a song by Jimmy Dean at the time called Big Bad John. So that was in my head. And for some reason I had thought, I wonder if I'm really thinking about this bad guy in that house. But as it turned out, no. Big Bad John was actually some type of entity that was actually protecting me. And I think there was two entities, him and another one that was older. And I suspect that the older one, and I've asked Anzar if that was him, and he at first didn't really answer, and he said that it was. So I've had dealings with Anzar at least since 1964, and this other Big Bad John was actually somebody who was assigned to me to kind of help. And so as it turned out, you know, Anzar, and when I went into the regression, there were some very interesting things I remembered about this golden ship and being shown controls in this ship, spaceship, and it was all in like a hologram. You know, like I wouldn't even have to leave my room. I would see what this was happening in my backyard. And if people are thinking, well, you know, that's kind of weird. Why would these alien entities be in that area? Well, I only lived a quarter mile away from a Nike missile site. And there is some kind of connection between UFO activity and nuclear sites. Now, some of the Nike sites were nuclear, some weren't, and I'm not sure if mine was, but there was definitely one a quarter mile above our house. So anyway, my brother found out, about 10 years ago, he was at a Sons of Norway dinner, and the sister of that lady that lived up there was there, and my brother asked, whatever happened to those people? You know, whatever happened to that couple? And she said, well, we don't speak to them anymore because it turned out the husband was a child molester. So I put it all together, and I thought, okay, there was an intervention there to help me. And so that I wouldn't go back up there, because eventually something would have happened. And then I remembered, not during the regression, but later, because Yvonne always says that a couple days later, memories start to flood back on your own. And one of the things I remembered is what that guy would tell us, not just me, but the other kids in that house. He would say, what's your worst fear? What is your worst fear? And I said two things. One was the devil, because, you know, I grew up in a Lutheran house, so, you know, that religious upbringing. The devil I was afraid of. And the other thing I was afraid of was if I was going to stop breathing, because I had croup a lot, you know, where you have difficulty breathing. And I said, yeah, I'm afraid of the devil, and I'm afraid of not breathing, you know, not being able to breathe. And he told me very seriously, like he told the other kids too, he said, well, if you tell anybody about what we're doing here, the devil will come and make you stop breathing. What a terrible thing to tell a 6-year-old, you know. But he was protecting himself and his illicit activities. So luckily, I never went back up there. So, but it was validated when my brother found out, you know, when he heard from that the sister of the lady. So. Yeah, so it's all very interesting how this all comes together, both through the hypnotic regression, through the memories that flood back afterwards out of your subconscious, and also your conscious memories, and how when you put that together along with other people's testimony, like my brother adding to that story, it really puts in a big, and then figuring out, well, what was this? Why did I have this adult imaginal playmate, So it all kind of fits together nicely now.
And as I recall in your conversations with Anzar, he explains to you that he was there watching you and that the other Big Bad John entity was a colleague of his, I think named Ergo.
Yeah, Ergo. Yeah. E-R-G-O-T, Ergo, yeah.
Yeah, E-R-G-O-T, like LSD. But now, as I seem to recall also that this is where the idea that you were a hybrid, that's why they were there watching you from your childhood.
Yeah, I think, and I hate to get into the realm that somehow that I'm special or unique, because I don't think I am. I think there's a lot of people that have, these experiences, but not all of them are willing to talk about them. I think all of us are connected. And, but yeah, that's where I kind of got the idea, from that, that experience, that regression experience. I started to ask questions about it. And I've often asked, I said, am I, when I ask Anzar, he says that we are connected, and, it's not like I said, it's not like first generation. I think it's some time back.
Well, I recall this would have been about 30 years ago back in San Francisco. I was at some event relating to consciousness, and I recall one person, there must have been 300 or 400 people in the room. Somebody got to the microphone and said, "How many of you remember your past lives in the Pleiades?" And I believe about 100 hands went up. So I'm inclined to think that people, if we assume that reincarnation occurs and there's good evidence for it, does it have to be limited to only the Earth? Could it be that there are, other places or spaces where reincarnation occurs and that humans migrate here across lifetimes from other locales? Now, I know that's a very far out hypothesis, but I can at least say sizable numbers of people accept that that's true. That's their inner reality.
Yeah. No, I think that is really interesting. And I just go back to what Gene said in his very colloquial way when he said, "We are the aliens," which is just, it's fascinating to me because it's both so simple, but it's also complex as well, because, well, what does that mean? Does it mean we're all the aliens, or there are no aliens, that we are, we're all one? This one consciousness, or what? It could mean so many different things. I asked him, I said, "Gene, well, do you mean you? Like you and Anzar, you're the aliens, and, I'm not?" And he goes, "No, we, as in you too." And, oh, okay. So that's where I got that idea, is both reinforced by my friend Gene and also from Anzar. And, I don't think we talked about it, but I thought I should bring it up. I don't know if we have time, but.
We'll make time. Okay.
In my first book, and it relates in a different kind of way, because it comes back to the big question of consciousness, and this idea of teleportation, which is fascinating to me. And I don't know why I've never talked about it in any interview, in any of the interviews I've done, or Coast to Coast, or the times I've been with you. I never brought up this story, and I can't remember if I think I sent you the first book, but there's a story of, in 1994, when my girlfriend at the time, I'll call her Charlotte, I don't want to use her real name, we were having a very tough time, and I was being a jerk, frankly I was. And she ended up in a mental hospital. She was suicidal and attempted suicide. She ended up in a mental hospital. Well, I was visiting her, and I remember it was the University of Washington hospital there in Seattle, and it was on the 7th floor, which is the psych ward, and I went up to visit her. And I went to visit, and there was this strange character there. He was a very slight, slender man, kind of short, and he was kind of nondescript, other than he had these kind of wire horn-rimmed glasses that were kind of, or not, wire-frame glasses that were kind of off-kilter or bent, and he had kind of hair going off the sides but not on top. And he was probably in his late 40s or so. and his name was George. Well, everybody else was pretty calm in that psych ward, but he was completely hyperactive. He was everywhere, and he was wearing his hospital gown and slippers, and he was going around this, and he was singing, and he was coming up to me and introducing himself, and then my girlfriend Charlotte told him, we're just trying to talk things through, and he said, oh yeah, see what good that does you. He had comments about everything. One point he was playing a keyboard and singing, and he was just, I'll just say that he seemed very crazy. The others didn't seem like that. So to get off that psych ward, you have to go through this guard, and well, you have to go to the nurse's station, get a pass, then you have to go to the guard, and he has a key that lets you into the elevator to go down to the main floor. So as George was going around, he would go from room to room, doing this to people. He was still doing that as we got permission and got into the elevator. The guard let us in. That's the only way off the floor, right, is through this guard with permission. And then she got a pass, a badge that she'd have to wear. Well, we went down to the bottom floor. And mind you, George was still on the floor when we left, right? So we went down to the bottom floor, got out of the elevator, and turned because she was allowed to go outside in the garden. It was a very nice garden outside. So we were heading towards the garden. Well, lo and behold, coming from the outside towards us was George, in his hospital gown, in his slippers, and a woman on either side of it. Nice, attractive-looking ladies on either side. And we looked at each other. How did he get down here? For one thing, they're never going to let that guy off of there. And so my girlfriend Charlotte, she asked him, George, how'd you get permission? And he said, I didn't get permission. She said, where's your badge? I don't have a badge. And he said, yeah, he won't give me one. And she said, and I said, well, how'd you get down here? And he said, I flew. And then he laughed hysterically. And these women were giggling beside him. And this is so surreal. I mean, am I imagining this, or is this really happening? So I was talking to my girlfriend, and so then he proceeded to go, towards the other end of the floor, or of the ground floor. And we went outside, and I asked her, I said, there's no way he can get off of there. And she said, no, you have to go through that guard. And she said, how do you think he did it? And she said, well, maybe he has a twin. And I said, oh, come on now. This is not television, I mean, he's got a hospital room. It's the guy we just were talking to. And I said, and who are those women? He said, well, maybe they're nurses. And I said, they don't look like nurses. They look like exotic dancers. They don't look like nurses that I've ever seen. And she said, well, you could go and report it. And I said, no. I'm not going to go, because the next thing you know, I'll be locked up in the 7th floor, So I just kind of let it go. But I've thought about that for so many years, and why I've never spoken about it. I mean, because it's a fantastic story. So how did he get down there on the floor? And if you say, well, he snuck through an emergency door and got down there, we were in an elevator, so obviously that's faster. So let's say he did that. How did he get on the other end of the building coming towards us? There's just no way that he physically could have done that, other than his explanation, which I take to be true, that he flew. And so this idea of teleportation it's fascinating to me. So I'm not exactly sure why I've never mentioned it in any interview, maybe because it's such a fantastic story, but telling it to you, I know you've had so many experiences and heard so many different people explain these things. I thought you might have a theory about it.
Well, Andrea Puharich, in his book on Uri Geller, reports an example where Geller seemed to teleport from New York City to Ossining, New York, about, 30 or 40 miles. So there are examples of that sort of thing in the literature. I think the intriguing thing here is the idea that he seemed crazy at the time. I think that's very interesting. I mean, maybe he was a person of special powers or even an alien, but to us they would appear quite crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he was highly intelligent, but he was, just completely off his rocker. I mean, as far as you could tell in our, polite society or whatever. And he might have just had unlimited, maybe he just didn't think that it was not possible to do it. And this idea of intention and attention and believing and empowering yourself, maybe that power was, amplified by maybe his natural ability. Who knows? I just think it's just fascinating, and it puzzles me to this day. I still don't know how that happened.
And another possibility besides teleportation is bilocation.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And there's quite a bit of literature on that.
Yeah, because it's a different, he's two places at once, and that would maybe explain these girls on either side that could have been imaginal, but I saw them, and so did my girlfriend. Yeah. So who knows if they were actually in existence or not.
One of the points that Whitley Strieber made when I talked to him is that he calls them the visitors. He said they can control molecules and atoms. They have, godlike powers if they want to exercise them. He said, but they would give it all up to have our experience. Well, I commend you for sharing the story with me, because the natural human tendency, especially amongst college professors, is to sort of shove those stories out of sight, out of mind, repress it. But you don't do that. You're willing to bring these stories up to the light of day and to subject them to the, your best honest critical analysis. And I appreciate that very much, Bruce.
Yeah. Well, thank you for listening to me. Yeah.
Once again, it's been a great conversation. Thank you for being with me.
Well, thank you, Jeff. I really enjoyed it.
And for those of you viewing this video, thank you for being with us. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at CIHS.edu. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
For early access to our videos and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org.
The cameras leave, but people are still getting sick and dying, and healthcare workers are still overworked, and they're still watching people. They're helpless to prevent some of the deaths that are happening, although I hear that they have a lot more successful results now. They've learned a lot very, very quickly. But it's still a lot to have to process, especially for doctors and healthcare workers who are young parents themselves.
Keep watching to learn more. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at CIHS.edu.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology. Now available on Amazon.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today, we'll be looking at resilience in the face of trauma. My guest is Dr. Lori Nadel, an old friend, a psychotherapist specializing in acute stress and trauma. She is the author of The 5 Gifts, Recovering Hope, Strength, and Healing in the Face of Disaster. Her other books include Dancing with the Wind, Happiness Genes, and The Sixth Sense. Before becoming a psychotherapist, Dr. Nadel spent 20 years working as a journalist. This is an internet interview, and now I'll switch over to the internet video. Welcome, Lori. It's a pleasure to be with you.
It's a pleasure to see you, Jeffrey. It's been a long time.
Yes, it has. I know we've known each other for a very long time. But I'm just learning from reading your new book about your career in journalism, because I think as far as I have known you, you've always been a psychologist and, of course, the author of The Sixth Sense, which is a best-selling book about ESP.
Yes, I kind of backed into my second career after some 20 years of working in journalism, mostly in TV news, as a writer-producer of what we call breaking news. In the industry, it's called hard news, and also a year as a field reporter in South America. And as a result of exposure to a lot of images of disasters, I came to recognize that people whose lives were shattered by these mega events like the tsunami in Thailand or Parkland or 9/11, that people would need specialized long-term support. So I went back to school in the late 80s, and I emerged with a doctorate in psychology, cognitive psychology, and a doctorate in clinical hypnotherapy. And I've been working in this field since 1991.
Well, you not only are a psychologist and a journalist, but you've also personally experienced traumatic stress. And in fact, I learned from reading your book that even in your early years as a journalist back in the 1980s, you had developed chronic fatigue syndrome. I think you described it as being caused by overwork during the Iran-Contra affair.
Absolutely. We had a very bad Writers Guild strike in 1987, and it was followed by returning to work, and there were big staff cutbacks, and we had a lot of pressure working the Iran-Contra hearings. If you remember the late 1980s with Oliver North and all these other strange characters who were colleagues or associates of President Ronald Reagan. And as a result, I burned out because we had very little staff there, and I was kind of shouldering the entire workload, and I ended up with a kind of an Epstein-Barr virus that literally had me flat on my back for over 2 years. And it was then that I decided to learn meditation, because there was no conventional medical treatment for the chronic fatigue virus. And I also began to look into alternative healing and Chinese medicine. And then as I began to research Sixth Sense, I became fascinated by the power of the mind, which is really still remains unexplored territory, as you know.
Well, even with all of that extensive background, I'm under the impression that when your house was virtually destroyed by Hurricane Sandy, you weren't really prepared for that level of stress.
Nobody's ever prepared for that level of stress. And when I tweet out to people in areas like North Carolina, South Carolina, when a big hurricane is coming in, I try to warn them that the most devastating moment is when you walk in after the hurricane and you see that everything that you've built has been completely destroyed by this force of nature. It had a ripple effect in my life that I wasn't prepared for. And it certainly was bigger than anyone could have imagined. There were 4 feet of water in my little beach cottage, and my partner and I were up in the attic, kind of watching the water creep up the stairs. It was a very sobering experience because the water supply was contaminated, and we didn't have, the Red Cross hadn't come in yet to bring fresh water. But 6 months before the hurricane, my father and my uncle had appeared to me in a series of dreams in which they kept telling me to buy water. They said, there's going to be an emergency and you're going to need water. And so I had 13 gallons of water and cases of drinking water, and I was able to help all my neighbors because nobody had clean water.
Now, I presume when you say your father and uncle appeared in a dream, that they were deceased at the time.
Yeah, they'd been deceased for many years, yes. And the dreams were very clear. They were lucid dreams, and they spoke very, very clearly. The first time, my dad came around this time of year, I guess it was around Memorial Day, and gave me this warning. And then my uncle, who was a 33rd degree Mason when he was alive, he came to see me, so I knew that if he was coming all the way from the spirit world to talk to me, that I'd better listen. And he said that your father and I are disappointed that you're not taking this more seriously. You really need to go out and get more water. And then around Labor Day, my father came back again, and he basically said, you still don't have enough water. This is going to be bad. So every time I would bring water into the house, people would laugh at me and say, what is this all about? I said, I don't know. But, my dad and my uncle came to me in dreams, and they told me to buy water, so I'm acting on their counsel.
That was very fortunate. I suppose it would have been a lot worse if you didn't have the water, but it was still pretty terrible, not only for you, but for large parts of the community around you there on the East Coast.
There were 1 million people who were impacted, who lost their homes. It was hit 1,000 miles of coastline from the southern tip of New Jersey up to around Bridgeport, Connecticut. And most of the houses that were destroyed were beach cottages like mine, or somewhat larger versions. But this is not an area where celebrities live. This isn't like the Hamptons. It's not a place where you find a lot of famous people. So we were all working people, and we were actually re-traumatized by having to work our way through all the red tape, which went. What people go through after a natural catastrophe is financially traumatizing. And that's true after any catastrophe. And I guess I learned that the hard way.
Well, I guess it's worth mentioning, in addition to the chronic fatigue syndrome you experienced as a result of overwork during the Iran-Contra affair, in addition to losing your home in Hurricane Sandy, you also suffered as a result of the 9/11 catastrophe in New York.
Yeah, I'm kind of a baby boomer's nightmare. My office at the time of the terrorist attacks on September 11th, 2001, was located in the FEMA zone, but north of the border that the government has designated as the impact zone. So I left the windows open the night of September 10th, and when we were allowed back into the FEMA zone 2 weeks later, everything was covered with dust from the towers. And it was embedded in everything. It was in the receiver of the telephone. It was in the carpet. If you sat down on a chair, the clouds of dust would come up. And I tried finding another office, but it took a few months. And so I was working in an enclosed space. and had exposure to about 150 hours of breathing that contaminated air. But I'm still here, and I'm still able to work and offer whatever I've learned to contribute to the overall healing that's needed right now.
And here we are in the midst of another traumatic experience facing the whole world. We're having this conversation during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think it's really worth noting that after all you've been through, you are now offering your services as a psychologist to all of the healthcare workers, people who are experiencing trauma on a day-to-day basis because of the pandemic. Offering your services for free.
Well, I don't think of it as for free. I think of it as an exchange. It's my way of thanking people, just as I offer pro bono services for veteran, and offering my services as a way of thanking you for your service if you're a veteran or first responder. The thing to remember is I think 2 months, the first 2 months after a disaster, we see a huge rush of empathy. And one of my colleagues, who's a chaplain for the fire department, was telling me that they call this the mission phase or the hero phase. And then after 2 to 3 months, and we see this now in the media, those stories kind of disappear, and the cameras leave. But people are still getting sick and dying, and healthcare workers are still overworked, and they're still watching people. They're helpless to prevent some of the deaths that are happening, although I hear that they have a lot more successful results now. They've learned a lot very, very quickly. But it's still a lot to have to process, especially for doctors and healthcare workers who are young parents themselves. It's been particularly hard to watch the pediatric deaths. And also, it's always hard for a doctor when they lose any patient. And so this is really a humanitarian crisis on a whole different level than what we've seen before.
In your book, The 5 Gifts, you come to realize that if people are really going to bounce back, if they're going to show resilience in the face of this kind of acute trauma, the kind of trauma that I've never had to experience in my life, and fortunately, I think most people have never had to experience, that there are really some spiritual approaches, I would call them spiritual or psychological perhaps, that can make a huge difference to people.
I was really kind of desperate the first few months after Sandy. I mean, every day you're out there with a knife in your teeth, trying to prevent yourself from being financially cheated by, everybody from unscrupulous vendors to insurance companies to the bank that holds your mortgage. And you're fighting for every dollar. And I was just exhausted. And so I asked myself what I would do if I was my own client. And, it's very hard to live your own advice. But what I would tell somebody is to take 48 hours and turn off all media and don't answer the phone and don't, answer any faxes and just kind of do whatever you want, stay quiet, get a massage, relax, meditate, drink something soothing and stay hydrated. And so I gave myself that 48 hours. And when I was meditating, I was asking whether this was it for the rest of my life. I mean, am I going to be embroiled in conflict with all of these agencies forever? And I was told, there was an inner voice that has come to me before that whispered 5 words. And the 5 words are humility, patience, empathy, forgiveness, and growth. And I was told to write them down and to share them with people, that these were the 5 gifts that would help us get through the long haul. And so I've been able to share these gifts with the time I was leading 2 long-term support programs in my own community. And I've been able to share these 5 gifts with teachers at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas after the shooting. And I've also been doing a lot of lecturing and webinars now within the pandemic to help people in all walks of life to be able to begin to understand that without these 5 gifts, we're going to be stuck in post-traumatic stress we're going to be stuck in a sense of being paralyzed and helpless and kind of like a deer frozen in the headlights kind of position, because that's what happens if we don't learn how to release or metabolize the trauma that we have taken in through all of our five senses and our sixth sense.
One of the things you point out is that many people experiencing severe stress like this are tempted to deal with it through alcohol and drugs and caffeine.
There's no question that now, especially going into the third month of kind of severe restriction, and even though some of the restrictions are easing up, we also have the financial trauma of unemployment and businesses going under. So we have millions and millions of people who are now having to make survival decisions while they're in shock and under a lot of stress. And it's very natural to want to numb out the feelings of fear and panic with alcohol or with your favorite drug, whatever that might be, or in overeating, indulging in desserts and sugar, and not getting enough sleep and not getting enough exercise. And, sugar and alcohol are depressants. That they will eventually metabolize in a way that causes the central nervous system to be depressed. So it's not, they're not an antidote to what anybody is going through now. It's also, on the other hand, not a great time to go on a lifestyle modification program and say, I've got all these goals and I'm going to lose 20 pounds and I'm going to stop smoking. This is the time to just be moderate in what you can do to take the edge off and know that there is another side of this, but that it takes 3 to 5 years to recover from something like this. It's a long and complex journey, and that's why we need the 5 gifts to help us through.
You cite some research in your book that suggests that really maybe after a trauma like that, 2/3 of the people are not going to make a complete recovery. Maybe 1/3 of the people will have a relatively good recovery, but 2/3 are, I think maybe 1/3 will have a partial recovery and another third are just going to keep going downhill.
Unfortunately, that's been the experiential research of teachers who have been working in this field going back 30 years. And I think that it's really important to understand what these thirds are. So 1/3 of people, which seems to be kind of most people who you'll talk to who've had some kind of major traumatic experience, will recover sufficiently so that it's not the first thing that they think about when they wake up in the morning, and they can function. But when they get triggered by an image or something they see on TV or a smell or a sound, their body will re-experience the catastrophe as if it was happening again for the first time or the second time. And that's because trauma, like all emotions, are stored as molecules. And trauma molecules, when they reactivate, they basically take us over so that we are looking at the world through the kind of haunted eyes of the person we were when we experienced that event. Trauma fills us with a sense of helplessness and horror. And most of us will recover sufficiently so that we can kind of deal with it, and maybe we'll never understand it, because it's really hard to understand something as big and invisible and amorphous as a COVID pandemic, or as really like unbelievable as seeing the world's tallest buildings come down in a matter of minutes. But we can digest it or metabolize it and come to terms with it to the degree that we really don't think about it most of the time, but periodically we'll get reminded because our body will suddenly freeze and we'll be re-experiencing the event. 1/3 of people will look at it in such a way, or they're able to metabolize it in such a way that they look back at the event as a catalyst for growth and personal change. And we call that post-traumatic growth. So people will reassess their relationships. They'll decide, well, this is not what I want for the rest of my life. Divorces go up, marriages go up. Dating apps get very, very busy after these disasters. And we see people kind of searching for somebody to complement them who can go through some of these harsh times in life with. because that's one of the things that disasters teach us, is that we really do need each other for connection. People who have that 1/3 who experiences post-traumatic growth will often make a career change based on something traumatic that happened, which is kind of what happened to me. And it will be a catalyst for positive change. Unfortunately, about 1/3 of people will not have the resources to recover, perhaps because of socioeconomic reasons, or perhaps because they had previous, pre-existing trauma, because it's much harder to make a full recovery. For example, if you have childhood trauma, that makes it very, very difficult to, fully reboot after something like September 11th or any kind of a sudden violent event, even a traffic accident. I mean, we're talking now about disasters, but it could be something very simple that causes you to feel helpless and unable to prevent stop what was happening. So it's 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3.
The first of your 5 gifts is humility. Why would humility be especially important when facing a disastrous situation?
When I first wrote the proposal for this book, which I would say was rejected by 15 or 16 publishers, it was called The 5 Unbearable Gifts. And Buddhist monks loved the title because it embraces the paradox. Nobody wants these gifts until we need them. But publishers hated the title, so it became The 5 Gifts. So humility is not a gift that we look upon with favor in our culture, because people want to be famous and they want, there's a lot of emphasis on being successful in the ego language of success. And humility is really the grace of accepting that, we're in an unfortunate circumstance, or we've experienced a terrible loss of something that we're probably not going to come out of anytime soon, or we will never go back to things the way they were. And we're feeling wounded and lost and afraid and alone. And the gift of humility helps us to get grounded and to understand that people all over the world go through suffering, and that no human life is free from suffering. And in many of the other cultures where I interviewed people who survived, years of hardship and massive disasters, humility was the first gift that everyone refers to, because it's just very simply accepting that I'm not special. I wasn't singled out for this, but every human life goes through some suffering, and now this is mine, or now we can say, but we're suffering along with everybody else in the world. So humility is the grace that lets us just accept that this is a tough road right now.
One of the other things you point out, I guess it's sort of related to humility, is that oftentimes in the face of a disaster, not only do you become a victim of the disaster, but you can, later on, people tend to blame the victims.
Yes, what happens is it starts about 6-7 months after the event, because the cameras have left and the hero phase is over. And yet people are still dealing with the effects of having lost somebody, say, to COVID, or the fear that they or someone they love might get sick, because we're going to have to learn to coexist with this the way people in Africa coexist with malaria. It's not going away anytime soon. So the pathogen is going to be around, and people will still be frightened or upset. And you find that other people have kind of, they've shelved it somehow, or they've compartmentalized it. And then they will start saying to people who are suffering, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you over this yet? This happened 3 months ago. You should be over it right now. Why don't you go shopping? Or, you need to cheer up. Why don't you smile more? And yet the actual event itself, if we look at the beginning of the lockdown, is kind of an anniversary that when we pass that anniversary, some people feel tremendous relief. But for many people, as long as the threat exists, the fear is going to exist as well to a certain level. And you cannot say to somebody who's frightened and lost or who's dealing with loss, what's wrong with you? You shouldn't feel that way. You should be over it by now, because there's nothing that's more upsetting to a traumatized person than being told that there's something else wrong with them. You can't always control how trauma presents in the body because it's physiological. And it can take, a lot of different modalities to kind of get it under control so that you're not paralyzed by it.
I think you point out, for example, that post-traumatic stress syndrome is not so much a disease as it is a normal response to an abnormal situation.
Yes, that's what the Red Cross tells people after a disaster, that you're a normal person having a normal reaction to an abnormal situation. And I think that it's very important to, create safety, emotional safety for people who are going through, the aftermath of any kind of sudden violent event. It could even be a near miss on the highway or witnessing an accident. You can also be traumatized by watching disturbing images on TV or online. It's called VT, or vicarious traumatization, and it's very real. And last June, the National Institutes of Health declared PTSD to be a national epidemic. 44 million Americans, of whom 6 million are veterans. So 38 million, 39 million civilians were reported to be suffering from post-traumatic stress. Most people who are dealing with this don't know that they have it because the symptoms can be subtle and people don't necessarily go, present for diagnosis and treatment. So, in the next 6 months, we're going to see an escalation of this pre-existing epidemic on levels that we've never seen before.
And I suppose we haven't even really begun to experience the kind of financial hardships that many experts say we're in store for, because the economy, as much as many people would like to see it bounce back strongly, there are many indications that the economy is never going to be quite the same again.
It's going to take a few years. I mean, it took a few years after 9/11, at least in New York City. It took a few years after 2008. There was a recession in 1990, 1991, when the dot-com bubble burst. That one took 3 or 4 years, to come out of. So, the second gift, which I call the really unbearable gift, this is the one that nobody wants, is patience. And patience is the gift that allows us to accept that a year from now or 2 years from now, we're still hurting, we're still upset, we still get triggered, or we still haven't recovered financially, and we're still, trying to survive. This is going to take a long time to heal, and it's going to take several years, I think, to recover from this psychologically, medically. I think, the change to the medical system and the triple strand, I think we call this a triple strand pandemic, because you have the pathogen, the virus, you have the mental health epidemic, and you have the third strand, which you've just mentioned, which is socioeconomic catastrophe and financial trauma, which is always the elephant in the room that nobody talks about. Financial trauma can lead to loss of self-esteem, especially if you're somebody who's always worked hard and paid all of your bills. It can lead to serious depression, and bankruptcies will go up in any state that's had a disaster by about 38% in the year or two following any disaster. So we're in for a rough ride economically.
One of the points you're making is that these traumatic events they have waves and ripples. It's not a one-time event. There can be ripples that will extend out for years.
The psychological ripples, do extend for years. And in fact, it really takes 3 to 5 years to metabolize a traumatic event. And I was running a program for teenagers whose fathers were killed in the World Trade Center attack. And I started that program 2 years after the event, because teenagers especially tend to shut down when something horrible happens. They go to their room, they close their door, They don't want to talk about it. And some of the kids who came into the program had basically shut out their mothers and weren't talking about it, hadn't spoken about it at all. So it's really important to be patient with yourself, and that's where the gift of forgiveness comes in. We have to start by forgiving ourselves, because it may take a long time for our unstable emotions to resolve themselves, and for a lot of the pain to resolve itself as well.
Of your 5 gifts, the one that you find the most fascinating, based on my background, is empathy. You, having written a classic book about extrasensory perception, I think can really appreciate that one of the major blocks, why isn't everybody psychic all the time, I think is because we don't want to have to experience the pain of other people. But an experience like this of trauma opens us up to that, and it can be very positive.
Well, I think if you speak to anybody who has gone into any kind of healing field, that usually comes out of a personal experience of loss and trauma. It does make you more compassionate, but I do have to, tell people who are not at nature compassionate, and who don't want to feel other people's feelings, that you can be an empathy warrior. If we think of, say, rescue crews that go in and help people in emergencies, that they really model empathy for each other. They work as a team. They work to save your life. They work to get you into an ambulance and get you into a hospital quickly. But they're not taking on other people's feelings unless there is some kind of a tragic incident, or like a child dies during the call. They're trained to be empathetic and to ask the question of the patient, what do you need? And to serve that need without necessarily having to feel what that patient is feeling. So, it's a fine line. Everybody can learn the skills of empathy. And if you really don't want to, if you're not open to and you don't want to feel what somebody else is going through, you can still learn empathy and not have to feel what someone else is feeling.
Well, you did point out that in your community of, I think, Long Beach and New York, after subsequent hurricanes hit other communities, your community that had suffered so badly from Hurricane Sandy contributed large amounts of money and other forms of aid to other communities that had been so hard struck. Having been through the disasters did seem to open up that, I think of it as a psychic faculty.
Well, it definitely did. There's tremendous empathy and concern every time, there's a town that has a tornado or suffers a flood or a hurricane. My community, the other barrier island communities, are extremely generous here along the south shore of Long Island, extremely generous in outreach towards other communities that are suffering and recovering from especially hurricanes, which we get along the coast. The horrible thing about a hurricane is that you lose things that are ephemeral, like your photos, your family photos, your Christmas lights, years and generations of holiday decorations, mementos, things that you captured brought back with you. And we try to send people as much as we can to help them get new Christmas lights and new toys that are unused for the children, books, winter clothes. We forget that things like shoes and socks and underwear, when you don't have them, they become very, very important. I somehow, when I packed a contractor's bag, as I had to evacuate because the contaminated water had created a toxic zone everywhere on the island, and my house it smelled like a sewer. It was horrible, and there was waste, plastered all over the walls. So I grabbed whatever I could and put it in a contractor bag. And when I unpacked it, I realized that I had 17 pairs of socks and no underwear. You just kind of grab whatever you can that's not soiled and hope for the best. And then you kind of have to, my goodness, why do I have 17 pairs of socks and no underwear? Because I was just throwing everything in the bag, kind of in a frightened and hurried state. So people have to make these critical decisions, for a long time when they're in shock. And that also creates another layer of stress, in the body. And in the case of COVID, the anxiety and PTSD and extra stress can depress the immune system and make it harder to fight off or recover from the virus itself.
You wrote about people having to flee from their homes and not even having contact lenses or glasses with them. It must be very disorienting.
It's a very strange experience when you had, a completely familiar, kind of safe, mundane, or not so mundane little neighborhood, where people had barbecues in their backyards, and you had your little garden, and kids rode their bicycles down the block and went surfing, and it was just like this idyllic community. And then suddenly it was just, if you see pictures of the barrier islands after the storm, it looked like a war zone. And everything that was familiar was gone. There was no post office. There were no stores open. There was only one place that you could buy food that was takeout food that was already made. There was no cell phone service for several days. And so we were really cut off from everything. And it's a life-changing experience, I will say. If you've never, I fortunately had traveled to other countries, and I'd lived in third world communities where some days there was no water and electricity went out fairly frequently, and you were dealing with insects and conditions that were not really hygienic. So I kind of, I was able to kind of, shift into that mode of, okay, I've been here before, and I can get very calm and just kind of, do what I need to do as best as possible. But it's still very frightening.
And the fifth gift that you write about is growth. I know there are some people, I've had the great privilege of interviewing some people who have gone through terrible traumas, and they learned so much, they gained so much from that experience that they're actually willing to say, if I had to do it all over again, I would do it in a heartbeat. But I imagine only very few people get to that level.
I think that's a level of wisdom and enlightenment that very few people get. I do have moments, when I look back at, say, the chronic fatigue, which was clearly a catalyst for me to develop a completely new and very fulfilling second career that I've been fortunate to be in practice now for the last 30 years. And so that was longer than my journalism career, which was 20 years. I do sometimes write for articles for magazines. I do some journalism, but mostly I've been in private practice for the last 30 years. It would never have happened if I hadn't burned out and gotten chronic fatigue. And when I look back, I would say, if I had to do that again, that one I would go through again. 9/11, the living with the legacy of 9/11 does make me feel much more connected to others who are struggling with 9/11 illnesses, and my heart goes out to them. But if I look back and say, would I want to go through that again? I have to say probably not.
And of course, Hurricane Sandy, I assume that was really the most devastating disaster for you.
I thought that I was fine. I didn't cry, and I kind of soldiered through it, and I was leading support groups, and I stayed on the island for 4 years, and then I moved out of state for 3.5 years. When I went back to the island recently, I was flooded with flashbacks, and I realized that it was much more intense for me than I had realized at the time, and that my entire relationship to the ocean had shifted. And I've moved inland because it just left me feeling not so safe living next to an ocean, which can become angry and destructive at any moment. So it did permanently imprint my relationship with the sea, which was always so important to me.
Yes, you wrote a book about windsurfing.
Yes, I did. I was a windsurfer for 20 years, and that was really amazing. And I got to write for windsurfing journals and write about windsurfing for the New York Times. And I lived in a wetsuit like 9 months of the year, and you just couldn't get me out of the water or off the water. It was my form of meditation. When I was working in TV news, there was nothing better than going out, on the water on the weekend and just kind of letting all of the noise and all of the problems and issues of the world, you kind of leave them on land and you take off, and the water, the mother of the sea takes our worries away. So it really became my best form of meditating, was to be out there solo with a sail and just kind of exploring the inlets on the Great South Bay.
So that's all part of your past now, I presume.
Yeah, windsurfing is a young person's sport. I think I'm glad that I could do it. I did try doing it a few years ago, but windsurfing did lead me to study Zen with Peter Matheson. I sat formally as a student for 4.5 years and have been practicing meditation every day since I guess the early 1990, 1991. Actually, no, since I got sick in 1987, I've been practicing meditation. And if I hadn't had the illness, I probably would never have started meditating.
So there's another benefit of illness, and I have to imagine that you would recommend meditation for anybody experiencing any type of trauma.
I do strongly recommend meditation, but when you're going through something traumatic and your life is in upheaval, it's very hard to close your eyes for 20 minutes and breathe. And so there's Harvard research shows that if we have 4 5-minute mini breaks where we completely relax the mind and body using some kind of meditation or relaxation training or self-hypnosis or yoga, those 5-minute windows will give us the same health benefits as one 20-minute session. And so I tell people, especially in the aftermath of a disaster, start with one 5-minute window and just close your eyes. And even if you think about a place that you feel warm and safe, or the vacation that you took last year, just let yourself float back into that experience and hang out there for 5 minutes, because it's going to lower your blood pressure and it's going to clear your mind. I've developed a few techniques that I call emotional first aid that work very quickly. They're not a substitute for meditation, but they do help to clear your mind so that you can sit down for 5 minutes and just breathe.
Well, that sounds like excellent advice. Dr. Laurie Nadel, this has been a real pleasure. I'm thrilled to be reconnecting with you after many years. We've been closely associated through the Intuition Network for a long time, and I hope to have more opportunities to be with you, and I'm sure we'll have much more to talk about as well. Thank you so much for being with me, Laurie.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate your friendship and your kindness and your support for the 5 gifts, which we really do need now more than ever. Thank you.
And for those of you watching, thank you for being with us. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology. Now available on Amazon.
For early access to our videos and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org.
But I stayed 8 years old for about 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Couldn't drive, couldn't couldn't wear makeup or jewelry or bra, or I couldn't even wash and set my own hair. It's really awkward to be an adult woman and not be able to do a simple thing like know how to work a blow dryer.
I mean, you were literally, you had become like an 8-year-old.
An 8-year-old.
Keep watching to learn more. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology. Now available on Amazon.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. Our topic today is trauma and the subconscious mind. And my guest, Marilyn Murray, is a therapist, a sexual abuse researcher, a well-known public speaker, an individual who conducts groups with sexual abusers at the Arizona State Penitentiary. Marilyn, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. You got involved in psychology and dealing with psychological trauma really as a result of your own personal experiences, sort of, I guess what we really might say, through the front door.
Definitely. I happened to be born in Kansas to a very, very happy family, sort of a Bible Belt typical product of the 50s, and where everything was rosy in my life, so I thought. My husband and I lived in Scottsdale, Arizona, and had 2 children, and had our own family business. Very successful and active in church and social activities.
So there, for all the world, you were a model citizen.
Model wife, mother, business person. My husband and I owned an art gallery, and by the time I was 35, I was one of the best-known Western art dealers in the country. So it was a very different feel from psychology. I also helped a friend, though, start some groups called More Than Friends, women support groups. And I did that in, like 1975 through 78 and 9, and became more interested in psychology as a result of...
Women helping women.
Yes, very much as a lay person. But during this time, one of the things that most people didn't know about me was that I was having a lot of physiological problems. As a child in Kansas, I had asthma all the time, and a lot of colds and that type of thing. It always seemed to be activated in the wintertime by cold weather. I moved to Arizona when I was 17, straight out of high school, specifically because I had problems with asthma. And when you live in Phoenix, of course, the weather's not cold. So,
supposed to go away, isn't it?
So the asthma did go away. But instead it was replaced by a lot of headaches and back pain, leg pain, a lot of body pain.
And this reached a point